Beaten Dog by Russell Rivenbark. Step 1. Patrick hated being called kid. It was emasculating, disrespectful, and pretty goddamn upsetting. It seemed for his entire 23 years of life he'd just been underestimated and underappreciated. Today was going to be the end of that era. It was time to show everyone that he had balls. Thick, hairy, lumberjack balls, bursting at the seams with testosterone. The beast was ready to be unleashed. Now, that being said, he also had a swarm of butterflies and tingle fairies fluttering around his tummy. Muddy Waters' I Can't Be Satisfied played from the stereo as the blue hybrid car whistled down I-95. Patrick waited nervously in the passenger seat, while his partner Brooks focused on weaving through traffic. Both men bobbed their heads a different direction to the music. Brooks noticed Patrick fidgeting off to the side. "Little nervous, kid?" Brooks asked. Patrick figured that was a rhetorical question, even though he didn't treat it as such. "I'd have to be psychotic to not be nervous right now, or sociopathic at least, or high on crank." "You don't think you can do it?" "No, I can do it. I'm sure I can do it," Patrick said. "It's just a new milestone for me. It's a little nerve-wracking. Are you not nervous?" "Not like I used to be." "Jesus. How often do you guys have to do this kind of shit?" "It all depends on what mood Boss is in. He can get quite emotional. It's usually no more than a couple times a year." "What exactly did this guy do?" Patrick asked. "Nothing that special. He made a deal that he couldn't follow through with. Gambled with money he didn't have. Let some secrets spill through his lips. It's always the same general list of no-nos." "So, you don't actually know what he did?" Patrick began clipping his fingernails with his teeth. "I didn't ask," sighed Brooks. "As long as he's not an innocent guy, I guess it's okay." "That's your rationale?" "Nobody is innocent, Patrick. Not a goddamn soul. The ones that seem innocent are usually the real psychopaths, manipulating sweet gullible whippersnappers like yourself. Some people may fool you, but you've never met a genuinely good person in your life. Remember that." Patrick smiled. "In a weird way, I'm kind of excited. It's a different feeling, you know? Like my mind and my body can't agree on how to feel about it. It's so taboo." "You're shaking like a beaten puppy," Brooks said. Brooks pulled a knotted piece of plastic from his shirt pocket. There was about 0.5 gram of white powder in it. He handed it over to Patrick. "For the anxiety." Patrick's eyes lit up like he was a kid being handed the first Christmas present from the under the tree. "Let it snow," jingled merrily around his mind. The knot couldn't come undone fast enough. He retrieved his key ring from his pocket and scooped up a pinch of Coke with a Miami Dolphins painted house key. "Just a bump or two," Brooks said. The sun had yet to peek over the horizon, and the morning moon was still visible. The sky was a very relaxing shade of blue. Brooks was wearing a red floral patterned button-up shirt with bright green pastel shorts, clogs, and a white flat cap. Patrick was disguised in similar garb, but his shirt was blue. He wore khakis and a baseball cap that read, "Melvis's Putter Emporium Cocoa Beach Flell." After Patrick had taken samples of the booger sugar, he passed it back to Brooks. He manned the steering wheel while Brooks got his share. Brooks tilted his head back and wiped his nose. Sips of coffee helped the drip go down smoothly. He fired off a hoo-hoo as they merged off the exit. "Still excited?" he asked. "I'm so giddy I could shit a gumdrop," Patrick replied. They turned into a heavily wooded neighborhood that was fitted with dirt roads and minimal streetlights. then turned down a couple streets that were separated by a deep canal. There was a sign that read, "All canals lead to Lagoon," a failing attempt to seize the polluting of the most biologically diverse estuary in North America. "Get ready," Brooks said. They both put on a pair of aviators to conceal their identities. "Oh man, it's really sinking in now. This is crazy." Patrick worried. "Just stay cool." The hybrid pulled into a corner house. It was a pretty white house that had beautiful palms scattered about, and a privacy fence that contained a screened-in pool. It seemed like a fairly peaceful spot. To the right was the road that hugged the canal. Across the street was a foreclosed fixer-upper that extended to a long wooded area that stretched further down the block. To the left was one ugly pink house before it ran into another wooded stretch. While the actual house was ugly, it had a pretty impressive landscape. There were many tropical plants and flower beds with red mulch. A creepy collection of garden gnomes protected the flowers. A bald man in mid-thigh length, jogging shorts and a sweaty grey t-shirt was watering the hedges that divided the two properties. The man's jolly smirk morphed into a quizzical open-mouth expression as the guys pulled up. They looked back at him, studying him. He looked like the type of nosy neighbour who would be a liability for their situation. The type of man who would anonymously call the police on a neighbour for the smell of marijuana drifting over to his property. "Oh, great! He looks like a neighbourhood watch captain," said Patrick. "I bet his name's Tim. What an arsehole," Brooks said, shaking his head. "Just keep quiet. I'll handle him." "I'm already sweating," Patrick said, wiping his moist forehead as he opened the door. The men exited the car, and the neighbour saluted Brooks like a first-day recruit would to his superior, but more flamboyant. He seemed like the kind of guy who had been married to a bitch control freak wife for so many years that he forgot all acceptable social behaviours. Patrick assumed he was one of those gutless minivan dads. His balls had been cut off a long time ago. "Morning!" yelled the dork. Feeling like a tool, Brooks saluted him back. "Well, good morning to you too," Brooks yelled in a barely identifiable faux Midwestern accent. The neighbour didn't seem to notice the mediocrity. Patrick's squinted eyes and furrowed brow let Brooks know that he was making an ass out of himself. It was too late to turn back now. "Just get back from a jog, did you?" "Oh no, it's just this damn heat. It arrives before the sun," replied the neighbour behind a chuckle. "I suspect you fellas aren't from around here." "Nope, we're from up north. Just come down here to visit the family. Maybe get some colour, you know? Not red, hopefully." Brooks laughed. "Oh yeah," Patrick said in an equally abysmal attempt at a Midwestern accent. Brooks jerked his head and shined a scowl upon Patrick. He then nodded his head towards the trunk. Patrick retrieved 2 black suitcases from the hybrid. "Name's Bill. Nice to meet y'all," said the neighbour. "I'm Brooks, cousin of Richard's. This is my life partner, Pat." Patrick smiled and hesitantly waved, a little taken aback by the statement. Bill's face went sour for a moment. He quickly fixed it back to a smile. "Nice to meet you both." He awkwardly turned his attention back to the hose. "Okay, we're going to head on in now. Nice to meet you," Brooks said. He snatched a suitcase from Patrick as they headed to the front door. "Why'd you use our real names?" Patrick whispered. "Who cares? We'll never see him again," Brooks said calmly. Patrick seemed a bit worried. You really think he believes we're together? You're like 30 years older than me. The cocaine in his system had Patrick raising his voice without realizing. Stop it. It doesn't even matter. And what was that stupid accent? Nice try, Brooks replied. I was just following your lead. I thought we were doing Fargo. Well, it was ridiculous. You should be embarrassed. And yours was just picture-fucking perfect. You almighty thespian, you. You're just shitting talent all over the sidewalk. You sounded like a damn parrot with a touch of the Down syndrome. Patrick used his terrible accent to help prove his point. Agitated, Brooks yelled, Enough! Just keep your fuckhole sealed. He poked Patrick's chest. The outburst was caught by Bill's delicate ears and almost malfunctioned his likely PG-rated mind. He was stunned for a moment, and then continued watering. Gosh darn faggots, he mumbled to himself. Brooks pretended to ring the doorbell as Patrick fumbled around his pockets for the keyring. Patrick then held the dolphin's key close to his face as he noticed a bit of cocaine stuck in the crevice of it. He scratched it out with his fingernail, then stuck his finger up his nose and sniffed. They opened the white door as silent as possible and laid their suitcases on the hardwood floor. All the lights were off in the house, with the exception of the back porch and the master bedroom. Patrick unzipped his suitcase and rummaged through the clothes. They kept careful and silent. Patrick pulled out a collapsible 12-gauge shotgun and screwed on the suppressor. Brooks glanced over at Patrick, who was staring in awe at his death machine. Don't shoot that fucking thing in here unless he shoots at us. We have to be 2 Navy SEALs in Osama's sandcastle. Got it? Patrick nodded his head and then followed Brooks through the kitchen toward the master bedroom. They passed the sliding glass door to the porch and were surprised by the beast guarding the backyard. A full-grown black poodle was lying on the cement floor, manning his station. He jumped when he saw the 2 men in the kitchen. Brooks held his finger to his lips, as if that would keep the dog quiet. The K9 turned his head, then ran to retrieve a large plush mallard duck. He stood at the door wagging his tail. That thing is enormous. It looks like a Doberman. You know, those junkyard fuckers, whispered Patrick. Except it's French. A French guard dog. That's a contradiction. It looks like a bramblebush of 16th century pussy hair. I bet they use those things to guard all the baguettes and crepes. Cowards. He looked over to Brooks, who was glaring at him, still holding his finger over his mouth. Brooks balled his fist, threatening to punch him. Sorry, he said. A squeal from the showerhead echoed through the master bedroom and out to the kitchen. Handle your shit. Come on. Brooks whispered, and by the way, have you ever heard of the French Revolution? The guillotine? The Reign of Terror? Fucking Napoleon? The demolishment of the Bastille? Which was done by hand, mind you. Cowards, my ass. You were just pissing your pink panties not even 20 minutes ago. You're French, aren't you? Patrick said. My bad. It was a miracle they hadn't been caught yet. Once the 2 idiots were done bickering, Brooks led them into the bedroom. They didn't even bother to step over the clothes on the floor as they crept into the bathroom. Patrick pointed the barrel of his gun at the silhouette of a man behind the white shower curtain. Brooks quickly pushed the barrel back toward the ground and wiggled his sharp-toothed knife in Patrick's face. Tiptoeing toward the shower, Brooks noticed shiny feminine legs through the cracked door of the toilet room. He looked back at Patrick and pointed him toward the door. Patrick crept real close, holding his barrel centimeters away from the door. The two men looked at each other with eyes that said, "Good luck." Patrick waited for Brooks to make the first move. Brooks licked the broad side of the blade, then said, "Dixon says you're done, Dickie." "What?" The wife yelled over the humming fan in the toilet room, mistaking Brooks' voice for her husband's. Brooks tackled the man in the shower, tearing the shower curtain down with him, repeatedly stabbing bloody holes through it. Patrick kicked open the door and blindly pulled the trigger of his weapon. The blast threw the pretty blonde woman into the wall as the porcelain exploded from underneath her. A wave of bloody water flowed out of the toilet room, flooding the bathroom tile. Patrick saw it all in slow motion. The woman was lying in the corner, soaked in blood and water, covered with shreds of her torn book, and just downright deceased. Patrick couldn't help but twitch at the sight. He turned as he heard Brooks grunting. He had stabbed Richard a dozen times in the neck and chest. The white shower curtain continued to soak in crimson, even with the showerhead simultaneously washing it out. Brooks pushed himself out of the tub and was in a dizzy stupor as the tiles spun like a lazy Susan under his feet. He saw the soaking wet floor, Patrick staring at him with an overwhelmed expression, and a shiny, wet, feminine leg hanging halfway out of the toilet room. "You're wet," Patrick said. He was calm, still trying to soak everything in. "No shit," replied Brooks in the same calm tone. "That was loud. No shit. We should get out of here. No shit." The two men raced back out to the front door. They passed the sliding glass door, where the dog was now barking ferociously, jumping and clawing at the glass. Patrick ran. A knee slid over to the suitcases. He started to disassemble the shotgun. There was a loud knock on the front door, with Bill's voice following it. "Richard! Cindy! You okay?" Brooks looked at Patrick. "Shit! It's Captain Underpants. We might need that gun." Patrick handed the gun to Brooks, and then quickly zipped the suitcases back up. He grabbed the suitcase handles and set up a runner's stance as Brooks grasped the doorknob. 1, 2, 3, counted Brooks before swinging open the door. He smashed the butt of the shotgun into the bridge of Bill's nose. The white door splattered with blood as Bill crashed to the concrete. Patrick sprinted out of the house, jumped over Bill and threw the suitcases in the back of the hybrid. Brooks sent another stock blow at Bill's testicles and yelled, "Cute shorts, dickhead!" Brooks ran to the car and tossed the shotgun in the back seat as Patrick fired up the engine. The hybrid peeled out of the driveway and raced down the dirt road, back toward the highway. They were both silent. Nothing could be heard but the engine, their deep panting, and Yellow Submarine beginning to play on the radio. The car sped around corners, swerving from lane to lane, missing other cars by inches. Brooks had a firm grasp of the "oh shit" handle above his window. He could tell that Patrick wasn't paying much attention, even though his eyes were glued to the windshield. "Patrick?" he asked. Patrick didn't answer. He was breathing deeply through his clenched teeth. His eyes began to soak like he had just yawned. The steering wheel was shaking from the amount of force he was squeezing it with. "I hate this fucking song," Patrick said. He wiped his eyes with his forearm. Brooks quickly turned off the radio. "Patrick, you're going to have to slow down." Patrick still wasn't acknowledging him. He kept thinking of the pretty blonde woman. It was her face. It didn't look like in the movies where there's an actor who's just pretending to be dead. A dead face is different. You can tell there's no life behind it. It's no longer a person. It's inanimate. Brooks tried to be calm. "Patrick, you're going to get us pulled over. We're fleeing a crime scene and there is a shotgun in the back seat." At the intersection, the light had just turned red. Patrick flew in front of a pickup that had begun to accelerate. The truck slammed on the brakes and laid it into the horn. "That was a red!" Brooks screamed. "Pull over! Pull the fuck over!" He turned into the next gas station, stopping at the pump. Patrick was on the border of furious and sulky. It was clear to Brooks that he was inconsolable at the moment. Without saying a word, Brooks exited the car, slamming the door behind him. Patrick pulled himself into the back seat, pushing the gun onto the floor. He laid across the bench seat. Brooks was irritated. His adrenaline was still flowing from the near collision. He lit a cigarette and swiped his credit card into the machine. As Brooks pumped gas, an older man with a smug, holier-than-thou look on his face approached him. The man pointed at Brooks with his Christ cross tattooed forearm. "You're not supposed to smoke at the pump, buddy. You're putting us all in danger here. You should know better than that." Brooks exhaled the smoke in the man's direction. Without saying a word, he grabbed the window squeegee from the water bucket and began slinging water at the old man. The old man flinched at first. Then he walked away, realizing that he was no match for the childlike conduct. "Arsehole," the man uttered. Brooks hung the nozzle back up and sat down in the driver's seat. He took another puff of his cigarette and rolled down the window. Enjoying his few moments of meditation, he watched the window decline into the abyss. He looked in the rearview mirror and instructed Patrick, "Get in the front." Patrick shook his head. "No." "I think I'm going to be sick. I need to lay here for a minute." Brooks took a few more puffs, then offered a hit to Patrick. He declined. "I'm not chauffeuring you around. Get up here." "Let me out then. I'll walk." "Patrick, buck the fuck up." Brooks put his cigarette out on the dashboard. "You have two options. You're either riding up here or you're riding in the trunk. Pick one." Reluctantly, Patrick climbed his way back into the front. He grabbed at the pack of cigarettes. "Give me one of these fucking things." He lit it and reclined his seat back as far as it could go. Brooks started the engine. "Hey," Patrick said. "What trunk?" Brooks pulled back into traffic, turning on the radio to keep him from adding another murder to his morning. As fate would have it, "Hey Joe" played on the radio. Patrick sighed. After the soothing taste of tobacco had calmed Patrick down, he could think clearer. He kept replaying the act in his head. No matter how bad he wanted to, he couldn't take it back. "And?" Patrick said. "Yes?" "Was she part of this whole plan?" Brooks didn't speak but just glanced at him. Patrick flicked his cigarette at the windshield. "Then, why'd I kill her?" "Good question," Brooks said. "Yeah, a rhetorical fucking one. You told me to." "Did I?" "Well, you certainly fucking implied it, didn't you?" "No, I implied for you to watch her while I took care of Dick. In fact, I specifically told you not to shoot the gun. You decided to ignore that directive, which is the reason we are in such a goddamn hurry right now." "It had a suppressor. I assumed it would be suppressed," Patrick said. "Great assumption, but this isn't James Bond. That was a 12-gauge shotgun, not a 22. Those things don't make those faint queef sounds like that. It's more of an outdoor accessory." Patrick took a moment to think before he kicked the dash. "Fuck!" he yelled and turned away from Brooks, lying on his side. "Glad we agree," Brooks said. He raised the volume of the music. The hybrid car turned onto a dirt road. The road was lined with mechanic shops and tow yards. They seemed to fall consecutively, one after the other. It looked like a competitive street. The car shot dust and sand out from under it, creating a thick fog that lingered behind it as it sped down the road. They turned into a junkyard by a sign that said, "Jitterbug's load of scrap." Brooks stopped the car in front of a black Ford Crown Victoria that was parked between a crane and a car crusher compactor. As the guys got out of the car, an old black man exited the office trailer. "Looking spiffy this morning! B!" the old man yelled, before spitting tobacco into the dirt. Brooks and the man shook hands and exchanged keys. He was wearing a dirty grey jumpsuit. His name tag said, "Jitterbug." The old man's reddish-yellow eyes turned to Patrick. "How many'd you do?" the man asked. Patrick looked to Brooks, not knowing if he was allowed to answer the question. Brooks held up 2 fingers. "Remember," he said. "2," Patrick said, answering Jitterbug. The old man whistled and smiled a very toothless, gummy smile. "Good Lord. Your boys is a couple of hard shit-kickers, ain't you?" Patrick smiled at the charismatic old man. He chuckled to himself as he headed towards the trailer. "Thanks, Jitterbug. We'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure," yelled Brooks. "Not too soon, I hope," he yelled back. "I don't know. Dixon seems to be in a bit of a funk recently." "Oh, I best be go talking to God now." The old man laughed as he shut the trailer door behind him. "Come on," Brooks said. "The suits are in the car. Funeral's at 10. Let's get some breakfast." Step 2. Riverbank Park wasn't exactly near the river. It was west of the highway in the impoverished Hispanic part of town. The cement racquetball court was grimy and graffiti splattered. There was also a baseball diamond closed in by a rusty chain-link fence, a rickety playground, and a couple basketball courts. It wasn't the type of park that saw much activity, especially this early in the morning. There was a man standing guard outside the red door of the left-hand racquetball court. He was a tall black man with a seasoned bodybuilder physique and face tattoos. He wore a white tank top with a pistol visibly sticking out of his pants. Inside the court, there were 3 men. The man leaning against the wall in the corner looked to be the man outside's identical twin brother, though he wore a black tank top. The man standing in the middle of the court was a shorter and skinnier blackfellow. He wore white basketball shorts with a long black t-shirt that had some gold cursive font about something having to do with money and bitches. It matched all of his cursive tattoos. The third man was a white boy in a white shirt who was resting on his knees, facing the other man, eye level with his scrotum. This mannish boy was Rusty. He was the type of wayward soul that usually found himself in very abnormal predicaments. He was a 140-pound young adult who was kneeling in front of an outlined, dangling Johnson that was only protected by millimeters of polyester. Yet he dared to smirk. The man in the basketball shorts was staring down into his pupils. His expression was on the other side of the spectrum. Rusty decided to break the silence. "Look, Owen, this is romantic and all, but from this position, all I can smell is your lack of hygiene, presumably. I don't know. I'm getting this cheesy odor, which could very well be a bacterial infection. Either way, could you sit down, because I'm about to vomit." Owen smiled and then took a few steps back and grabbed his crotch. "I'm not gonna make you suck my dick, Russ. Don't worry. Though I'm sure you do that weekly to cop them rocks. It's probably a float in the tub for you now, huh? Your guilty pleasure." Rusty was amused. Owen dropped to his knees and positioned himself crisscross applesauce. He recovered his cigarette pack from his pocket. The contents of the box were merely a lighter and a poorly rolled joint. He lit it and held his hit in until he coughed like a sickly old man suffering from emphysema. He regained his breath and hit it again. Rusty knew he was being teased. "You gonna pass that, Snoop?" Owen exhaled. "Sure." He lifted the joint in the air. "Trey!" The mammoth in the corner retrieved the joint from Owen and brought it back to his post with him. Rusty looked a little disappointed. "That's fine. You probably nigger-lipped it anyways." Owen squinted his eyes at Rusty. That comment didn't sit well. "You my dog, Russ." Owen paused a moment and then lifted himself up and kicked Rusty to his back. "So sit," he yelled. Rusty held the heated red shoe print that marked his chest, then sat up and crossed his legs. "Chill, Malcolm X. It's an expression. No hate. All love. Regardless, you don't get to look down on me. I need you eye level." The two men sat like praying monks facing each other. Rusty couldn't keep his big mouth shut. "Why don't you have bitch tits over there? Bring us a plate of spaghetti to share." Rusty slurped his imaginary noodle and then directed his attention to Trey, who was still in the corner. "You know how to play the violin, boy." Owen laughed at his audacity. The lanky, defenseless weasel was persistent. Owen respected his confidence. He snapped his fingers several times to regain Rusty's attention. "Look here, Rusty. We need you to call up Daddy in a minute and ask for every penny he can pick from his pockets. His turn to bail you out, or at least we'll find out what you're worth to him. I've been nothing but a good friend to you. I fronted you rocks when you were dead broke. I hadn't even come to collect payment yet before you decided to steal from me. You've definitely got some balls, I'll tell you that. I'll also tell you if Daddy don't pay or the money ain't right, I'm gonna roast them chestnuts on an open fire. Best believe it, bitch. You took advantage of my kindness. You ain't a loyal dog. You're an ungrateful hound. This here's the pound, and you just might be put down." Rusty's face looked sincere for a moment. "Owen, I'm sorry." Then it became obvious that he was trying to hold back his laughter. "I didn't realize that you thought we were friends. You're a drug dealer, a shitty one at that." Rusty began cackling like a little girl being tickled. Owen smiled. He looked to the corner. "Trey." The walking protein shake approached Owen and handed him his pistol. Owen set it in his lap while Trey began cracking his knuckles. "Why do you let your little cousin boss you around?" Rusty laughed. "The runt of the litter. You could eat him, and that wouldn't even put a dent in your daily calories." "Stand up," Trey demanded, in the rare deep voice that you usually only hear from little girls possessed by the devil. Rusty reluctantly stood up, taking a few moments to prepare himself. "I guess, 'cause he's the brains of the operation, right? You don't talk much. You must be pretty stupid. Hit me hard, sweetheart," he said to the man who was half a foot taller than him and nearly double his weight. Trey sent a dense and powerful right cross into Rusty's left eyebrow. Rusty was sent to the floor as his skin tore like wet paper. Streaks of blood raced down his face in several directions. He rolled over on his stomach and began to crawl around on the floor. "Motherfucker! Motherfucker! God damn motherfuck!" His breathing rapidly increased as the adrenaline spread through his body. He spit to the floor the blood that ran from his head and covered his lips. Standing up, he waved his arms like the replacement referees during the NFL lockout. "Okay, I'm all right now. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It's cool. Bygones." His balance was unsteady, as was his focus. Trey put his hand on Rusty's shoulder and slowly but forcibly sat him down. Rusty was still a bit dazed. Trey held his hand on the top of Rusty's head, holding it steady. He then swung his battering ram kneecap into Rusty's left cheekbone. The force slid Rusty's body back about 5 feet. Before his brain could compute what happened, he found himself looking up towards the sky. He couldn't manage to utter any profanity. All he could do was involuntarily moan. He could see the tip of the sun just peeking its head over the rear cement wall. The rays hurt his eyes, so he turned his head, creating a puddle of blood on the floor. Trey picked him up again and sat him back into the American Indian style of sitting. This time, Rusty was leaning far forward, nearly falling on his face. The blood dripped from all over his head. His eye began to swell under the open cut on his eyebrow. Blood ran from his nose and mouth. His teeth had ripped up the inside of his lower lip. He slowly retuned to his full consciousness. Owen was a little disturbed by the treatment, though he tried to mask it. "You okay, Russ?" Owen asked. Still staring at the floor, Rusty forced a chuckle and shined his blood-stained teeth. Trey had returned to his corner. The sun was high enough now to where the tip of the shadow cast by the wall was directly in between Rusty and Owen. Rusty was in the sunlight, while the other two belonged to the dark side. The sweat beading from his pores helped the blood run. Owen sparked his lighter and pondered while he watched the butane burn. "How much you think you're worth to Pops?" he asked. Rusty was still staring at the floor. He watched the blood dip from his nose. He felt the blood drip from his chin. He didn't seem to be listening. "Rusty!" Owen called before whistling and snapping again for his attention. Rusty made eye contact with his one eye that wasn't swollen shut. Somewhere in the negatives," Rusty replied. "I'm sure if that was the case, then your casket would have been buried long ago. I'm willing to bet the farm that he'd go 6 figures. Rusty scoffed at his remark, and blood sprayed from his lips. "I can see him now. Ain't no spade that can save what he's paid. His words, not mine." Owen chuckled to himself. "Here's the thing, Russ. I need you to get serious. When you laugh, it makes me laugh. And that just distracts me from my overall goal here. Since you are too much of a pain in the arse to have a real conversation with me, I'm going to have to start taking fingers. And I don't want to do that, Rusty. 'Cause I can't find my knife. And I can't afford to be wasting bullets. So that big gorilla nigger back there, just cooling in the shade, wiping your blood off his knuckles, he's going to come pull off your fingers. One by one. It'll be son of a bitch too. He's probably going to have to break 'em first. Then he's got to pull as hard as he can to tear all that muscle and flesh. I don't even know if that's enough. Nigger might need to use his teeth. But he'll do it. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with me?" Rusty shook more of the blood from his face. He used his already blood-stained shirt to wipe off the irritating liquid. He flinched at the sting from his eyebrow. "You know what I was just thinking the other day? I haven't played racquetball in a long time. Look where I find myself now. First 1 to 15 wins? Titties can serve first?" Owen stood up in frustration. He grabbed the gun from off the floor. "All right, Rusty, I hear my man, back there, itching to tie them fingers in a knot. And it's fucking hot out here, so I'm gonna go chill in the AC. Before I go, since you like playing games so much, I'm gonna leave you with a riddle." Before Owen could say another word, a gunshot rang from just outside the court walls. Everyone's attention moved toward the door. "What in the fuck?" Owen yelled. Owen was still holding Trey's gun. Meanwhile, Trey was standing only a few feet away from the exit. Being the tough son of a bitch that he was, he headed for the door unarmed. He was not one to back down from a fight, no matter how extreme the consequences. Rusty had managed to crawl his way over to the wall, while Owen stood frozen in the middle of the court with his curiosity getting the best of him. Trey reached his bear claw for the knob. The door swung open, smacking his hand away. In an instant, Trey's head sprayed into pieces all over the wall and floor. A man in a black suit was holding a shotgun, while a second man in a black suit followed behind him. The sight of his comrade's head exploding delayed Owen's reaction time just enough. He could see the darkness at the end of the shotgun barrel. He gasped and dropped to his knee, aiming his weapon. Before he could make contact with the ground, he was hit with a buckshot. Owen squeezed the trigger as the lead balls turned him into Swiss cheese. In either a divine miracle or karmic coincidence, the angle at which he was flung back was precisely the angle that would send his hollow point through the shotgun wielder's neck. The shotgun fell to the floor as the first man grabbed his throat. The man behind him was splashed with blood and bits of flesh. He stared into the exit wound as his friend dropped like an anvil. "Seth," the man said as he followed his friend to the floor. He covered the open wound on the back of his neck as Seth clung to the front. The man held his friend, who had a panicked look on his face as he choked on his own blood. Rusty was sitting up against the wall with his finger in his ear. He was rapidly poking, trying to regain his ability to hear. The weeping man called out to Rusty. "Russ! You okay over there?" Rusty widened his jaw to try and pop his ears. "Ringing. My ears are ringing. Can't hear shit." Rusty pulled his finger from his ear and shook some more blood off of his face. He stood up and examined his pal Owen. Owen looked like the scoring target at the shooting range. "Damn, I think you got him." Rusty laughed and noticed Owen's hand was twitching and blood was boiling in his mouth. "He's still alive, Dunks. You okay, Owen?" He laughed. "Still got my fingers, Dick." Rusty flicked him off with both hands. Duncan was steaming with rage. He chucked his pistol at Rusty, striking his arm. "Do you even see what's going on over here?" he yelled. Rusty looked towards the door and saw Seth dying in Duncan's arms. He walked over to the men. "Oh yeah, damn, Seth. You got shot in the throat. Keep pressure on that, buddy. You'll be all right." Deep breaths. His concern came and went quicker than a Florida thunderstorm. The image of a size 15 shoe in his peripheral vision attracted his attention. He examined Trey's body and the crimson-coated jambalaya that was his head. Pieces of brain, skull, flesh, and a little spinal fluid were slowly oozing down the wall to the blood-covered floor. Trey was lying on his back, with one arm jammed under his torso. About 1/3 of his head was still attached to his body. A sliver of the back of his head, along with his lower jaw, and a couple molars is what remained. It looked like a bloody ski slope. Rusty felt sick to his stomach, yet couldn't look away. "Gross. Come see how long his tongue is," Rusty said. Seth's hand went limp and fell from his neck. Duncan removed his hand a few moments after. There was no point. "He's dead." "That's a shame," Rusty said as he stepped over Seth and onto Trey's doppelganger's bloody white tank top, trying to keep his balance. The pressure from Rusty's foot made the blood seeped out quicker. He dragged his shoes through the sand to get the blood off. Stepping into the sunlight, the rays immediately frustrated the open cut on his eyebrow. He removed his shirt and pressed it to his wound. He looked back at Duncan. "Did you guys drive here together?" Duncan wiped the tears from his eyes and stood up. "What?" "My friends dropped me off, so I don't have a car." Duncan took in the gigantic mess that surrounded him. Rusty sucked his teeth and looked down at the ground. "Yeah, well, you should probably clean this up, Seth at least. I'd help you, but I should probably get this taken care of," he said, pointing at his shirt that was hiding his bloody mess of an eye. Duncan glared at him. He threw his hands in the air. "Of course, Princess, as you were. No need to thank me." Rusty sucked his teeth again and removed the shirt from his face. The blood had mostly clotted on his eyebrow. He hesitated, drawing out the beginning of his sentence. "Yeah, I know you're upset right now, but it doesn't seem fair to thank you since I didn't get a chance to thank Seth. And he did most of the work here. But I will gladly thank you if you will pass me the car keys. And when you're all done, you can just take their Suburban. I'm sure they won't mind." Duncan angrily shuffled back to Seth and pulled his keys from his front pocket. Rusty held out his hand in a smarmy manner. Duncan took a step back and threw a fastball at Rusty's left eye. His gash reopened and began to pour blood down his face again. He released a feminine shriek of pain, then kicked a cloud of the dry sand at Duncan. "Dick!" Rusty yelled. Duncan threateningly lunged forward at Rusty. He sprinted backwards like a frightened freshman playing dodgeball, then turned around and skipped across the sand towards the parking lot. Duncan knew his assault would scare him off. By the time Rusty had reached the playground, he became very dizzy. Nausea set in as he stumbled across the light brown mulch and lied down on the orange plastic slide. His shirt was near useless with the amount of blood it had already soaked up. He threw it towards the clouds, and it hit the top of the slide and slid back down to his head. He stared into the wide blue sky and felt like nothing was holding him back from falling down into it. The thought sent shivers up his spinal cord and tickled the inside of his gut. He felt as though he was about to pass out when a wet, slimy mass slid up his leg. He bounced up a foot or two as the thought of some ugly bug crawling up his leg crossed his mind. Finding out it was just a wet tongue, he calmed down. His fear had caused the beast to retreat a few feet back. It was a furry little bichon who was looking to make a new friend. "Hey, buddy," Rusty said, extending his hand. "Palm up." The timid dog slowly walked back to him and licked his hand. Rusty picked him up and held him, like you would to a small white dog. He stroked his white cotton-like fur and felt that he had been sent a gift from God. He held him up to his slightly leaking eyebrow and could feel the dog's breathing increase as his handling confused the pooch. He laid on his back and held the animal to his eye with a fair amount of pressure, clotting the blood. The dog squirmed a bit at first. He even let out a couple frustrated cries, but overall, he was cooperative. He removed the dog from his face and gave it an unintentionally strong hug, like a simple-minded field worker might do. The dog shrieked from the tight squeeze. "Oops. Sorry, pup," Rusty said. If it had been a mouse, he'd have killed it. He grabbed the silver tag that was reflecting the sunlight into his eye. The tag read "Poof" and was followed by a local address and cell phone number. "You've got a dumb name, puppy. You probably belong to a poof, huh? I know someone who will love you more than any butt bandit could." He removed the dog's collar and chucked it off into the distance. He looked at the bloody mess that he left on the dog's back. He laughed out loud at his genius. "I have the perfect name for you. Let's go, you little shit." He grabbed his bloody shirt and headed for Seth's car, leaving blood streaks running down the slide to dry in the summer heat. Driving with one eye wasn't as challenging as Rusty had anticipated. The air conditioning in the black Crown Vic felt like a shot of heroin to Rusty. He snooped around in the center console and found a tin case of cinnamon breath mints, a 70s classic soul CD, and 2 $20 bills. He shoved the green paper into his front pocket and pulled into the next gas station. He went inside and grabbed a 12-pack of beer and a gallon water jug. When he approached the counter, the Russian clerk said, "Did you get hit by car?" "Nah, my girlfriend is just on her period," Rusty answered. The female clerk was too surprised by his face to get offended by his comment. He laid a 20 on the counter and kept walking towards the door. "Sorry, the dog's in the car. Keep the change." Rusty set the beer on top of Seth's car and poured 3/4 of the water jug over his head. He took a couple sips of water and then threw the jug into the open window of the car next to him, spilling water all over its interior. The owner of the car was inside and too busy scratching lottery tickets to notice the vandalism. Rusty laughed as he got back into the Crown Vic, opening the 18-pack and placing it within reaching distance. He cracked open a beer and drove off. He made it to his father's house in one piece. He was on his third beer. His father's house was only a few minutes away from the gas station. He chugged the rest of his beer and brought his pooch and his hooch inside. A gas giant of a woman was in the kitchen speaking on the phone in between forkfuls of chocolate cake and key lime pie that she merged together. The type of snacking that kept her at a healthy 320 elabui. She noticed Rusty coming in and dropping a dog on the ground. "I'll call you back," the butchwoman said and hung up the phone. "Rusty, what happened to you? Last I heard they tracked your phone to some park in Beantown. Then nothing. What happened?" "Susie, this is my new friend, Tampon." Rusty waved the dog's paw at the plump lady. She followed Rusty into the kitchen as he placed the case of beer on the Marble Island counter. He cracked open his fourth beer. "You named your dog Tampon? That's unsettling," said the woman in her deep voice that seemed to be from a combination of her extreme weight and former years as a chain smoker. "Feel free to use him if you suddenly get a roaring river from your pink cavern," Rusty said. "Honey, my cooch hasn't screamed Bloody Mary in quite a few years. I wouldn't be surprised if its pretty pink shade has turned into a dismal grey. I'll make it. Worth your while if you take a peek for me." She let out an ear-piercing laugh that sounded like she grew up alone on a farm, murdering small animals. "I don't think I'd know where to find it." Rusty laughed as he rubbed her boulder belly. "Yeah, me neither. If I did, I'd be upstairs shucking my oyster instead of looking for diabetes in the bottom of a pie pan." She licked her fork clean of any chocolate residue. Rusty shuddered at the thought as he took another gulp of beer. "Rusty, you look like shit." "What happened?" Suze asked. A snapshot of the racquetball court wall covered in gooey head ingredients flashed in Rusty's mind. He pulled the bottle out of his mouth and tried to keep from spitting as some foam dropped to the tile. He swallowed and the liquid went down harshly. "You should see the other guy," he said in a hoarse voice from choking. Rusty grabbed a banana from the center of the counter, peeled it from the bottom like an ape, and threw it to Tampon. "Where's old Poppy Seed?" Rusty asked. "He's at one of his meetings right now. He's heading straight to the funeral when he's done. Speaking of that, you better not leave that beer here or Poppy's going to stomp your head in." Rusty shoved the case of beer to the back of the refrigerator and grabbed 2 more for himself. He headed for the stairs. "Don't worry, I'll bring 'em home with me. I just need to wash my face and take a nap first." He began to make his way up the stairs, carefully watching his steps with his open eye. He took slow steps to keep from getting dizzy from the elevation. Suze shook her head and raised her saggy, doughy arms in the air. "Russ, what happened to you?" Rusty dropped his head back and exhaled loudly, gripping the handrail tightly. He was ashamed to tell anyone about his beating and annoyed by being asked. He figured if he were vague on the details, everyone would assume he was involved in a brawl. Suze knew he was a coward and most likely did not fight back. "I don't know. I blacked out last night at the bar and woke up next to a couple dead bodies. Nothing too crazy." Rusty whistled for the dog. Tampon hopped up the stairs after him. Just before he opened the door to the bathroom, he yelled to Suze, who was dialing numbers on the phone in the kitchen. "Oh yeah, and Seth's dead." Step 3. This particular morning was a brutal morning for a funeral. Some of the deceased's family members didn't even bother to head to the cemetery after the church service. About 30 people in black clothing stood sweating in the heat, listening to the pastor babble his Bible passages. 3 of the aforementioned. People were not listening but were having their own conversation quietly in the back of the crowd. These 3 men were Patrick, Brooks, and Dixon. They stood about 10 feet behind the people in front of them, out of respect for the deceased's mother. "I can't believe they had an open casket," Brooks said. Dixon laughed, chewing his gum loud and obnoxiously as he spoke. "Good God. That undertaker did a spectacular job, though. I mean, that kid's head was almost completely torn off." He made a slicing gesture, sliding the side of his right hand down his left palm. He was a mangled mess. How the hell did he reattach all that? "It looked like clay or something," Patrick added. "Incredible. Just incredible. And you know the legs were fake too. There's no way they saved them from that scrap pile." Dixon laughed. Dixon wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his hand dry. The clicking sound of his shaking watch reminded him to check the time. He scanned the cemetery, looking for a familiar face. "Where is Susie? Hefty bitch. Probably choked on a cannoli driving here. She's going to need a bigger hole than Eric, that's for sure." Dixon laughed. "We'll have to torture like Johnny Depp's mum in that retard movie." "Eric was a good kid, though," Brooks said. "Oh yeah, great kid. Bad driver," Dixon replied. Brooks shook his head. "You're lucky you weren't in the car with him." "You ain't kidding. I'm riding bitch on Susie's Harley from now on," Dixon said. Patrick looked through the crowd of faces. "Where are Seth and Duncan?" he asked. "I got them out doing a job for me," Dixon said. "Speaking of that, how'd you manage this morning, kid? You a man now?" Patrick was reminded of the pretty blonde woman that had turned into an ugly, swollen corpse in an instant. He exhaled his pain. "He did good. It went fine," Brooks said. "What's the matter? You ain't squeamish, are you, kid?" Dixon laughed too loud. Some people in the crowd turned around and flashed dirty looks. Brooks put his hand up as an apology, and the other two just ignored them. The pastor introduced Eric's teenage sister to do the eulogy. She was a beautiful, fully developed 15-year-old girl. Dixon took notice. He jabbed his elbow into Patrick's arm. "I can think of a couple holes on her I'd like to bury my stiff in." The young girl read the words from her crumbled paper, trying to hold back tears and sniffles. Patrick took another deep breath to muster up some confidence. "I actually wanted to talk to you about the job, Dixon." "What? Right now?" Dixon asked. "We're at a fucking funeral. Show some respect." His attention returned to the jailbait. "Look at those tits. Who wears a dress like that to a funeral?" Dixon was the only shiny face in the boneyard. Patrick dropped his head back to the ground. The girl's eulogy was interrupted by Dixon's ringing cell phone. It blared Blue Oyster Cult's "Burnin' for You." Most of the mourners looked back at Dixon with their mean mugs. The young girl continued to read her eulogy like nothing was happening. Dixon ripped his ringing device from his pockets as if it were stinging him in the leg. He quickly silenced the phone. "Sorry, everyone," he yelled over the grieving sister. He moved a few yards back under the shade of an evergreen tree. He noticed the missed call from Suze and angrily stabbed his finger into his phone. Suze answered the phone after one ring. "Dixon," she said. "Susie, why aren't you here right now?" "Rusty's back," she said. "He's at the house. He's a little beat up." "Don't let him leave. Tell that little shit he's going to be a lot beat up when I get home." Suze sighed. "We've got bigger problems. I just got off the phone with Duncan. Seth's dead." "What?" "The guys that Rusty was with shot him. Drug dealers or something. He's dead." Dixon felt his blood surge to his brain. His pressure gauge was in the red. Steam shot from his pores and he exploded. "Motherfucker. Dead? Another one? Goddamn incompetent cock-sucking whores." He pitched his phone far into the grass somewhere. He ripped his jacket off and began whipping the tree with it. Fuck. At the end of his tantrum, he was breathing uncontrollably, and everyone in the crowd was glaring at him, including the sister who had stopped her reading. Dixon was too egomaniacal to be embarrassed, but not too ignorant to realize that he was supposed to feel bad. He tried to speak between his panting. "Sorry, everyone. My friend just died." He retreated from the awkwardness back to his Mercedes, while Patrick and Brooks stayed and stood embarrassed for the duration of the ritual. After the burial, Patrick and Brooks found Dixon waiting in the parking lot. "Go wait in the car. I'll go talk to him," Brooks told Patrick. Brooks handed the keys to him, and he started up the car. The Mercedes was parallel parked behind the work vehicle. Dixon exited his car when he saw Brooks walking towards him. "What happened?" Brooks asked. "Seth is fucking dead." Brooks brought his fist to his mouth and let the information seep into his brain. "Dead? Seth's dead? How?" "Some hood rodents shot him. They had Dopey at gunpoint, I guess. And Seth got plugged in the fucking throat." Jesus Christ, Brooks said. What about Russ and Duncan? Duncan's fine. I just got off the phone with him. And Shit for Brains is at my house. I swear I'm going to bury that kid alive when I get home. Always fucked up and fucking up. That little cunt. Dixon's vascular neck was about to burst. He saw Eric's crying mother walking to the parking lot. He knew he had to at least pretend to apologize. She was hugging a Bible in her arms, not paying attention to her surroundings. She must have been the last one to leave the grave because she was by herself. Dixon blocked her path and opened his arms for an embrace. I'm so sorry for your loss. He wrapped his arms around her. She did not hug back. Seth was such a terrific kid. Dixon didn't notice his mistake. I'm also terribly sorry for my scene earlier. I was overcome with emotion. Dixon laughed and tried to find some understanding in the woman's face. The woman's expressionless zombie-like eyes looked into Dixon's eyes for a split second. The mother snorted, then spit a slimy grenade of mucus and saliva into his eye. She carried on her way into the parking lot. Dixon was frozen in shock. His anger began to resurface, much more severe than before, crippling him to his knees. Shit, Brooks said under his breath before running to help Dixon. He rubbed the spit off with his jacket sleeve and pleaded to Dixon. Be cool. She just lost her son. She's grieving. Dixon used every muscle in his body to keep him from exploding again. He spoke calmly, breathing through his clenched teeth. That was uncalled for. Well, you did say Seth, not Eric. Dixon's face was as red as the blood boiling under his skin. Brooks grabbed him by the arm and helped him up. Though blind with anger, he still spoke, trying his hardest not to scream. God damn bitch, I'm freaking out. I'm gonna flip. He warned Brooks. Don't take it personally, Dixon. Could have happened to anyone. Her son just died. She's not thinking clearly. Dixon took a huge breath and held it in. Upon its release, he became calmer. All right. I'm better now. I'm good. He took another deep breath. You're right. She's just upset. Dixon took his sunglasses from his jacket pocket and put them on. Brooks rubbed his back. That's right. She's just unstable right now. I'm sure she'll apologize tomorrow. Dixon shook his head in agreement. Brooks was hit with a wave of relief. Okay. You want us to follow you to the house? Brooks asked. Yeah. That's fine, Dixon said as he stood up, still breathing off the tension. One thing before you go. I've got another favor for you. Yeah, what is it? Kill that bitch, Dixon said. Brooks' eyes rolled open so wide and fast that they almost fell out. What? Are you insane? She just... Dixon screamed at the top of his lungs. Am I insane? She spit in my fucking eye. Were you not just here? Brooks grabbed his face in disbelief. You can't. I can. Dixon interrupted. You will. Got it. Brooks dropped his head for a moment. He couldn't argue. Dixon's mind was made up. Got it. Good. Dixon smiled. He popped a piece of gum in his mouth and headed for the Crown Vic. I'll let the kid know. Now that Dixon had screamed off his bad energy and was getting his way, he was completely calm again. Almost chipper. Patrick was sitting in the car, just listening to the air-condition blow and pondering about the tragic events of that morning. He jumped when he heard Dixon knock on his window. Patrick cranked down the window. Hey, listen, I got another job for you, kid, Dixon said. I actually still need to talk to you about this morning. Great. We'll do that sometime. But for now, I have your next task. I want you and Brooks to kill Eric's mother. He said it so smooth and emotionless, you'd think he asked him to stop by the drugstore for some gum. Make it painless. But maybe spit in her face or something. What? Why? Patrick's heart accelerated. It's a long story. Brooks will tell you about it, I'm sure. Patrick shook his head. No. Dixon was confused. Que compadre? I'm not going to kill her. Dixon, what? I was going to tell you. We killed a woman this morning. I killed a woman. An innocent woman. Dick's wife. Dixon glared at Patrick like a disapproving father as Patrick's eyes started to water. I can't kill another woman. I don't think I can do any of it. Oh, stop it, drama queen. What are you, a feminist? Get the fuck out of here. Did you not fucking hear me? We killed an innocent woman this morning. Dick's wife is dead. Dixon's expression turned to a grin, which was unsettling for Patrick. Was she mouthing off? I hate when bitches can't just sit still. They think they're invincible because society says not to hit 'em. I bet she was surprised. He laughed. Carry a roll of duct tape with you. It'll be your best friend. Patrick looked disgusted and near terrified. What? So you accidentally killed someone. Is it really the end of the world? Dixon said. Don't worry so much about it. Wash your hands and do better the next time. Patrick lowered his sunglasses to hide his fear before he spoke. He knew Dixon had a temper, the kind of temper where if he held a door open for you and you didn't return with thank you, he'd slam your head a few times in the door and throw you in the swamp. He could also be very well-mannered at times. I'm sorry, I can't help kill her. I'm not sure I could kill anybody again. Definitely not another woman who didn't do anything. I refuse. Dixon started to get dizzy and he began to laugh. He couldn't fathom his newest employee flat out, telling him no. The disrespect. He chewed his tongue, pumping blood and enlarging the vein on his forehead. He threw his fist into the side of the car, then shook the pain off his hand. Kid, I'm not fucking asking you, Dixon said. I know. I'm just letting you know. I won't do it. You know what? You're acting like a fucking woman. Your partner might be an ass-ramming fruitcake, but he's infinity times the man you are. You're a broad, he enunciated. You've got a pussy between your legs. A gaping, smelly twat. He grabbed Patrick by his collar with his furious shaking hands and pulled him in close. And that twat ain't even got hair. You're cake. You're softer than cake. Spit shot from his beating red face as he expressed his critiques. He threw Patrick back into his seat. Fucker, Dixon yelled, flinging his arms back and kicking a patch of grass to the clouds. He angrily marched to his Mercedes, slamming the door behind him. The engine roared and then immediately shut off. He jumped back out of his car and strutted back to the Vic. Patrick was confused, but wasn't about to question the madness. You want to be treated like a lady? Fine. Next time I see you, you better be wearing a goddamn gown, legs shaved and nose powdered. Dixon pulled open the car door like he was trying to tear it off the hinges. As soon as it was fully extended, he slammed it shut as hard as he could. He repeated this 2 more times at lightning speed. It was obvious he was getting rid of some repressed anger. He didn't seem to know exactly what he was doing. Patrick flinched each time the door swung in his face. Dixon's arm turned sore, so he kicked his heel into the dirty body. leaving a dent, and walked back to his Mercedes. He swung open the door and slid inside. This time he didn't start the engine. He waited about 15 seconds, then slowly stepped back out of his car. He was much calmer this time around. He walked back to Patrick and peeked his head through the window. His exhale sounded like a pre-apology as he grabbed his gum pack from his shirt pocket. He didn't bother to ask if Patrick wanted a piece. Instead, he just tossed one in his lap and tucked the pack back into his shirt pocket. He took another deep breath before speaking, breathing in the cool spearmint air. He rested his hand on Patrick's shoulder and gave it a couple hard, angry squeezes. "Sorry about my tantrum. That's no way to act. When a woman's present? Forgive me, darling." He disappointedly shook his head. "You don't want to do a man's job? That's fine. I've got another job for you, my pretty Peggy Sue." He blew a bubble and itched the bald spot under his slicked back hair. "I'm going to need a full-time nanny for my son." Patrick formed a curious and confused face to that request, wondering if it was just part of this emasculating series of jabs. "A nanny?" Patrick said. "Don't talk." Dixon snapped back, shaking his head. "Just listen. I can't deal with your voice right now." He gave Patrick the look of a severely annoyed rattlesnake that was preparing to strike. One more step, and he was history. "My jackass son apparently doesn't know how to live on his own. He needs someone to take care of him, and he's too much of a druggy fuck-up to be tolerated under my roof. I'll give you tomorrow to start packing, finish whining, and change your tampon. Come Sunday night, you better be moved into that apartment, toothbrush and all. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll both get along nicely. You can stay up all night and braid each other's hair and massage each other's breasts. I'll have Brooks give you the rest of the details. The sight of you is irritating my hemorrhoid." Dixon walked over to Brooks, who was talking to some of the deceased's family members, trying to take the attention away from Dixon's actions. Dixon grabbed Brooks by the arm mid-sentence and pulled him to privacy. He filled him in on the details of the new arrangement. Meanwhile, Patrick was steaming from his boss's request. He punched the dashboard, and the glove box swung open. He tried several times to slam it shut, but the latch was broken. This was a brutal morning for a funeral. Brooks entered the vehicle and didn't even bother to give Patrick so much as a glance. He started the car, blared the radio, and took off down the road. 3 minutes had gone by before the silence was broken. "I'm going to drop you off at your place," Brooks said. "I figured. You really pissed him off, you know." "I'm not killing a woman again," Patrick said. "Well, now you don't have to. Congratulations. You've been demoted. You'll probably get paid the same, though. Just a lot less work. I'm kind of jealous, actually." Both men were silent for a second or two. Brooks burst into laughter. His laughter lightened the mood, and Patrick began to laugh as well. Their laughter came to an abrupt end when flashing red and blue lights shot out from behind the car. "Shit!" yelled Patrick. Brooks looked into the rearview mirror as he pulled over. "You're all right," he said. A short, pudgy cop hopped out of the solid white unmarked cruiser. He wore signature aviators and had short, bushy black hair that matched his bushy black moustache. The sun reflected off the shiny white bald spot on the top of his head. He approached the driver window as Brooks rolled it down. "Brooks!" The cop nodded. "Mills." Brooks nodded back. "Well, boys, I have some good news for you. Your little venture this morning went off without a hitch." For the most part. That is to say, there is one slight, let's call it indirect hitch. The daughter is missing. Daughter? Patrick asked. Yeah. Little girl about 4 or 5 years old? Patrick's head dropped. There was a trail of blood from the front door to her bedroom. You fellas know anything about that? The neighbour, Brooks said. Patrick folded at the waist. The neighbour next door? He asked. Brooks shook his head. He seemed confused. It adds up for sure. No one answered when we gave him a knock. Well, I'll put out an APB on this guy and we'll look more into it. Brooks couldn't speak. He just nodded his head. Well, good job, boys. Have yourselves a nice day. After a silent ride home, the car turned into Patrick's driveway. It was a yellow house with a 3-foot-tall, wood-carved pineapple mailbox. A cat scattered out from under his grandmother's car. Brooks felt awkward, not knowing what to say. This is without a doubt the worst day of my life, Patrick said. Well, it's all over now. Nowhere but up. Yeah, except for the fact that the daughter no one happened to mention was kidnapped by the creepy neighbour. And of course, that being our fault. Nobody told me there was a daughter either. I'm sure he didn't kidnap her. He probably took her somewhere he thought was safe. She'll turn up by tomorrow, I'm sure. How does Dixon have a cop working for him? He has a few, the majority of the local departments. I'm sure he pays them well. Maybe a bit of blackmail too. Brooks changed the subject before allowing Patrick to respond. All right. I'll stop by tomorrow with the keys to your new place. If you're going to pick up your truck at Dixon's, I would go between 7 and 8 a.m. That's when he's at his meeting. I'm sure you both would rather not see each other. Do you need a ride in the morning? No, I'll have my grandmother drop me off. Patrick slid out of the car. See you tomorrow, he said, slamming the door. Patrick stomped across the front yard, which was covered by dollarweed and sand spurs. He stuck his key in the lock of the ugly yellowish door that had a fresh coat of paint on it. The door was red the day before. It was green a week earlier. Streaks of the ugly yellow were painted on the white doorframe, something the old lady probably didn't notice. Patrick unlocked the door. It abruptly stopped after a couple inches. Patrick heard the old woman yell from the kitchen, "Wait, the chain's on." The old woman shuffled down the hallway, closed the door, and removed the chain. "Patty!" The little black and tan cockapoo barked her shrill voice in excitement. The old woman grabbed the green spray bottle from the table and misted the dog. She quickly crawled away like a Marine in boot camp, moving under barbed wire. "God damn it, Foo-Foo!" she yelled. "I swear she's the reason for all these headaches." The old woman was holding a spatula in her other hand. Patrick noticed the smell of burning beef coming from the kitchen. He heard the crackling of the grease in the pan. He could see the kitchen filling up with smoke. He didn't bother to mention it. "You know, she pooped in the house today," the old woman said. "Really?" Patrick said, with no energy. "Oh, yeah. I bopped her a good one. Did you notice the door?" "Yes. Why yellow?" The old woman looked offended. "It's eggshell. I think it looks good. You don't like it?" Patrick was slowly making his way towards his bedroom. He knew he would have to be involved in a conversation the whole way there. "It looks great. What's wrong?" "I had a funeral this morning. It was a good friend." I thought you were at work. I had work, then a funeral. Patrick was halfway to his bedroom when the old woman brought up the story of how the pool guy came today and how she had to run to the bank so she could get some cash to tip him, which is when the dog pooped in the house. That's just a summary of the greatly detailed experience. Patrick stood nodding his head, not listening, but waiting for her to stop talking so he could go to his room. He listened to the annoying sound of a daytime talk show blaring from the living room. He didn't bother to mention the fact that he was moving out in the next couple days. He would be standing in the kitchen at least another hour if he did. When her jabbering ceased, Patrick found a way out of the conversation. "Okay, Grandma, I'm pretty sad. I'm going to go take a nap now." "Well, don't you want some lunch? I'm making bugers." She sang the end of her sentence as a way to entice Patrick into eating one of the charred pieces of meat. "Grandma, my friend just died." Patrick turned towards his bedroom but was stopped. "Someone from work?" "Yes, my friend." "Well, you close." Patrick gave up. "No, Grandma, we weren't close. I'm going to take a nap." "Okay, I'm sorry. Go take your nap." Say 44. Sunday morning. Brooks was helping Patrick move his things into Rusty's apartment. It was a 2-bedroom apartment that was perfectly clean on the inside. Given the impression that Rusty was not particularly the anal type, Brooks assumed Dixon had hired a weekly maid. Patrick was noticeably more mature this morning. His emotional wounds had healed. His skin had thickened. He was more of a man. You could see it in his eyes, hear it in his voice, and feel it in his demeanor. As the men moved Patrick's yellow recliner, Patrick's last piece of furniture, into the living room, they heard crying coming from behind Rusty's bedroom door. "I didn't realize Rusty had a dog," Brooks said. "You think he's sleeping in there?" "I'm sure he is. That motherfucker probably fell asleep about an hour ago." Brooks examined the living room. There was a black leather couch, a black wooden coffee table, a black 42-inch TV that sat atop a black TV stand. The walls had black framed posters with black and white images, and to the side of the couch was one bright, piss-yellow recliner. "You know, I'm not really sure this fits the decor," Brooks said. Patrick looked around the room. "Yeah, it looks like he's got a theme going." "What are you supposed to do when life gives you lemon-colored furniture?" "My grandma insisted I take it. I didn't want to start an argument, so I took it. I'll have to buy a new one." "I think you should keep it. It gives the room character. It's like when you see someone with a gold front tooth. You're like, this guy seems like an interesting cat." "So, what are you doing today?" Patrick asked. "I gotta go to my mother's house for dinner. So, I think I'll need to get good and drunk before then. You want to go grab a beer and catch the Bucks game?" "Sure thing. I'd offer to be your date tonight, but the Dolphins game is on at 4. "That's all right. I don't usually bring guys home to my mother. She'd probably try to fuck you herself. She's a promiscuous old minx." "You know what? My schedule just cleared up." The sports bar was crammed with televisions and posters of masculine beer and football jokes. Football jerseys and backwards caps filled the seats. 80s rock hits played under the roaring sound of chatter. The smell of barbecue made the mouths of every man flood. Pretty waitresses had football jerseys of their favorite teams. A couple of them went all out and had the black grease painted under their eyes. Brooks and Patrick sat at the bar, and each ordered a beer and a basket of buffalo wings. When the game started, there were drunken assholes screaming at the television as if they were in the stadium. "There's a few things you have to remember," Brooks said. "Rusty is a crazy drug abuser/addict. He's also an unbelievable asshole. He's gonna fuck with you. A lot." "That's all right. I think I can handle him." "Another thing. You are his roommate. But more importantly, you are his overseer. He's most likely not going to listen to you at first. He's a complete pussy, though. If he acts up, just rough him up a little. He'll listen. He won't like it, but he'll listen." "I'm supposed to just babysit this kid 24/7? Patrick asked. "My understanding is that Dixon has set him up with a job, so just make sure he gets there on time, make sure he comes home, and try to keep him out of trouble. You're still going to be running jobs with me. We might have to bring him with us a couple times. I don't know. I'll talk to Dixon about it." "Perfect," sneered Patrick. He changed the subject. "Any updates on the girl?" "Let's not talk about that right now. It's all I've thought about all weekend, but I guess we can save it for another time." "She'll turn up. Give it time." Patrick felt depleted of his emotion. He felt guilty for not being sadder. Brooks noticed Patrick staring at a beautiful blonde woman in a yellow tube top sitting in a booth across from a guy. The watermelons under her shirt seemed a bit stiff. Other than her distractive chest, she was a natural beauty. Big eyes, big lips, and a shy smile. "She's cute," Brooks said with chicken in his mouth. "She reminds of this girl I used to like. Just more buoyant." He held his hands inches away from his chest. "For a second, I thought it was her. Buoyant. Those fuckers are anchors. They're like wrecking balls. Miley Cyrus would have a field day swinging from those things. Go talk to her." "What are you talking about? She's with a guy." Brooks felt pleasantly superior to the naive young adult. "That guy, that dude is gayer than Freddie Mercury's AIDS. He's probably her scarecock." "Scarecock?" Patrick asked. "Yeah, like scarecrow. It's a brother or friend who girls use to keep creepy guys like yourself from hitting on them. Typically gay like your friend there. He doesn't come off as gay to me. Trust me, Pat. I can smell his dick from here. And it don't smell like pussy. I was never good at approaching girls in public. I can't ever think of a good opener." Brooks wiped the barbecue sauce off his finger and mouth so he could school Patrick. "Look at her tits. She's got huge fake titties. Her cleavage looks like a marquee that blinks, 'Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me,' in big neon letters. So we already know her self-esteem is below sea level. Stroke her ego and she'll stroke your cock. Just don't sound desperate." Patrick looked back and forth at the woman, contemplating and wiggling his jaw, nearly giving in to peer pressure. "See, this is part of your problem," Brooks said. "You've been staring at her for way too long now. Number one, you're psyching yourself out by doing that, and number two is you're giving off a fucking creepy, unconfident vibe." "It's different for you," Patrick argued. "You guys are hunting someone who is also a guy and just wants to get laid. You don't have to smooth talk and be all romantic and shit." "Right. Which gives us the confidence to talk to other guys. Would you be nervous going to talk to that idiot she's sitting with? Stop worrying about sounding stupid and go talk to her like she's another guy. Now this has just been built up too much. And if I got rejected, I would feel like an asshole. Patrick, I guarantee you that if you go talk to her and she rejects you, you will feel a hell of a lot better than you do now. 'Cause at least you'll know that you couldn't have slept with her anyway. That's way better than wondering if you could have. This is what I want you to do. I want you to go over there and start a conversation with both of them. Then smoothly work your attention to the girl. Don't force it, though. Make it feel natural. They can tell in your voice if you're just saying something to say something. You gotta mean it. Patrick took an energizing breath through his clenched, anxious teeth. Bring your beer, Brooks added. That way, if you say something stupid, they'll just think you're some drunk asshole. The inspiring words gave Patrick a rush of courage. I'm gonna do it. My man. Patrick grabbed his beer and headed for the booth. He tried not to listen to the voices in his head telling him it was a bad idea and that he was going to look stupid. When he was halfway to the table, a tall, athletic man in a Tom Brady jersey approached the table and leaned in and kissed the girl in the tube top. It was too late for Patrick to call off the mission. He was a few feet away from the table and had already caught the attention of the gay gentleman. Patrick's brain was firing off panic alarms. The couple's attention turned to Patrick as he arrived to the table. Patrick put his hand on Tom Brady's shoulder, and there was an awkward silence as he took a deep breath in. Patrick then let out a loud, blustering belch. He immediately followed with, "Go Pats! Who?" Tom Brady raised his fist in the air and replied with an obnoxious, emphasized frat guy. Yeah. The girl and her gay friend looked disgusted. When Patrick arrived back to the bar, Brooks was laughing so hard that he needed a napkin to catch the tears falling. Patrick had his tongue in his cheek, trying not to laugh at himself. "Enjoy that?" Patrick asked. The bartender approached and asked if they wanted another round of beers. They could hear her laughing her question. She obviously saw the failed attempt at a pickup. Brooks shook his head. Yes, still laughing uncontrollably. Patrick grabbed a used moist towelette and threw it at his face. Brooks let out a long, "Ah," as he tried to relax his funny bone. "I know. I'm a chump." Brooks still had some chuckle to get out. "You know what? That was a good save. I'll give you that." He laughed some more and looked at the couple in the booth. "I can't believe he's wearing that baby bitch Brady's jersey. I bet he cries along with him when they lose. Fucking deflator mouse. I hope the Dolphins whoop that ass today. Just for your sake, kid. You need one win." On the way back to the apartment, the guys stopped at the gas station. Brooks bought a 12-pack for his mother's house, and Patrick bought 2 18s to stock the refrigerator for the next couple of days. Brooks dropped Patrick off by the staircase. As Patrick had begun his climb up the stairs, Brooks rolled down the window and yelled, "Try not to kill the kid, but if you do, call me and we'll figure something out." He thought about the missing little girl. Again, he was surprised by the little amount of emotion that came with it. If you had said that to him 2 days earlier, he would have burst into tears. He looked at his reflection in the other rooms, windows, and felt that his face was more rugged than 2 days earlier. He had seen things other men couldn't bear to live with. He felt like a Spartan warrior. He arrived inside and put his supplies in the refrigerator. To his surprise, the fridge was not empty. There was beer, deli meat, milk, soda, juice, condiments, and Lunchables. In the pantry there were chips, cookies, bread, cereal, and junk food galore. It was pretty much what you would expect a 5-year-old to stock their fridge with. Patrick didn't think drug addicts were regular shoppers. There was still 45 minutes before the kickoff of the Dolphins game. There was a menu for a restaurant called Aunt Flo's Saucy Pad on the refrigerator. Patrick ordered an Aunt Flo's meat stuffer pizza with extra Aunt Flo's red sauce. He cracked open a King of All beers and listened to the commentators predict the outcome as he waited for kickoff and the delivery guy. 4 hours later, he awoke to the sound of dialogue that he could remember from when he was a kid. It was SpongeBob SquarePants. His face was stuck to the leather couch and he was chilled from the draft, even though he was sweating from the leather. He could taste a hot mixture of bad breath from the pizza and beer. The grease must have knocked him right out. The last thing he could remember was a touchdown from the Dolphins in the second quarter. He noticed a green and black bong sitting next to the open pizza box with still half of the pizza in it. He heard a very low chuckle coming from his right. Rusty was laying in Patrick's recliner with a blanket over his legs and a cuddly little bichon between his left arm. With his right arm, he was dipping Chips Ahoy cookies into a glass of milk and cramming them in his mouth. Patrick sat up to stop his head from spinning and coughed to redirect the built-up, greasy phlegm down his throat. The dog quickly directed his attention to Patrick, while Rusty moved his head ever so slowly. Patrick raised a couple of his fingers as a tired, half-assed wave. "Hey, man," Rusty said slowly, with almost no energy. His eyes were halfway closed. Patrick noticed his black eye with butterfly stitches over his eyebrow. "You stoned?" Patrick asked. "A little bit. Feel free to toke up, man." Patrick grabbed the bong and the yellow lighter from the coffee table. He roasted the grinded-up flour, filled his lungs, and held it in for as long as he could. He reached out to hand the bong to Rusty. Rusty didn't see him. He exhaled into a coughing fit and barely uttered the words, "Here, man." "No thanks, buddy," Rusty said. "I've had enough. I took a couple of Roxy's and I don't want to ruin this." Patrick took another rip and watched SpongeBob and Patrick Star compete in the fry cook games. So far, Rusty seemed like a nice guy to Patrick. He wondered how different he was when he wasn't completely blasted off oxycodone. "Did you see who won the game?" Patrick asked. "What game?" "The Dolphins." "Yeah, I think they won." Patrick had a feeling Rusty was talking out of his ass. He pulled his iPhone from in between the couch cushions and looked up the score. The Patriots had beat the Dolphins 31-7. Patrick shrugged it off, assuming it was just a side effect of the opiates. Rusty slowly lifted the dog in the air and smiled at him. It looked like he found something funny about him, or he was presenting his newborn son from Pride Rock out to the audience of Saharan animals. "Cute dog. What's its name?" Patrick asked. Rusty slowly turned his head to Patrick and smiled. "Tampon." Patrick smiled at the ridiculous name. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Rusty lowered the dog back in his lap, rolled him over on his back and rubbed his belly. "You're a boy, aren't you? Aren't you?" He spoke in the only voice that dogs can understand. "Look at your little pee-pee." He flicked the dog's penis a few times with his index finger. Patrick immediately felt uncomfortable. "This is my girlfriend's dog," Rusty said. "She doesn't know it yet. She can't hate me after she sees this little face." "Are you guys fighting or something?" "Ah, she's always mad at me for some reason or another. She's just stupid and blows everything out of proportion." "Right," Patrick said. "She's like, severely stupid. I'm not fucking around. Like, if Forrest Gump and Helen Keller had a baby and left it in a hot car for a few hours. It would grow up to be her. But she takes care of me, though, so I keep her around. She sounds like a keeper. She sounds fucking annoying is what she sounds like. Always bitching. But I guess that's why they call 'em bitches. Speaking of bitches, just because I got a girlfriend doesn't mean you and me can't go out and get some pussy. I've already got a couple extra ones on the side. You can be my wingman. Maybe we can even Eiffel Tower my girlfriend and put a picture on Facebook. I don't know, though. I'll have to ask her. Patrick was reminded of his attempt at the bar earlier. He laughed. He imagined Rusty's girlfriend as some meth-mouth, big-boned, low self-esteem, can't find a better man type of girl. After the stories he had heard about Rusty, he couldn't imagine a girl with any self-respect putting up with his shit. He assumed she was an addict as well. "How are you liking that chair?" Patrick asked. "I have mixed feelings about it. I'm liking it right now. It's pretty comfortable. That's its only appeal. Don't be surprised if I've set it on fire by the morning." Patrick stumbled into the kitchen and rinsed his mouth out in the sink. He grabbed himself a beer on the way back to the couch. He was allowed a better look at Rusty's face walking back. He looked familiar. His brain tried hard to find a match to the face from his past. Do what you have to do. I've got no sentimental attachment. Suddenly, he remembered sitting at the lunch table in 10th grade. A lanky upperclassman with jeans that fell under his arse and a shirt that hung down to his knees bumped into him while he was eating. The lanky boy said, "Sorry," and began to rub Patrick's back. Does it make it better if I do this? He remembered being speechless and embarrassed in front of his friends. He remembered noticing the face at a couple high school parties and having a conversation with a girl about her crush on him. Patrick snapped his fingers as the memories came to him. The dog made a whimper, wanting to be released from Rusty's clutches so he could tend to the calling. I'm pretty sure we went to high school together. Yeah, we did. You graduated a couple years ahead of me. I never graduated. I dropped out senior year. I had higher ambitions. Clearly, said Patrick. Speaking of your aspirations, are you working tomorrow or what? I've got work at 7 in the morning. Can you believe that shit? Padre's a dick. He always threatens to stop giving me my allowance if I don't listen to him. Suze always gives me the money anyways, so I usually don't. Well, unfortunately, buddy, I'm here to make sure that you do listen to him. Rusty sent Patrick a devilish smirk. That's right. You're my babysitter. What do you think of this little arrangement? I think it's a punishment for both of us. I was forced into this. I don't like it any more than you do. But I get paid to hold your hand and change your diaper. As long as you act like a big boy, I don't see us having any problems. I'm 25 years old. My brain is fully developed. I don't anticipate any major changes happening in my life, Rusty said. Patrick finished his beer and closed the pizza box. He went to the fridge to store the pizza and took out 2 more bedtime beers. He stopped in front of his bedroom door before replying. Why don't we just feel this out and take it one step at a time? I'm going to bed. Make sure you set your alarm if you're not up by 6. I'm waking you up. Rusty didn't show any indication of listening. He just grabbed another chocolate chip cookie and dunked it into his milk before shoving it whole into his mouth, all while humming along to the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. Patrick disappeared into his room, shutting the door behind him. At 5:45 a.m., Patrick was awoken by the song, So Fresh, So Clean. He let the alarm play, fearing that if he turned it off, he'd fall back asleep. His stomach felt bloated, and his head felt like he had an abundance of fluid floating around, weighing him down. He realized that he hadn't drunk enough water the night before. As he shuffled into the living room, he had to refocus his eyes. The TV lit up the room. Rusty was asleep in the recliner, with the snoring cotton ball lying on top of him. Patrick grabbed the full water filter from the fridge. He pulled off the top and drank straight from the container. Once it was about half empty, he stopped to take a breath. His brain was pulsating. He could feel the food in his stomach absorbing all the liquid. The TV anchorwoman's report from the Sunrise News caught his ear and stopped his heart. A heartbreaking tragedy. Emma Burton, daughter of Richard and Cindy Burton, the couple that was found brutally murdered in their home Friday morning, is still missing. Traces of blood were found leading into the child's bedroom. One of the suspects, William Grant, a registered sex offender and next-door neighbor of the Burtons, has not been seen since the morning of the murders. The sheriff's department is still pursuing leads in the homicide and possible kidnapping. Patrick accepted the fact that this would haunt him forever. No need to get emotional about it. He did his best to keep his mind off of it. Tampon's clacking toenails on the tile startled Patrick. He cried and licked Patrick's leg. "Gotta go outside?" Patrick scooped up the dog and left the kitchen. As he passed by his comatose roommate, he yelled, "Wake up, Rusty!" and slammed the front door on his way out. He brought the dog to the grass on the first floor that extended out to the sidewalk and the parking lot. It was still dark. There was a single streetlight on, about 20 yards away. He watched Tampon lift his leg and release his burden. A feeling of emergency befell upon Patrick's manhood. His bladder felt like a slipping brick. There were no faces in sight. Deciding to water the shrubs, he turned to see Tampon squirting diarrhea onto the grass. He assumed that Rusty had not bought proper dog food for him, probably giving him deli meat and cookies. 2 early morning joggers came from around the corner. They were young women, good-looking. Patrick, still in his underwear, turned his back to them, looked up, and held his chin as if he was looking curiously at the upper floors of the apartment complex. He brought the dog back inside. Rusty was still out. He yelled a second time, "Wake up!" No response. He looked at the Scarface clock on the wall. It was 3 minutes till 6. He poured himself a glass of water and grabbed a slice of pizza. He wasn't even hungry. He watched the clock tick and relaxed in the sheer ecstasy that comes from cold pizza for breakfast. He took a few moments to imagine the various types of douchebags throughout the world that had the same Scarface clock. The clock struck 6, and Patrick ripped the last bite of pizza off and threw the crust to Tampon, who was sitting and watching respectfully. He grabbed a spoiled banana from the countertop, arched back, threw it at Rusty's shoulder, and yelled louder than before, "Wake up! Time for work!" The returned silence was irritating. He was not sure if he was being played with, or if Rusty genuinely was in a deep sleep. He was sure that he didn't give a shit. Patrick rushed towards the recliner, squatted as he gripped the leg extension, and in one quick jolt, he flung the recliner to its back, sending Rusty tumbling into the corner wall. Rusty groaned as he held his pounding head. "What the fuck?" "Time for work. You've got 20 minutes. "God damn it," Rusty yelled as he angrily hurried into his room and slammed the door like a misunderstood preteen. Patrick put on a pair of basketball shorts and a dirty t-shirt. He hid his messy hair under a black baseball cap. When he exited his bedroom, the front door was partially open. Rusty was outside in his blue-collared shirt and black slacks, smoking a cigarette on the balcony. Patrick locked the door, and without a word from anyone, Rusty followed Patrick to his blue F-150. On the highway, Patrick turned down the blasting music to engage in conversation. "Why does your dad have you working at a gas station?" Rusty hesitated to speak. It was much earlier than he had been awake sober in years. "He said I have to keep a job, to keep getting my allowance." "Right, but why don't you work for him, for the company?" "Picking oranges. Fuck that. That's what we have Mexicans for." "Why don't you work in the market or in the packing house?" "I guess he doesn't trust me. He doesn't want me affecting his business. Plus, that business is a fucking scam anyways. Orange juice they sell in stores isn't real orange juice. They take real orange juice and keep it in a vat for months, where the oxygen is extracted. After that, the juice has no orange flavor, so they use flavor packs to provide that taste. It's basically soda." "That's interesting. But you don't want to take over that multi-million-dollar business one day?" "I don't really trip about the future, man. I'm not big on these queer heart-to-heart conversations either." Patrick was offended and a little embarrassed for even attempting to get to know him. "Well, I hope you know that you look like a fucking idiot for your first day of work, with your face beat to shit." Rusty smiled. He could tell that he had crept under Patrick's skin. "You don't think my makeup's purty?" Patrick turned the stereo back up to zone out Rusty's taunts. The F-150 pulled into the gas station and parked in an empty spot. Rusty jumped out of the truck. "What time do you get off?" Patrick asked. 2, I think." "Great. I'll be here at 3. Patrick peeled out in reverse and whipped back into traffic. As soon as Patrick got home, he collapsed on the couch and fell back asleep. A thunderous knock on the front door woke Patrick from his morning nap. He wasn't sure if he was dreaming as he rose from the couch. Tampon was crying from inside Rusty's room. Patrick's head was spinning, and he grabbed the kitchen counter to steady himself and took a deep breath. He looked at the clock. It was 9:30 a.m. The roaring knock struck again. Patrick walked to the front door, still dazed. Forgetting to look through the peephole, he opened it. The next moment could be ranked as the single greatest moment of Patrick's adult life. It was a moment that you wish for every day, and sometimes if you're lucky, the universe sends it to you at the most unexpected time. Patrick locked eyes with the one who knocked. Then there was total silence. An electric shock of adrenaline surged throughout Patrick's entire body. He was now almost certain he was still dreaming. He wanted to say 1,000 words all at once, but all that emerged was one short, involuntary "Ah!" sent from his gut to his vocal cords. To Patrick, the feeling was equivalent to coming face to face with God. The silence was broken with an extremely excited, high-pitched, "What the fuck?" followed by another squealed, "Patrick." The sound of her voice tickled the top of his head and oozed down his spine like being bathed in warm syrup, and simultaneously shot up with heroin. Now he knew this was real. Everything he had ever wanted was standing right in front of him. He closed his eyes and thanked the universe for being so kind. Angie fucking Summers. They both broke into laughter. He missed that laugh more than anything. Her laugh was the siren song to his beautiful demise. "What the hell are you doing here?" she asked. I was taking a nap. What are you doing here? Are you delivering pizzas now? Again, with that laugh. His kryptonite. What a pleasing feeling to know that he still knew how to make her laugh. There was a comfortable silence where they both looked into each other's eyes and remembered. She looked the same as she used to. He saw the key to his eternal happiness encapsulated in her big brown eyes. Her beautiful, natural, light blonde hair glistened in the morning sunlight. She had that signature smile on her face. That shy smile that portrayed a sweet innocence about her. An innocence that Patrick felt was his birthright to protect. What are the incredible chances that she shows up to his door? How do you know Rusty? She asked. The record scratched. The flock of doves had been barraged with birdshot and bloody white feathers rained down over his head. His heart, disconnected, tumbled down and burned away in his stomach acid. Subconsciously, he now knew why she was here. His denial sought a different answer. We're kind of roommates. How do you know Rusty? His question was asked with the confidence of a mangled face hunched back feral child. Her answer was accompanied by a nervous laugh and some hesitation. He's kind of my boyfriend. Down dropped the atom bomb. What kind of sick-twisted hell had he been sent to where the most impeccably beautiful, song-inspiring, cancer-curing angel could be tied to the most self-destructive, apathetic, mooching fuckwit? He just crossed over into the twilight zone. Patrick couldn't find the words to mask how he felt. He bit down on his tongue that was pressed into his cheek and said, "Huh." She gave that wide mouth playfully offended look. What does that mean? She laughed. She knew what Patrick wanted to say. Again, Patrick was at a loss for words, not being able to express how he really felt. I don't know what it means. He let loose a little smirk. Shut up, she said as she pushed his shoulder back. Her touch healed the nasty thunderstorm that was brewing inside of him. Do you think you could help me get some stuff out of my car? Yes. I'll have to meet you down there because seeing you got me really excited and now I'm about to pee myself. Okay. She laughed. She walked down to her car as Patrick scurried off into the bathroom. He shut the door behind him and grasped the countertop. Staring into the mirror, he could see the rage overcoming him. He lifted up on the countertop ends, squeezing every muscle in his body. He clenched his teeth, and his neck muscles expanded, nearly ripping the flesh. He surrendered after a few seconds. That was not enough to release all the bad energy buzzing inside him. In one swift, impulsive movement, he swung his knee into the wooden cabinet door. Fuck, he yelled. The wood had split both vertically and horizontally, leaving a hole. He dropped his head in his hands and tried to look at the bright side. At least she was in his life again. Time to be a man and take full advantage of the situation. This was just the beginning. He exhaled the remaining stress, flushed the perfectly clean toilet, and jogged back outside. As he made it out to the balcony, Angie was making her way up the stairs with grocery bags. She had more than she could carry. Let me grab some of those before you go tumbling on down the stairs, Patrick said. He freed her from some of the load and followed her into the kitchen. They set the bags down on the counter, and he followed her back out to her car. You never answered my question, she said. What? I haven't seen you in years. I didn't even know you were in town. How did you all of a sudden become roommates with Rusty of all people? I work for his dad now. I mentioned I didn't have a place to live, and he set me up here. Doing what? Are you an orange picker? She laughed. Patrick didn't know what to tell her. Truck driver. She stopped by a white '99 Volkswagen Beetle and opened the door to grab some more groceries. Patrick recognized that car. Is this the same car from high school? Patrick asked. The very same, she said. What? You're not riding the same whip? He remembered his dirty white '99 F-150 that would squeal all the way to school and back. A real panty dropper. Unfortunately, I upgraded. He proudly pointed out his blue 2015 Ford F-150. King Ranch with his all-terrain tires, and black rims parked in the lot. Wow. That's really nice. You're going to have to take me for a ride sometime. Patrick forced his mouth shut, keeping the sexual comments inside. He figured it was too early for such things. She handed him a few grocery bags and then closed the door. Should I write you a list of what I want from the store from now on? Patrick asked. She laughed. I don't know. Looks like you're a lot better off than I am. The only reason I buy Rusty groceries is because he never has any money. As Patrick walked behind Angie up the stairs, he noticed her hindquarters in her skin-tight jeans swinging back and forth like the pirate ship ride at the county fair. It was a beautiful butt, an amazing ass, a delicious-looking derriere. It wasn't square, pancake flat, enormous like a pair of beach balls, not too chiseled like the obsessive-compulsive squatters, not saggy or crater-ridden, and not small and insignificant. It was like the perfect pillow. Again, they set the grocery bags down on the counter. I'm assuming he's still asleep, she said. He's actually at work. He got a job. Where at? The Dartmouth gas station. It's been a few days since we've talked. Sounds like he's been busy. He's never had a job before, short of selling pot, she said as she began putting away groceries. Huh, uttered Patrick. She stopped storing chip bags and looked at Patrick. It was another one of those silences. He looked back at her and smiled. It's so good to see you, she said as she walked towards him with her outstretched arms. As they embraced, Patrick secretly smelled her hair. The intoxicating smell made him squeeze harder. He could feel their hearts beating at the same pace. Oh, I have a present for you. He remembered. What? She was confused. She assumed he was joking. He let go of her and walked to Rusty's bedroom door. Well, it's from Rusty, but I know you'll love it. Once he opened the door, a little white blur sped out and zoomed around the living room. Oh my God, she squealed. The dog heard her voice and instantly ran into her open arms. Her face was glowing and her pupils dilated. She was in love. Patrick became oddly envious of the dog, to be in his shoes. He got me a dog, she screamed. What a guy, Patrick said as he shut it on the inside. She lifted the dog to the heavens and checked his gender. What's his name? I have a feeling you're going to love this too. Tampon. The dog's name is Tampon. What? Tampon? No, that is not his name. She was offended for the dog. Not charming enough? Patrick asked. Definitely not. As she laid on the floor and got acquainted with her new friend, Patrick put the groceries away. When he was done, Patrick watched them play. She was giggling and Tampon was having the time of his life. He was absorbed in thoughts of his ideal future. One day, he would watch her play with their child, just as she's playing with her furry Tampon, and his life will be complete. He broke from his hopeful thoughts to re-engage in conversation. So, how did you and Rusty meet? Her bright smile dimmed. She put the dog in her arms and stood up. She was visibly nervous. What's wrong? Patrick asked. Nothing, she said. I just don't know if I should tell you. Why can't you tell me? She looked into his eyes and then dropped her head and looked to the floor. She hesitated. We met the night of Katie's party. She looked back up. Sadness filled her eyes. The night of your graduation. Patrick swallowed the bad memory with an audible gulp. He shook his head to show he understood. She noticed the Scarface clock on the wall. Shit, I have to get ready for work. She put the dog on the floor and headed towards the door. I'm going to leave him here. Okay? Patrick nodded his heed. She doubled back and huged Patrick. It was good seeing you, she said. We get to see each other all the time now. She walked back towards the door. Her eyes had flooded with sadness. Patrick sighed and laid on the couch. He remembered graduation day from start to finish. It was a beautiful morning for the beach. The sun was so hot it heated the ground, and even the grass was too hot to walk on barefoot. There was a relieving cool breeze that morning. Patrick could smell it in the air. Today was a game changer, a new chapter. The day everything gets better from here on. Today was graduation day. Patrick was showering himself with body spray when his phone rang. It was Angie. Hello? He answered. Hey, are you ready? Yeah, I'll be over in 2 minutes. I just have to pee first. Bring me a towel. Yes, ma'am. Okay. She laughed. Bye. Bye. Today was the day. That cute little crush of his had just broken up with her on and off boyfriend of 2 years. A year before Patrick and Angie sat next to each other in their creative writing class. He had a crush on her since the first day of school, but just recently he had picked up the vibe that maybe she was crushing on him as well. They had been hanging out a lot that year behind her boyfriend's back. Many kids at school assumed they were dating. Today was the day to make her his own. Today was a day for victory. He snagged 2 beach towels from the linen closest. The bathroom door was closed and the fan was blasting. He knocked on the door. What? Dad, what are you doing in my bathroom? I have to piss. His father did not answer, but he heard a faint groan. Patrick noticed an empty whiskey bottle on the kitchen counter. His father was known for his weekend binges. Fuck it, he said to himself. He went out the front door. The sun warmed his blood. There was no one in sight except for his fat police officer neighbour mowing the yard. He could see the steering wheel rub across the cop's fat, hairy belly as he mowed around his flower bed. Fuck it. Today was the day to act like a man. He began watering his shrubs with urine. He pretended to look curiously up at his roof. He then realized that his mother wasn't home and that he could have used his parents' bathroom. This was more daring. Part of him wished the neighbour would notice so he could start trouble and have a good story to tell Angie. Alas, he did not notice, and Patrick made his way to his friend's house. The F-150 squealed as he turned into her driveway. She was waiting for him in her blue sundress. Her hair was pulled back in a bun, and her gorgeous face was shining. She jumped in his truck, and without a word, they both looked at each other. They each had a smile that showed that they had high expectations for today. Patrick sped off down the road as Angie grabbed his phone and looked for some music that she felt suitable for the drive. I don't know what half of this shit is, she said as she scrolled through the artists. It's all great stuff. No. This all sucks. You have bad taste in music. Listen, if you know nothing about music, don't speak on its behalf. It doesn't need you defending it. She laughed and switched to internet radio. It played some mumble-mouth hood rap, music to cut and sell cocaine to. Patrick was not opposed. It made him feel cool. Flying down the highway, they looked at all the expensive, beautiful houses that sat between the river and the ocean. The windows were down, and the smell of the ocean air was a familiar delight. They talked about Angie's recent breakup. She mentioned all the guys that had been hitting on her, now that she was available.
I try to be friendly to everyone, but boys always think I like them. I think I just give guys the wrong impression, she said.
That resonated in Patrick's head. What did she mean by that? Was she dropping a signal to him? Was she implying that she might be giving him the wrong impression? Patrick's confidence level had dipped. He started to think that maybe he was too far into the friend zone. He wasn't sure on how to read her. He hadn't had much experience with women. His only sexual experience was a skin-chafing hand job from a gap-toothed underclassman with a Dora the Explorer haircut. His phone rang and interrupted his troubled mind. It was his father calling. "I'm driving Pops," he said as he ignored the call. When they arrived at the beach, there was only one other vehicle there. It was a beach where mainly surfers went. The ocean was flat that morning, so they figured they could be alone. As they walked through the path of tropical foliage, Patrick decided that he was not going to let himself be caged in the friend zone. He had to break free of the chains. They laid their towels on the beach and played mumble-mouth radio from Patrick's phone. She lifted her dress over her head. She was wearing a strapless black top over her perfect, round little titties that were just big enough to get a handful. Big boobs are overrated. She had teal bottoms that fit snug around her ample rump. Her belly button ring reflected the sunlight on her skinny, tight belly. She was the epitome of a surfer swimsuit model. She was all kinds of sexy, and she acted like she didn't even know it. She was humble, to say the least. That's one of the things Patrick loved about her. She was incredibly beautiful, yet she wasn't high maintenance and she didn't have expensive taste. As they laid side by side on their beach towels, Patrick couldn't help but look her up and down. It was like having front row seats to witness the most extraordinary work of art. What are you looking at?" she asked when she caught Patrick staring. Patrick would normally lie and tell her he was just staring at the ocean. He thought it might be in his benefit, to be honest. "That ass," Patrick said as he smiled. "Sorry, want to see mine?" He pulled down his board shorts, exposing the top of his white butt cheeks. "See how that barely tan fades into ghostly white?" he asked. She laughed. "You act like I've never checked out your butt before." "Oh, you have? How is it?" Patrick shook his arse. "Good," she laughed. "You have a pretty nice butt." Patrick's confidence level began to grow. He felt that this was the first time their conversations had ever suggested any attraction between the two of them. Throughout the time lying in the sand with her, he tried to keep the conversation rooted in sexual topics. She responded without hesitation. They talked about losing their virginities, the amount of sexual partners they had, and other people who they found attractive. Patrick had made up sexual encounters to give Angie the impression that he was more experienced. They both noticed each other getting jealous when they talked about the others. Before either of them realized, they had been there nearly 2 hours. Angie felt burnt and suggested they leave, so they headed back towards the truck. Patrick was somewhat disappointed that he didn't get to kiss her on the beach like he had envisioned. He made plans in his head to sneak her one when he dropped her off at the house. When they got in the truck, Patrick noticed he had a couple missed calls and a missed text. The calls were both from his father, and the text was from his buddy Austin. He decided to ignore them. He did not care what either one of them had to say. It couldn't have been better than what was happening to him presently. That's when Patrick realized that being alone with Angie was the best he had ever felt in his entire life. He smiled at her before starting his truck. She smiled back. She needed no explanation. His squeaky truck had once again pulled into her driveway. He cut the engine off and became excited when she didn't jump out of his truck. They both sat silently for a moment. "I can't believe you're graduating. My little boy is growing up so fast," she said as she brushed his hair back. "You better cheer when they call my name," Patrick said. "I will. I'm going to bring one of those air horn things. I have a feeling it's going to be boring, but at least Katie's party should be fun. For me, at least. I'm going to get you wasted." She was in a bubbly mood. Patrick thought it would be the best time to move in for the kiss. He looked at her in the eyes. She looked back. Perfect time. He couldn't do it. Part of his brain was panicking. What if he had been misreading the signals? What if he tried to kiss her, and then she didn't want to be friends anymore? He figured that the actual perfect time would be tonight at the party, when they are both drunk. All of Patrick's overthinking had caused the mood to pass. She was not as giddy as before. "You should wait for me to go to college," she said. Patrick had originally planned to leave home for college, but her idea sounded better to him. "I should," he said. "Picture you and me in college. We would have so much fun." She laughed. "Okay, it's settled then. We're going together." Patrick smiled. "Well, we'll talk more about it later." "Okay." She laughed as she opened his door. "I'll see you tonight." "Bye," he said. His heart was beating faster than what seemed healthy. To him, that confirmed that she had feelings too. Patrick had already made up his mind. He would kiss her tonight. He would wait for her to go to college. He would marry her someday. After watching her walk into her house, Patrick pulled out of the driveway. His phone began to ring. It was his sister. He answered it with the confidence of a sure thing. Nothing could bring him down. His sister was crying hysterically. "Where are you?" she asked. "I'll be home in a minute. What's wrong?" "It's Dad." Patrick's mother and sister had come home from the grocery store. They were gone enough time for his mother to calm down. She came intending to make up with his father from the night before. She heard the fan from the bathroom. When? She opened the door. His father was lying in the bathtub with a hole in his head, brains on the wall, and his .357 Magnum in his lap. He called Patrick's phone 3 times. He was the only one he tried to reach. Patrick would never find out why. Over the next few days, Patrick stayed in his room. He was angry, confused, sad, and embarrassed. They had decided to move to be with his extended family. After the funeral, they packed up and moved to Hawaii, where Patrick's aunt resided. He never walked for his graduation, and he never got to say goodbye to Angie. Step 5. Tuesday morning, the sky was coated with dark and light shades of purple. Thunder tumbled in from the distance. The rain had just begun to sprinkle as Patrick dropped Rusty off at the Dart Mart entrance. The night before, Rusty and Patrick hadn't gotten further acquainted. They were still getting used to the burden thrust upon them by Dixon. Plus, the gloomy clouds didn't set the mood for early morning conversation. Patrick wore his gym clothes on his way to meet Brooks for their workout. The truck pulled into the parking lot of Macatak's boxing gym. When Patrick entered the establishment, he saw Brooks warming up on the treadmill. Brooks noticed Patrick walk in and flashed him 8 fingers, which represented his remaining jogging time. Patrick understood. He walked over to Mac, who was sitting at the table and filling in the morning's crossword puzzle. Mac was a rugged elder with a beer belly, a grey beard, an Einstein haircut, and southpaw stance with a left cross that would make you swallow your tongue. At his feet was his 12-year-old white and brindle spotted English bulldog, Beef Mac. Patrick dropped to his knees and massaged the dog's face. "Hi there, Beef Mac, you fat sloppy bitch." The dog moaned in ecstasy. Mac dropped the paper. "Did you see that Dolphins game?" Mac asked. "I fell asleep after the first half," Patrick answered. "I don't blame you. Fucking brutal. Same old Dolphins." Beef Mac rolled over, and Patrick rubbed his cowbelly. Mac rolled up the newspaper and swatted Patrick on the head with it. "Why don't you grab that rope and get started? He's almost done with his warm-up. He's got fire in his eyes this morning." As Patrick did his intervals with the jump rope and speed bag, he watched Brooks beat the heavy bag as if it murdered his child. Several times throughout the exercise, Mac yelled, "Ease up," and 40% power. When they jumped in the ring together, Brooks took his anger out on Patrick. His ferocity in turn made Patrick angry, and the two went at it like a cobra and a mongoose. It was the kind of fight worth the pay-per-view money. After the spar, the two walked out to the parking lot. The storm had already passed. The wet heat rose from the ground. "What's up with you this morning?" Patrick asked. "I took care of Eric's mother last night. Something about strangling an old woman stirred something up in me." Patrick was disturbed and sympathetic from the story. "I even tried to think of my mother while I was doing it. Didn't help much." Brooks joked. "God damn. I'm sorry," Patrick said. "Don't worry, I'm half over it. There's no stress in this world that an intense workout followed by a nice jerk-out won't fix." Patrick laughed. "All right, you'll pick me up after your wank then?" "Yep, see you."
Brooks knocked on the door to Patrick's apartment. Patrick was clearly still getting ready when he answered the door minus a shirt.
"Time to go, Pat," Brooks said. "Sorry I had to stop at the store and get kibble. This poor pup has been squirting soft serve since Sunday." He grabbed his holstered 9mm and clipped into the inside of his cargo shorts and then threw a black T-shirt on to hide it. They rode away in the black Crown Victoria. Dixon provided his security staff drive whilst on the clock. "Duncan told me Dixon bought himself a new present," Brooks said. "What is it?" "He wouldn't tell me. He said, be ready to laugh." They stopped at the gate of Dixon's Riverside mansion and punched in the code 800-8135. As they moved on down the ridiculously long driveway, they saw the silly egotistical gift in the driveway. "What the hell is this?" Patrick asked. They both shared a laugh. In the driveway was parked a shiny newish black 2005 Jaguar S-Type stretch limousine. "Welcome to the Cuckoo's Nest," Brooks said. Brooks parked the car next to an identical Crown Vic in the guest parking. When they entered the snazzy abode, Duncan was trotting down the stairs. "Hey, you know you guys are going to miss Seth's funeral, right?" Duncan said. "I thought it was tomorrow morning," replied Brooks. "Nah, they're having it at 4 in the afternoon." "It's supposed to rain tomorrow, that's a shame," Patrick acknowledged. Brooks left the door open. "Are you going to show us the limo?" he asked. "Yeah, 1 second," Duncan replied. "Let me introduce you to somebody. Brooks, you're about to fall in love, or at least get serious wood. Hey, kid, come here a minute." "Oh, great," mumbled Brooks. Out from the living room walked a tall, muscular man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked like a third-generation Gestapo. He was dressed in a black business suit. "This is Floyd. Floyd, Patrick, and Brooks." The men shook hands and spouted out the usual introductory phrases. Duncan pointed at Brooks. "This is your future husband I was telling you about." Floyd put up his hands. "Like I already told you, I'm not gay. So sorry, buddy, but you can't have none of this," Floyd said in an overconfident manner. Brooks gave him a dead stare. He wasn't lacking a sense of humour, but he didn't tolerate disrespect from a stranger. He tried to bring him down a few pegs. "Listen, kid, I'd cool it on the arrogance if I were you, because if I want to, I can make you my dog. I'll have you licking my palm. And I'm not gonna molest you gently like your uncle did on Thanksgiving. I'll pull out your fucking teeth so I won't have to worry about them getting in the way of my cock. Then I'll tie your nuts to the hitch of my truck and drag you around town to be made an example for all the other mutts that bark too much. Let me put it in terms you'll understand, Sperries. You're a pledge, you're not a brother, and if you fuck with me before initiation, I'm gonna fuck you with the barrel of my gun. Now, we can either make this a reality, or you can watch your mouth." Floyd pressed his lips together, giving Brooks a big, fake smile. Patrick and Duncan could hardly contain their giggles. Duncan extended his hand to Floyd's shoulder. "And don't wear a suit next time. Keep it casual. This ain't the fucking mafia, you jabroni." He patted his back. Floyd was noticeably embarrassed and aggravated. "Let me show you all the limo," Duncan said, with open arms, as he led them out the door. He opened the back door of the vehicle, and a savoury scent was released. It was like new car smell, but better, new limousine smell. It had 2 flat-screen televisions, black leather seats, and a full-length bar with purple LED lighting. "What's with the bar?" "Danger Will Robinson," Brooks said. "There's no liquor in it," Duncan said. "Elegant," Patrick added. Even though they all desired so, they didn't dare enter the limo with their muddy shoes. "Where's the Lord of the Manor?" Brooks asked. "Him and Suze are in the office. They're interviewing a potential new guy. Think he's looking for a chauffeur." "Well, that's some beautiful transpo he has here," Patrick said. "Yeah, not superfluous in the least." Brooks threw in. Floyd was waiting on the steps for Duncan. He was in his head, still stewing over his lashing. Brooks noticed that he got the best of him. "All right, our time is up. We'll see you when you're in the morning then?" Duncan asked. "You'll see me," Brooks responded. "Patty's only here till the prodigal son gets off work." "That's right. How's the nanny gig working out?" Duncan asked Patrick. "I think I made a mistake. I'd blow up a nursery school to reverse getting myself in this situation. If I were you, I'd break his jaw. That way it'd be wired shut for a few weeks. A little peace," Duncan said. Patrick gave the idea some serious thought. They said their goodbyes, and then Brooks turned to Floyd. Bring lube next time, boy. Brooks lit a cigarette and handed one to Patrick. He watched the sourpuss walk away angry to the business vehicle. They finished their delicious death sticks and re-entered the house. Brooks parked himself on the couch and scrolled through the list of recordings on the DVR. He chose Seinfeld reruns naturally. Patrick sat down at a computer desk with two monitors next to the bay window. One was showing the iMac desktop. The other was a split screen of the security cameras on the premises. They both quickly rose up when they heard footsteps coming from the stairs. They heard Suze's deep, butch voice. "Well, then we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. She was following a short, stocky fellow down the stairs. "Yes, Mum," he answered. The man met the stare of Brooks and Patrick. "Gentlemen," he offered. They both nodded their heads. He nodded his in return and then left. "No introduction?" Brooks asked Suze. I couldn't for the life of me remember his name. Dixon kept calling him Grunt. He said he was in a grunt unit in the Marines or something. He'll be replacing Eric and driving that fucking limo. She erupted into tearful laughter. "Did you see it?" They all laughed together. "He's getting crazier and crazier, I swear," she said. Suze walked into the kitchen and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the pantry. "How is my boyfriend doing?" she asked Patrick as she smashed peanut shells with her palms on the countertop. "You're welcome to take my room, Suze." Oh, Jesus. I can barely handle his father. She shoved a handful in her mouth, speaking with her mouth half filled. "You all can go up there. He's on the phone with his sponsee. If you wait down here, he could be on the phone for hours." They walked up the stairs and entered Dixon's office. He was sitting in his red leather chair. He had a bookshelf filled with books, encyclopedias and video games. His mahogany desk was scattered with paperwork that he laid his dirty leather Jesus sandals on. He had yellow, sharp, unclipped toenails. He wore jeans, even though it was near 90 degrees outside. He had a red button-up shirt with his glasses hanging from his front pocket. He was playing a medieval role-playing game on his PlayStation 2. There was an Italian-style globe bar in the corner, containing no liquor, but just expensive glassware. The office had the smell of smoke from the years of cigarette smoking it endured. Dixon had replaced his habit with gum chewing. It was rare to catch him without a piece of spearmint smacking between his teeth. His eyes were glued to the video game. He did not bother to look who opened the door. Once Brooks spoke, it caught his attention. "Did you see her?" Dixon asked. "She's a beaut," Brooks replied. "Class up the ass," Patrick said. "We have to stop at the club. Let me just save this game," Dixon said, turning his attention back to the game. "How's the boy doing, kid?" "Very well. No problems yet." Dixon laughed. "Don't worry. They're coming. That degenerate has caused me nothing but problems since his conception." "What do we got this morning?" Brooks asked. "I've got to drop checks off and take care of some business, so we'll go to the Grove, then the club. You need to talk to Mills first, though. We've got to meet him at Riverbank Park in 20 minutes. Dixon shut off the console and locked the office door behind him. They followed him down the stairs.
"Who gets to drive the limo? Rock, paper, scissors?" Brooks asked.
The dictator is for special occasions only, mainly muff slamming. They piled into the Vic. Dixon sat in the back seat, while his bodyguard sat up front. Brooks turned the key, and Scarface started spitting over the sound system. It was too loud and ebonic to Dixon. "Can you change this jigaboo shit?" Dixon yelled. Brooks turned the volume down. "Turn on Bodacious 1015, he said. Patrick seeked through stations as Brooks backed out of the driveway. Patrick arrived to the station and the car's Good Times roll was playing. "Damn it, Brooks, you're about 10 years younger than me. How do you listen to that shit?" "I have a broad taste in music." Bad taste in music, maybe. That shouldn't qualify as music. It's just fat lip-smacking niggers crying over their incessant problems. Can't even understand what they're saying. Fucking animals. Brooks and Patrick gave each other looks and rolled their eyes. It was like dealing with your racist grandmother. Best to keep quiet instead of starting an irrational argument. You can't change a bigot extremist's mind. You can only pray they have an early death. A handful of minutes later, the boys saw Officer Mills' cruiser sitting in the parking lot of Riverbank Park near the playground. The playground was filled with children playing and parents chatting. They parked in the spot next to him and rolled down the passenger window. Mills nodded his head. "Boys." "Morning, Mills," Brooks said. "What are these kids doing out of school?" "It's the last day of summer vacation. It starts tomorrow." "Watching my son play." "There've been reported suspicions of a pervert hanging around here, so I'm keeping a watchful eye. Don't need more kids to show up missing." "Enough, Jim. Tell them what you told me," Dixon yelled from the back seat. "Ah, Mr. Reynolds, I didn't see you back there." Mills's tone changed. "There was a little problem with the Ms. Anderson visit." "Eric's mother," Dixon whispered his commentary. "The neighbor, lady next door, saw you enter the house. She gave a pretty good description of you. She fancies herself a neighborhood watch." "Shit!" Brooks yelled. "So, what now?" "Well, lucky for you, she's a loony old widow. No family. Around here. She calls 911 at least once a week. Next time she calls, we're going to show up and Baker Act her. You should be okay. Just try to keep your head down." Brooks was relieved. "Thanks, Mills." "Yep. Just make sure you wear a better disguise next time." "Appreciate it." Brooks pulled out from the parking lot and headed towards the highway. There was an awkward silence as they left the park. "You lucked out there," Patrick said. "You're lucky you don't have another old bag to take out. Mills is saving your ass. You better start being more discreet or I'm going to have to cut you loose," Dixon said. "I'm tired of this unprofessionalism from both of you. You should thank your lucky stars I'm so lenient." His bodyguards were both steaming from the scolding. While their boss was chewing them out, they both daydreamed about different ways of killing him. It was like any other job. Dixon instructed Brooks to drive to Siren's Rock, a strip club owned by Dixon. He would meet with the manager of the club and the manager of his gambling boat, the Anti-Arc. The boat was co-owned by a business partner whom Dixon helped out financially in the early years of the business. The Vic parked in a handicap spot in front of Chicken Scratch Tattoo Parlor, which was adjacent to Siren's Rock. Dixon hopped out of the car and entered the club. Brooks and Patrick waited for him. Patrick stared at the door. "You know, if I'm ever so fortunate to acquire a malignant brain tumor, the last thing I want to do with my life is to send that irritable, decrepit shitstreak straight to hell." Brooks pulled a cigarette from his pocket and grasped it with his lips. "It could be worse. You could be making $120,000 a year. Babysitting." "Oh, that's right. Putting up with him is a small price to pay. You'll be missing that decrepit shitstreak after a couple weeks of rusty mania." He lit his cigarette and offered another to Patrick. Patrick declined. "I can't smoke those all day, like you. They make me poop too much. Same with coffee. My stomach can't stand it. I love them both. Cigarettes and coffee make a great duo, Brooks said. I don't have the kind of patience to be stopping at every filth hole in town to spray mustard yellow beef stew all over the bowl. Brooks was disgusted by his description and expressed this feeling by flicking his ash in Patrick's face. Patrick examined the club walls again. He imagined what it was like on the inside. A strong smell of yeast infection and arse sweat came to mind. I've never been inside this place. Really? Brooks asked, exhaling smoke from his nose. I used to work here. Patrick raised his brow. Is that before you cut your hair and tits off and changed your name from Peaches? Brooks laughed. I was a bartender. One night, this insanely plastered fat fucking wangster pulls a gun out on the bouncers. They were the size of linemen with the grit of Girl Scouts. They froze, so I grabbed the aluminum bat from behind the counter and lumberjack chopped that kid's arm. I broke both bones in his forearm. What are they called again? The radius and something else. Shit if I know. I never paid any attention to anatomy. Killer story, though. Yep. I got a call from Dixon a few days later and I've been working for him ever since. That was about 12 years ago. That was back in his alcoholic days. You think he's scary now? You should have seen him then. How long has he been sober? It's got to be about 8 or 9 years now. Yeah. He was a ruthless prick, to say the least. Doesn't sound like too much of a transformation. No. I'm talking Biggest Loser transformation. He shed about 280 pounds of prime USDA ground cunt. A pretty blonde, jogging in the side view mirror caught Patrick's eye. He imagined it was Angie and thought about how he would explain sitting outside of a strip club at 11 a.m. The thought of her elevated his mood. Brooks was picking a slimy booger from his nose. He rolled down the window to flick it into the parking lot. You'll never believe this. Patrick laughed. What's that? Brooks wiped the remaining slime residue on his pants. Do you know Rusty's girlfriend? I've met her once or twice. Alison? It's Angie. Patrick thought a moment. She does look like an Alison, though. Beautiful girl. Probably pretty stupid, I imagine. You know, for being with Rusty and all. We were friends in high school. Good friends. Did you ever enter her holy land? Brooks asked. No, never got to that point. I was insanely in love with her, though. I think she might have been a little bit with me, too. The intriguing story brought a smile to Brooks's face. So what happened? As soon as she became single, I moved away. Never got to confess my feelings. How do you feel about her now? Brooks smiled. He already saw where this was going. I feel like fate has brought her back. Patrick laughed at his corniness. Back where? Into my life. Jesus Christ. Brooks laughed like a madman. Good luck with that one. That has trouble written all over it, in about 50 different fucking languages. I can handle Rusty, Patrick replied. The club door swung back and Dixon emerged, placing his sunglasses over his eyes. We'll talk about that later, Brooks said. Later that same afternoon, Rusty was noisily emptying his bowels in the Dartmouth bathroom. When he finished, he let the faucet spill water over his hands for a quarter of a second and then shook them dry. He stared at himself in the mirror, creating different faces and flashing gang signs. He opened the door. Whew! he yelled. There were 3 customers in the store. 2 of them looked offended, while one man laughed. He walked over to the cash register. His co-worker was handing change back to a woman. As the woman left, his co-worker turned to him. "Boy, don't be yelling that stuff in here, especially when we got customers," she said. Rusty smiled at her and grabbed her arm. "I'm sorry, kitty cat. Don't be mad. That dookie stunk." Cat chuckled. "You best washed your hands." "If I don't wipe, I don't have to wash my hands." "You nasty!" she shrieked. A man with a shaved head, a thin chin-strap beard, yellow crooked teeth, cubic zirconia earrings, abundant tattoos, and a white tank top holding in his potbelly entered the store. He met eyes with Rusty, and his face shone bright. "Rusty Russ," he yelled. "Smegma! It's been a while. What's your rich kid ass doing with a job, you little punk?" "Pop's made me get a job. What have you been up to, man?" "I'm fresh out, man." "Yeah. I just did 6 months. "No wonder you're looking so fat." "Yeah. All they give you is carbs, you know. You bulk up quick." Let me get 3 packs of Reds." Rusty retrieved the cigarettes and rang them up. 1874. "Well, damn, bro. It was good seeing you. I'm crashing at Rico's for now. I'll have him hit you up and we can chill, man." "All right, Smegs. See you round." They bumped fists together, and Monk jumped into an oxidized red truck with 2 other men scrunched together on the bench seat. The small truck squealed as it left the parking lot. "That's your boy?" Cat asked. "Eh?" Rusty shrugged. "He's dirty." Rusty snatched a jalapeno chicken taquito from the roller grill and began eating it. He held it up to his eye like a spyglass and peered at Cat. "You know, I think this is what's giving me diarrhea." The bell rang as the door opened. In walked a fellow employee. She was in her mid-30s, but looked as if she were a healthy 50-year-old. The Florida sun, along with at least a decade of drug abuse, had carved those lines in her face. She acted like a horny teenager. "Hey, Rusty," she said in a sweet, seductive way. "What's up, skank?" Rusty replied. She laughed and slapped her ass. "You know it." She had a southern white, trashy dialect and one of those rough voices that sounds like she's always exhaling smoke. "Hey, darling," she said to Cat. Cat unenthusiastically waved at her. She watched Rusty cram the remaining taquito into his mouth. "You leaving, hun?" "I have to wait for my ride," Rusty said with a mouthful of top-quality gas station cuisine. "Wait for your boyfriend?" she joked. "I could do a lot better than him." "Cig?" Rusty asked, as he fetched a cigarette from his pocket. The 2 walked out front of the convenience store. Rusty had to glance at her name tag. He forgot her name. Heather. He could tell this little promiscuous bunny was hungry for his carrot. The attraction came more from her apparent lust for him more than her appearance. He looked at her muffin top spilling over her belt and examined her abundant makeup. She wasn't anything to chase around the village with torches, but she wasn't the prettiest girl in the yearbook. "I bet if we were to fuck, you'd want to call me Daddy," Rusty so smoothly mentioned. She blew smoke in his face and laughed. "That's a smart bet." She rubbed his chest. "Daddy, I have half a mind to take you into the bathroom right now." "What's stopping you?" she asked. "My shit fumes. We'll have to reschedule. Maybe we can get Cat's fat black ass in on it too." Patrick drove up in his shiny blue truck. He parked right in front of the two employees and honked his horn. Rusty handed Heather his phone. "Put your number in there." She did as he instructed. "Call me, darling," she said. Rusty smiled and jumped in the truck. "How was your say, sweetie?" Patrick asked. Rusty pointed at Heather. "See that girl? I'm gonna fuck her." "Why? Did you lose a bet?" "Why not? She's easy." "Well, why would you risk losing your girlfriend over that slug? Why not cheat with someone who is equal or better than Angie?" Patrick knew there was nobody better than Angie. "She won't break up with me." "Well, she might break up with me, but then we'll be back together in a week's time. She's caught me a couple times cheating on her. She can't live without me." "What makes you think she hasn't cheated on you already, you arrogant little fuck?" Patrick said in a friendly way. "No way. I would find out. She's too stupid to keep a secret like that. She knows I'd find out and kill them both. I don't play that shit. She's my bitch, not the other way around." Patrick's knuckles turned white as he released his anger by gripping the steering wheel. He wanted to stomp on the brake and watch Rusty fly through the window shield. They arrived at the apartment, and upon entering, they both quickly retreated to their bedrooms for an afternoon nap. It was difficult for Patrick to fall asleep. He couldn't help but obsess about the atrocity of Angie being involved with someone like Rusty. He knew he had to show her that she could have a better life, a life she deserved. He fell asleep, thinking hopeful thoughts about the future. Several slams on the bedroom door, accompanied by Rusty's feminine shriek, awoke Patrick. "Wake up!" Patrick looked at his watch. He had been asleep for almost 3 hours. His head was heavy. "What?" he yelled. "Let me borrow your truck," Rusty said from behind the door. The preposterous inquiry struck Patrick's curiosity. "For what?" "My girl doesn't have a ride and I need to pick her up." Patrick jumped up from his bed, grabbed the keys from his nightstand, and opened the door. "I'll drive," he said. "Why? Just let me pick her up." "You can drive my truck when I'm cold and dead. I bequeath it to you upon my unfortunate demise. But until that happens, you can go fist yourself, princess. I'll bequeath you upside the head if you don't put on some pants." When Patrick was finished getting dressed, Rusty had just finished rolling a blunt for the ride. A tight, but not too tight wrapped cigarillo around a gram of hairy, sticky purple leaved sweetness. One of Rusty's better ideas. Tampon excitedly jumped, inviting himself. "Bring the dog." "Good idea," Rusty said as he scooped up the K9. Rusty threw Tampon into the back seat of the truck, and he spun in circles and jumped on the windows and barked with joy. "Easy, pup," Patrick said. "I'll fix this." Rusty lit his blunt, held in his hit, and grabbed Tampon. He blew the smoke into Tampon's ear. Tampon sneezed profusely and shook his head. "Where are we headed?" Patrick asked. Rusty hit the weed again before speaking. "She teaches dancing at this place on the beach. Like ballet. Like ballet," Rusty said as he passed the duchy. "What beach?" "It's across from Paradise Beach, by the STP surf shop, you know." "Got it." The truck headed for its destination. Rusty plugged his phone into the auxiliary cable and played the mumble mouth rap that reminded Patrick of Angie. He became even more excited. I remember in high school, everyone went to Paradise B. Did you break the cabinet door in your bathroom? Rusty interrupted. Yeah. Okay, why? I was upset over something upsetting. You're not going to kill yourself, are you? If you do it outside. I don't want to clean that shit up. No, I'm not going to commit suicide. Homicide, maybe. You never know. You might commit suicide someday. Patrick was becoming irritated. The conversation brought back memories of his father. If you don't shut up, I'll consider it. I think about it sometimes. I'm not depressed or anything. Life just gets boring. My dad shot himself, Patrick said, hoping it would end the inconsiderate rant. Well, fuck, man. You don't have to make it awkward. I wish my dad would commit suicide. You know? Rusty laughed and punched Patrick's arm. Patrick kept his rage inside its cage. Let's stop and get some tall boys, Rusty said. Patrick realized there was no use getting worked up over Rusty's ramblings. You can't hate a retarded child for being retarded. They stopped at the drugstore across the street from the plaza parking lot. When Rusty opened his door, a surging wave of smoke poured from the interior. Holy shit! Rusty laughed as he walked away. He returned with 4 tall boys of the champagne of beers. Check this out, Rusty said as he pulled a variety of candy bars from his pockets. I stole 6 candy bars right in front of that woman's face. She was oblivious. I could have had that beer for free. Want one? He asked, spreading the candy out like a black market snack dealer. I'm all right. Thanks, Patrick said. They parked in front of the studio. He could see Angie in the corner, watching the large group of young girls practice their dancing. She was wearing a white t-shirt with tight black leggings. He was anxious with anticipation. His blood felt carbonated as he realized he was minutes away from spending time with his soulmate. You know, I banged a chick who works at that surf shop, Rusty said, pointing. She was one of those rich girls who is always wearing a dress. She seemed really shy and sweet and Christiany, but when I got her in bed, she wanted me to choke her and pull her hair. She even licked my asshole. Patrick had nothing to say. He smiled. Rusty had a charming way of telling stories. Damn. She was a stone-cold freak. I might call her again. She had a bush, though. Nothing overgrown. It was trimmed short. It was about as classy as pussy hair gets. Rusty spoke between enduring bites of candy bar and sips of High Life. Patrick zoned out from his passengers yammering when he saw Angie twirling around in the studio. All the students stood and watched. She was giving instruction. She hovered around the room with the grace of a hummingbird. She looked lost in her movement. Only angels could move like her. Patrick couldn't help it. Tiny Dancer began to play in his head. She moved in sync with Elton John's piano playing. His eyes started to water. He quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, hoping Rusty wouldn't notice. Parents began to flood the building, blocking the view. What happened to her car? Patrick asked. I think her dad is using it. Okay, good. So it's not broken down or anything. No. You think she'd be able to pick you up from work tomorrow? I've got to go somewhere in the afternoon. I'm off tomorrow. Patrick was stunned. He had anticipated Rusty being at work. You don't work at all. I'm off? Rusty grinned. Patrick grabbed his forehead and tried to figure out a plan. He could only think of one solution. The simple business trip was already turning out to be a hassle. Fuck, I guess you're coming with us. Where? We've got to go the Keys. Key West? I'm downer than a suicidal mongoloid. The joyful combination of booze and marijuana sent the boys into a laughing fit. A few minutes later, the parents began to leave the building with their children in hand. Look at that little girl there, Rusty said, pointing at a 10-year-old blonde girl. What? I bet she's gonna be hotter than a motherfucker when she's in high school. What? Patrick cringed. She's probably gonna be a slut too. I bet she loses her virginity within the next 3 years. It was difficult to tell whether Rusty was saying those things to get a reaction from Patrick, or if he actually believed them. Patrick was afraid of the answer, so he decided to ignore it. Arguing would just send them deeper into Rusty's depraved thoughts. They sipped from their cans and waited a little longer. Tampon sprung from the back seat, slipping on the center console and into Rusty's lap. Patrick jumped from his heart, being shocked. I forgot the dog was in here. He grabbed his chest. That scared the shit out of me. Rusty reached over and honked the horn. Patrick's heart began to beat even faster as he saw Angie walking towards the truck. She smirked at Patrick. This had the potential to be awkward. Rusty rolled his window down as she approached. Hey, baby. Hey, she replied. Patrick took a sip from his beer as she climbed in the back seat. She looked at Patrick, and there was a noticeable awkwardness between the two. Noticeable to everyone except Rusty. Hey, Pat, she said, putting an end to the skittishness. Patrick nodded his head and smiled. Angie. Rusty released Tampon from his lap, and the dog jumped on Angie, giving her kisses and saying hello. I forgot you guys met the other day, Rusty said, waving his finger back and forth between them. I've known Patrick since high school, she said. Patrick nodded his head in agreement. Rusty looked curiously at Patrick. I forgot that you went to the same school as us. You can't hide that Martian pride, Patrick said in a low, sarcastic tone. Angie laughed. It smells like you guys got the party started already. Let's let this party continue. You want a beer? Rusty asked. You know I don't like beer. She answered. I think I've got a handle of rum at the house, Patrick said. That's better. Angie smiled. The awkwardness was beginning to slip away. Rusty threw his empty beer can out of the passenger window. You should call one of your whore friends to come over for Patrick, so he can get his dick wet. Stop. You're disgusting, she said. No, seriously, invite a friend over. I don't know anyone. All my friends have boyfriends. Invite Jade. Angie made a repulsed facial expression. He will not like Jade. Why's that? Patrick laughed. She's fat. Rusty smiled. She's not fat, Angie argued. Elephant thighs, Rusty said to Patrick. Oh my God, stop making fun of her. Angie tried to sound sincere, but couldn't help but laugh. A half-hour later, Patrick was making a rum and coke for Angie in the kitchen. Is she coming? Rusty yelled from the living room. She hasn't texted me back yet, Angie yelled back. Don't make it too strong, she said to Patrick. I'm making it just right, Goldilocks. I'm telling you you're not going to like her, she said. I didn't tell you to call her. I'd rather just hang out with you. Angie smiled and took a sip of her drink. Her face went sour. She forced it down, and she hissed. That's way too strong. Patrick laughed. Put some more Coke in it then. He took a mouthful of rum straight from the bottle. Angie watched him with her pupils dilated. She was impressed. You're crazy, she said. You said she's fat, right? I'm trying to make her prettier. She's not fat. Angie laughed. A buzzing came from the kitchen counter. Angie retrieved her phone. She's coming, Angie said while texting. Patrick took another swig from the bottle. Hopefully that'll do it, he said. Stop being mean, Angie said. Patrick got himself a beer from the fridge. Want a beer? Patrick called to Rusty. Let me get some of that bottle. Patrick brought the bottle, and Angie followed him. She sat down next to Rusty on the couch, and Patrick sat in his yellow recliner. Rusty loaded his bong and handed it to Patrick. You've got greens, man. Go ahead, Angie, Patrick said, extending the pipe towards her. I can't smoke, she said. I'll start freaking out. Yeah, she turns into a fucking drama queen and thinks she can't breathe. It's so retarded, Rusty said. I really can't breathe when I smoke. I don't know what it is. How can you say I can't breathe without breathing, stupid? Rusty sneered. Quit being a dick, Russ. I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Rusty turned to Patrick. You don't want to deal with her when she's high. She gets way too annoying. You'll want to snap her neck. Patrick could tell Angie was upset. She was embarrassed. Patrick took a hit and tried to make her feel better. That used to happen to my sister too, he said whilst exhaling smoke. It's okay. He passed the bong to Rusty. Angie's face cracked a small smile. A few drinks later, there was a knock on the door. Patrick had been eyeing Angie all night and was so consumed with her stories that he forgot her friend was coming over. Angie was livelier as she had downed a couple rum and cokes. She ran to the door for her friend. Hey! She yelled as Jade emerged through the door. She had a below-average face with a slightly rounded belly that looked like it was sitting atop two cartoon turkey legs. Elephant thighs. Patrick understood the nickname. She followed Angie to the couch, where Angie introduced her to Patrick. Jade. Right, Patrick asked. Yeah. She smiled, and Patrick noticed there was a centimetre or two gap between the bottom of her two front teeth. He saw Rusty staring at him with a satisfied smile. He looked back at him with a look that said, Remind me to kill you. You want a rum and coke? Angie asked Jade. Sure. Pat, can you make her one? Please. Sure, Pat said. Rusty followed Patrick into the kitchen. Patrick began mixing the drink in a plastic red cup. So, you gonna bang her? Rusty asked. You know, she was bad enough when she walked in here, but once I saw that field goal post in her mouth, there's no way in hell. I know she's a pig. Rusty laughed. I've fucked her before, though. You're insane. Stop being a pussy. Take a couple of shots with me, and you'll definitely tap that. Rusty grabbed shot glasses from the cabinet. He poured 2 of them. I'll take 1 shot, but I'm not milking that cow out there. Rusty laughed with excitement. They gulped down the rum and slammed the glasses on the counter. 2 more, Rusty said. No fucking way. Patrick raised his hand to opt out. Rusty insisted he take the shot. Patrick still refused, and Rusty downed them both himself. He then poured 2 more shots. "Come on, man. Her gap closes a little more with every shot." "No, seriously. I'm done with shots. Just beer from now on for me." "Pussy!" Rusty finished both shots again. When they went back into the living room, the girls hadn't sat down yet. Angie was presenting Tampon and explaining how her wonderful, thoughtful, and caring boyfriend had bought him for her. Elephant Thigh's tight leggings showed the craters on her thighs that sucked in the fabric like a vacuum. Cellulite canyon. It looked like 2 potato sacks in spandex pants. They all sat down. Elephant Thighs and Rusty sat on the couch while Angie sat on the carpet. She had given her spot to Jade since Rusty wasn't much of a gentleman. Patrick thought about offering his seat, but he didn't want to come off as too nice and send the wrong impression. The last thing he wanted was for the troll to think he was flirting with her. While Jade babbled about her hard day, Patrick thought to himself about how grateful he was that Rusty and Angie were not one of those publicly affectionate couples. He wondered if Angie was putting on airs because of his presence. It felt like at least 15 minutes had passed before Patrick realized the noise outside of his own thoughts had been spewing from Jade's mouth like a fire hydrant in the ghetto during summer. Had she really been speaking the entire time? "Does this story have a fucking ending?" Rusty yelled. Yes. It appeared she had been speaking the entire time. "Rusty, stop," Angie said. "You've been talking forever. You keep branching off into other subjects. It's like you've told 30 different partial stories. I don't even have enough time to nod my head in between sentences. Get to the fucking point already, then let someone else talk." Angie and Patrick met eyes and tried their best not to laugh. Rusty said what everyone else wanted to. Rusty's critique didn't even seem to faze Jade. She was probably used to it. She smiled and then turned to Patrick. "So, what do you do?" He looked at his surrounding peers. Jade seemed genuinely interested. Angie seemed curious herself, and Rusty had a smile that looked like he was about to see a man lie through his teeth. "I'm a truck driver," he answered. "I work for Rusty's dad." "Oh, cool. Do you drive from state to state or just around Florida?" she asked. "Yeah, from state to state or just Florida?" Rusty asked with a fake interest in his answer, already knowing the truth. Patrick was usually a good liar, but this had caught him off guard. He tried to come up with a way to divert the attention from him. "Do you have a cat?" he asked Jade. "You look like a girl who would have a cat." "Yes," she said excitedly. "Her name is Mary Lou. I love her. Sometimes she'll—" Patrick tuned her out again. He figured he had bought himself enough time for everyone to forget that he hadn't answered the question. As her uninteresting ramblings rang through the room, Patrick wondered how Angie could be friends with this girl. Even more puzzling was how the townspeople had not formed a mob and chased this ogre away. Her name seemed to fit her perfectly. Jade is a stripper's name. When you think of the name Angie, you think of blue skies, singing birds and beautiful flowers. The name Jade sounds like a term for a rectal pimple. As it blabbed away, Patrick noticed Rusty nodding off. His head was lying on the armrest of the couch. Angie noticed this as well. No one was paying attention to Jade's stories. That sure didn't stop her from telling them. Angie interrupted her. "I have to put him to bed," she said. "He's probably gonna puke." She placed her beer down on the table and started shaking Rusty. "Come on, babe. You have to go to bed." Rusty could only reply with faint moans. She shook him some more. "Can you help me bring him into the room, Pat?" Patrick rose from his seat and shook Rusty harder. Jade pretended everyone was still listening to her, while everyone else pretended she wasn't there. "I told you that you were dumb for taking all those shots." Patrick laughed. He lifted Rusty up and threw his arm over his shoulders. Angie grabbed the other side, and they carried him into his room. "I'm fine. Put me down. Put me down. Put me down," he urged. They tossed him on his bed. "Go get me some fucking water." Angie grabbed the wastebasket from the corner of the room and placed it next to the bed. "He's such a dick," she whispered to Patrick. Patrick ripped the pillow form under Rusty's head and whacked him in the face. "Quit being a dick," he laughed. "Fuck off," Rusty said, with his eyes closed while drooling out the side of his mouth. Angie retreated into the kitchen to pour him a glass of water, and Patrick sat down on the couch next to Jade. "You're really good at making drinks. You should be a bartender," she said. This was a mistake. Patrick realized it immediately. Although he really wanted to, he decided to not be rude and change seats. "Thanks." Angie walked past them with a smile on her face. She could see the regret on Patrick's face. She brought Rusty his water and closed the bedroom door behind her. Patrick and the pig were all alone. She scooted closer to Patrick and her eyes fluttered. She placed her hand on his leg. "Maybe we should go to your room so we don't have to hear them having sex." That was enough. She placed a scenario in Patrick's head he didn't want to think about. He was angry. He no longer cared about Jade's feelings. "I don't think they're having sex. I'm sure Angie will be out in a minute." He stood up from the couch. "I have work in the morning, so I'm going to go to sleep. I'm sure there is a roller derby game or something on ESPN. Here you go." He handed the remote to Jade and scurried off into his room, yelling, "Good night," before he slammed his door. Steaming with anger, he kicked over his desk chair and belly flopped onto his bed. He couldn't get the image of Rusty and Angie having sex out of his mind. As far as he was concerned, she was his girl. Thinking about her enjoying being penetrated by that parasitic sewer rat was a hopeless and sickening feeling. The frustration tired him out. As he was drifting off to a happier place, he heard the girls talking in the living room. He couldn't make out any words, just muffled sounds. He could hear her giggle. What a sweet cure for his ailment. The warm pleasure from that beautiful sound spread throughout his body like he had just untied the tourniquet. Minutes had passed before he heard the front door open and shut. He listened to Angie's footsteps. It sounded like she was cleaning up in the living room. The footsteps had ceased for a minute before he heard them getting louder and closer. There came a light tapping at his chamber door. A flood of dopamine washed over his brain, sending tingles down his spine. "Yeah?" he called. Angie entered, drink in hand and smiling from ear to ear. "What are you doing?" she asked, as she picked up his desk chair and took a seat. Patrick was laying on top of his bed under the light of his lamp. "I'm avoiding Grimace out there," he said. "I told you that you wouldn't like her. She's one of those people whose personality makes them significantly less attractive. Physical traits alone, she's barely a 4. "Shut up! She's nice. And she's not that bad." "She's like abstract art. You can kind of see how it looks like a person, but really it's just a jumbled pile of shit." You're so mean. She laughed. There was a short silence before she said, I've missed you. I've missed you too. You don't know how happy I am to be around you again. Me too. There was another silence, a comfortable one. They knew what each other were thinking. Angie, I really wanted to see you again before I left. I wanted to say goodbye. I just couldn't. No, it's okay. I understand. I felt so bad for you, I still do. I have no idea what I would have done in your position. I was so angry at him. I was about to have everything I ever wanted, and he took that away. Selfish fucking asshole. Don't say that. Her eyes began to soak. It's true. What kind of person does that to someone they love? Through the whole aftermath, all I could think about was you. Not him. I was too embarrassed to say goodbye. How come you never asked me out in high school? I was planning on it the night of Katie's party. Before then you had a boyfriend. Remember? Christopher? She laughed. Yeah, okay. We only broke up like 20 times. That was the most ridiculous relationship. You could have definitely stolen me from him. More ridiculous than this one? Patrick smiled. Angie didn't smile back. She turned her head and took a sip from her cup. I'm just kidding, Patrick said. No, you're right. It's ridiculous. He's so mean to me all the time. I know. No, you don't know the half of it. It's way worse than what you've seen. That's why we're always getting in fights. He's always getting high and getting into trouble. He wouldn't even tell me where he got that black eye. Like, what should I do? I'm not telling you what to do, but if he makes you feel like shit, then you should get rid of him. She grabbed her face and sighed. I don't know. I don't think it's that simple. I've been with him for 5 years. It's never too late to be happy, Patrick said hopefully. Angie smiled. If I could take back these last 5 years and replace them with you, I would in a second. Patrick laughed, and he got that pressure of sheer happiness that starts in your stomach and rises to your head, making your eyes water. The feeling when you realize that you're living in the greatest moment of your life thus far. He did his best to mask his excitement. You're just drunk. He laughed. She laughed. Maybe. But it's how I really feel. The sexual tension was tangible. Both parties knew they couldn't act on it. At least not right now. Angie took her last sip of boozy and placed the plastic cup on his desk. I'm saying too much, though. I'm going to go crash on the couch. Are you sure you don't want to sleep in here? Patrick asked. I'll sleep on the couch. No, it's okay, Angie said. She got up from his chair and opened his bedroom door. Good night, she said. Good night. At least take your cup. Nope. She giggled and closed the door behind her. Step 6. It was a hot, sunny summer afternoon. A beautiful day for a road trip. Brooks and Patrick stood next to the Crown Vic, smoking cigarettes, waiting for Rusty. Patrick had informed Brooks on Angie and his heart-to-heart that occurred the night before. Sounds to me like you could have had sex, Brooks said. She was drunk. You were drunk. I don't want just a drunk hump. I want this to become something. You know? What did she say this morning? We didn't talk about it. It wasn't awkward or anything. We had a bowl of cereal and then I took her home. You should have seen the way she was smiling at me. She was happy because of me. That's sweet. Did you at least jerk off to her when she left? No, I thought about it. I don't know. I guess I have too much respect for her to jerk off to her. Wow, that's the gayest thing I've ever heard, and I've been in circle jerks and sausage orgies. I'm a frequent shopper at Pier 1. Fuck off! Patrick laughed. Brooks dropped his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. He checked the hands on his watch. What is that fruitcake doing? Did you tell him it's just overnight? Yeah. He's probably still throwing up. He drank a bit too much last night. Homeboy can't hang. I still can't believe we have to bring him with us, Brooks said. Who's taking care of that dog? He's at Angie's, permanently. He'd die under Rusty's watch. Rusty emerged from the apartment and squinted his eyes at the bright sky. He walked with a miserable hangover hunch. His backpack was hanging by one shoulder. He slumped his way down the stairs and over to the grinning faces of his cohorts. Your shiner is almost gone, Princess. Look at that pretty face, Brooks said. What a completely asexual observation from the Queen. Way to set yourself up for that, Your Majesty. Rusty snapped back as he opened the back door and flung his backpack inside. They headed southbound on I-95. Rusty sat in the middle of the back seat. Neither Brooks nor Patrick seemed excited about having Rusty stuck between them for a 6-hour drive. Their mopey faces gave it away. I spy a couple of cunty McScratchy snatches, Rusty said. I thought you were feeling sick, Patrick asked. I feel Captain Fantastic, sang Rusty. Why are we going to Key West? Are you doing one of those drag shows? It's Gay Pride Week. I figured I'd drug you up and walk you up and down Duval Street on a leash, Brooks said. Fine with me. I find you faggots are awfully nice when you're not being catty bitches. It's a business trip, Patrick said. And it's not Key West. It's a different key. Which one? A boring one, answered Brooks. When you say a business trip, you mean killing someone, right? We're meeting one of your father's business associates. It's a monthly meeting. Oh, so it's a drug deal. That's too bad. I was hoping I'd have the chance to kill a motherfucker. He laid across the seats and used his backpack as a pillow. I don't think you could kill anyone, other than maybe a small child or an old woman, Brooks said. Maybe a paraplegic, Patrick added. I might kill the both of you. I would stab you each in the neck before you could turn around. See, Rusty, where you'd fuck up. The problem with that is, even if after you kill me, I crash this car and you survive, you might be trapped in here with us, or knocked unconscious long enough for the police to puzzle together your little murder. If you're lucky enough to get out without any wounds or bruises, people will know you're on this trip with us. Now, say none of those people rat you out. Your puny brain and big ego would most likely blab about it, telling people how hard you are. Word would get around and eventually end up in the detective's ear. There's about a 90% chance you'd end up in prison. Now say you hired someone to kill Patrick and I. You drop to about a 15% chance. As long as you don't have a motive, hire someone who knows what they're doing and don't run your mouth to anyone, you're golden, Brooks said. You make it sound so easy. It is easy, as long as you're smart. Ever heard of serial killers? They usually start with kittens, which is the kind of victim I see most suitable for you, seeing as you're already a little pussy. Rusty released his response in the form of a silent, gaseous cloud that filled the car and smelled like a sharp, rotten cheese and old boiled egg casserole. Do I smell popcorn? Rusty asked. The two men up front took in deep breaths of air in search of the sweet buttery scent, but only found the sulphurous, nauseating, tear-jerking aroma of shit. They both gagged and dropped their windows for the gas to exit the vehicle. Brooks raised the volume of the stereo as Tom Jones's She's a Lady began to play. Rusty just closed his eyes and laughed to himself. He awoke a few minutes after the car had ceased its motion. The sky was dark, coated with stars. They were parked in the lot of a low-star motel. The lights on the side of the building casted shadows over the surrounding tropical foliage. Patrick was smoking a cigarette in the passenger seat. Brooks was not in the vehicle. "Where's little Richard?" Rusty asked. "He's getting us our rooms." "Why are we staying in this piece of shit?" "Because they take cash. This is like a hooker cemetery." Rusty peered out the window and saw Brooks leaving the office. Behind him was a mint green marquee with turquoise lettering that said La Tortuga Motel. Patrick exited the car, so Rusty followed him. "Namaste, sunshine," Brooks said. "You were uncharacteristically pleasant on the ride here."
"I'm motherfucking delightful," Rusty said.
Brooks pulled a key from his pocket. "Room 11, my room." He pulled a second key from the same pocket. "Room 3, yours room." "That's not funny," Patrick said. "I ain't joking," Brooks replied. Rusty's backpack dropped from his shoulder. He took a step back. "That's bullshit. I want my own room. I'm expecting to pull a bitch tonight. This is my vacation." "This is not a vacation," Brooks snapped back. "We are on a business trip, and you are too untrustworthy to leave alone. You already live together. What's the difference?" Snatching the key from Brooks' hand, Patrick attempted to end the argument. He let his middle finger be the last word. "Good," Brooks said. "Hurry up and throw your shit in the room. Use the potty if you have to, and let's bounce. We're meeting Juan at some titty bar in a half an hour." The gang broke the huddle and explored their rooms. White tile floor with mediocre oil paintings of the beach and bright yellow and seafoam green bedsheets. They tied their shoes, washed their faces, and met back at the Vic. They arrived at a bar that had a barricade of Harleys out front. Petals was the unfitting name. When they entered, there was mostly bikers, a few tourists that were hiding from their wives, and one black gentleman sitting alone at a booth. Blood Sugar Sex Magic rang in between the walls. A woman in her early 40s, covered in tattoos, humped the pole. The boys followed Brooks to the booth with the black man, who was almost down to the filter of his cigarette. "I was beginning to think you got lost," he said. "Good to see you, Juan," Brooks said as they shook hands. "You remember Patrick from last time." "Hey," Patrick said. "And this is Mr. Reynolds's son, Rusty." "Hey, brother, how you doing?" Juan said in his deep and stern voice. Rusty barely nodded his head, as he was more focused on the stripper with the neon green nipple rings sitting at the bar. He attempted to walk her way, but Brooks grabbed his arm and said, "Sit down." "How's your father doing, son?" Juan asked. "Your name is Juan? What's with the Mexican name? I don't know if it's the lighting in here throwing me off, but you don't look Mexican. More like Mexicant." "I'm 1/16th Mayan. I'm named after my great-great-grandfather." A cute waitress with a Petals tank top and short black shorts arrived to the booth. "Hi, guys. What are you drinking?" "I'll have another pineapple and rum, baby," Juan said without taking his eyes off Rusty. "Bud Light, please," Brooks said. "I'll have whatever is dark and on draft," Patrick said. Rusty rubbed the waitress's back. I'll have whatever you're having. 2 straws. She laughed. Wow, you guys don't make it easy for me. Brooks turned to Juan, who was lighting another cigarette. So, why this strip joint, Juan? Why not this strip joint? It's dark, loud, and there's ample distraction. When you want to conduct some private business, this is where you do it. This is where the shady shit go down. What type of shady shit are we doing exactly? Rusty asked. Okay, why is he here? Juan asked. Shut the fuck up, man, Patrick said. No. If I have to sit here with you, Debbie Downers, I'm gonna be part of the conversation. What are we picking up? Coke. How much weight we talking? Juan was stunned by the lack of respect he felt entitled to. What's your name again, son? Justin? Rusty. All right, Rusty. There is no drug moving. This is the payment process. These gentlemen here bring me the money, and I make sure the shipment delivers to your daddy safely. This happens every month. It happens without any hiccups. Don't become the first hiccup, he said, pointing his cigarette. I have to use the restroom. Excuse me. Patrick left the table and headed for the back of the bar. I do too, Rusty said. He turned to Brooks. Do you mind? Please go, Brooks said, shaking his head. Oh, thank you, master, Rusty replied with a stereotypical black slave voice. Rusty followed Patrick to the men's room. Juan turned to Brooks and pointed at Rusty. I might beat that nigger's ass. Patrick was standing at the urinal, unbuckling his belt, when Rusty walked in and slapped him on the back. Psst, he hissed as he waved him to follow into the handicap stall. What? Patrick asked. He followed. Rusty locked the stall door. How much money did we bring him? Don't worry about it, it doesn't concern you. Negro, please. Just tell me. No, Patrick said. He unlocked the door and pulled it open, but Rusty slammed it shut. How about a bribe? Rusty asked. He pulled a bag from his pocket containing yellowish crystallized rocks. A grin grew across his face. What is that? Molly. Rusty smiled. I've heard of it. Remind me again of what it does. It's like a purer form of MDMA. Like in ecstasy. Patrick breathed in through his teeth. He thought for a couple moments. How much? Rusty asked. If I tell you, promise me, you'll keep it to yourself. I'm serious. Yeah, man. I'm just really curious. You know? It's exciting. All right. There's a gym bag in the trunk of the car. It's got 120 grand for the coke and 100 grand for Juan. That asshole gets 100 grand. Each month? Why? He's smuggling a shitload of coke from a different country, motherfucker. Do you know how much risk is in that? Okay, Rusty said. Okay. Patrick raised his palms in an "Are you satisfied?" manner. Rusty smiled. Let's chop this shit up. Roll me $1. Patrick rolled $1 into a cylinder. Rusty grabbed some rocks from his bag and placed them on the tank of the toilet. Let me see that $1 real quick. Patrick handed him the $1 and he unrolled it and placed it over the rocks. Using the butt of his lighter, He grinded the rocks into powder and then created thick lines using Patrick's driver's license. Rusty then re-rolled the dollar bill and took the first line. He let out a "woo," followed by an "ugh." Now it was Patrick's turn. He snorted a thicker line than Rusty had. He gave another sniff to send the powder to the back of his throat. His face went sour, and he gagged. "Oh my God," he yelled. "Oh my God, that's the worst drip I've ever experienced. That's way worse than cocaine." He turned on the faucet and collected a handful of water and chased the drug down. That was terrible. Patrick shivered. That was delicious. Makes the hair on your neck stand up. One more. Okay. Patrick concurred. When they had finished, Patrick walked back over to the urinal to finish his business. Rusty waited for the sound of the stream before exiting the stall. He walked up behind Patrick, pushing his lower back forward into the urinal, and flushed it on him, washing his crotch in the falling water. "Motherfucker!" Patrick yelled. "Wet Willie! Thanks for the info!" Rusty yelled back as he rushed out the door of the restroom. He walked back to the booth, still sniffing, trying to clear his airways. When he arrived to the table, the drinks were waiting for him. The waitress had brought him water with 2 straws. He laughed. Brooks and Juan did not acknowledge him as they were engaged in a topical conversation. Rusty focused his attention on the dancer sliding down the pole. She had a beautiful body with luscious black hair. She swayed to the music perfectly. The power of her allure was sucking Rusty in like a black hole. She noticed Rusty staring at her in awe, so she stared back at him. He was looking directly into her big, beautiful brown eyes when all of a sudden her left eye swung to the side like a saloon door in the Old West. "Holy!" Rusty yelled. "Look at that floater!" The 2 other men in the booth dropped their conversation and looked at the dancer. "She's got a lazy eye." Rusty laughed. Perhaps Petals didn't use their top-shelf dancers on Wednesday nights. "That's like a monster in a horror movie," Rusty said. "You don't have to fucking yell that, you know," Brooks said, still chuckling. "She's a stripper. Who gives a shit? Strippers don't have emotions. They're pill-popping scavengers who were molested by their foster parents and are pimped out by their boyfriends. They're like vampires. Ever seen a stripper in the daytime?" You could tell by Juan's wide eyes and half smirk that he was impressed. "I need a drink!" Rusty yelled as he slammed his fist on the table. He walked over to the bar and sat next to the stripper with the neon green nipple rings. She had curly blonde hair and a spray tan. Her boobs were on the small side, but she made up for it with a chiseled body and toned booty. She had a pretty face as well, minimal makeup. As soon as he sat down, the bartender asked for his order. "I'll have a shot of Jaeger and a Bud Light. See that tan fella sitting over there?" he asked, pointing at Juan. "Put it on his tab." "Hey there, sweetheart," the stripper said. "Don't make assumptions, baby," Rusty said as he pulled a cigarette from his pocket. "I don't have a sweetheart. It's rough, tough, and cold." "You don't look that tough." She laughed. "What's your name, gorgeous?" "Autumn. What's yours?" "Kurt. Kurt Glacier. I'm an adult film star." "Wow, you must have a pretty big dick." "You ain't kidding, kitten. How'd you like to star in one of my movies?" "How about a dance?" She laughed. "How much?" Rusty asked. $20. "But 10 for me, right?" "Sorry, sweetie. Non-negotiable." The bartender dropped off Rusty's drinks and he took the shot and chased it with his beer. That might be a mistake, sweetie. Judging by the crowd tonight, you're not going to get too much business. You want to charge me $20? You're not worth $20. Number one, you smell like your dirty Puerto Rican boyfriend was just sweating all over you. So maybe if you spray some more perfume up your twat, then I might consider $12. And number two, I'll bet you $20 that I can talk Cyclops up there down to $5, since she's broken and everything. So it's really up to you. Do you want to make any money? Autumn rolled her eyes and hopped down from her bar stool. She gave an obvious, fake smile. No, she said, and walked away. Fucking whore, Rusty mumbled as he watched her go. Rusty walked his beer back to his table. He sat next to Patrick and interrupted the conversation that was being had. I need some money, Rusty said. Patrick turned and punched Rusty in his exposed ribs. Rusty grabbed his side in pain. Ow, what the fuck? That's for flushing the toilet on me. Rusty tried to stretch his pain away. Bitch, I was doing you a favor. I smelt your dick cheese from 10 feet away. It smelt like Gouda. You're welcome. I owe you about 3 more, so watch your back, Patrick said. Can I have some cash? Rusty asked. No. Get the fuck out of here, Brooks said. Come on, I want a lap dance. No, Brooks repeated. Rusty turned his puppy dog face to Juan. What about you, Puddin' Pop? Juan gave him a stare that looked as if he could reach across the table at any moment and rip Rusty's head off. I know you've got money, Rusty said. I'm going to kill you in this bar if you don't shut the hell up, Patrick said. Let me get this straight. You're making $100,000 off this stupid transaction, and you get that at least once a month. I'm sure you have other endeavors as well. Patrick dropped his head in his hand as Rusty continued. I imagine you're a rich motherfucker. And the way rich motherfuckers party is in VIP, with bottle service, with a gang of hoes sucking their dicks while they make it rain on their big fake titties. We should be balling out. I know you've got that. Kind of money. So since we ain't partying like rich motherfuckers, I'm guessing you must be queer like my friend Brooksy here. Juan chugged his full drink before speaking. Rusty took it as an opportunity to throw another jab. My point further illustrated by the fact you're drinking pineapple juice and rum. Juan cleared his throat. Let me teach you something, boy. Number 1, I ain't making $100,000 off this deal. That money goes to my business. It cost money to get the product out of another country and safely dropped off at your daddy's harbour for pickup. As for your theory about rich niggers, I am pretty well off, I'll admit, but smart motherfuckers don't ball out like that. You should never show the world how much money you have. That's moronic. That's how motherfuckers get killed. That's how motherfuckers get robbed. That's how motherfuckers get caught. Now, as for your blatant disrespect for me, well, let's put it this way. I like to think of myself as a changed man, a man who follows the good word of God. But if you keep on pontificating your ignorant bullshit, you gonna bring out the sadistic throat-cutting nigger of yore. You understand me? Rusty just smiled back at him with an undeserved confidence. Patrick pulled a $50 bill from his wallet and handed it to Rusty. Go away, Patrick said. Rusty saw that the lazy-eyed stripper had finished her dance and was flirting with customers across the room. He stood up. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm gonna go blow my load into this bitch's crazy eye. Let's see if I can glue it back to its proper position. As Rusty approached the stripper, Patrick felt a tingling of concentrated pleasure drift up his spine. He exhaled. "Oh, man," Patrick muttered. "Are you all right?" Brooks asked. "I'm great," replied Patrick. Rusty tapped on the stripper's shoulder. "Hey, baby." "Hey there," she said. "What's your name?" "Ginger. What's yours?" Rusty was taken aback. "Ginger? You, why?" "You know, like Ginger Snaps." "That name is a nightmare. You should consider changing it if you want business. My name's Kurt Glacier. I'm an ad—" His sentence was interrupted by her oscillating eye. "Look at me when I talk to you," Rusty snapped. Ginger quickly covered the hovering eye with her hand. Her head dropped in embarrassment. "I am," she replied. "You know, I've always wondered, are you missing a chunk of space in front of you when your eye does that? Like, do you just see half of my face and then the wall? Doesn't that get confusing?" "Can we not talk about my eye, please?" she snottily said. "How much for a dance?" $15. "How about 5? Rusty asked. "No way." $15. You know, if you were born in Spartan times, they would have thrown your ass off a cliff and you're trying to charge me $15. This ain't a freak show, sweetheart. "Screw you, dude." Ginger started to briskly walk away from Rusty. Rusty grabbed at her shoulder. No, I'm just kidding, baby, I'm sorry." She stopped and turned around with an unamused expression on her face. Rusty presented her the $50 bill. "How about you dance on me the next 3 songs and I'll give you this?" She took a second to think, and then grabbed Rusty by the hand and took him into the side room. He sat on the red leather couch as she dry-humped him. Meanwhile, Patrick had this surge of energy building up inside of him that was making it difficult to sit still while listening to Brooks and Juan bullshit. He scanned the room, looking for a more exciting opportunity. Brooks noticed his awkward scanning and that his teeth were grinding. Brooks smiled, already putting together in his mind what was happening. "Are you okay, Patrick?" "Peachy." Patrick immediately stood up. "I'm going to go get a lap dance." Like a bloodhound, Patrick followed the scent of the strippers. Juan was confused. "What the hell is wrong with those motherfuckers? What are you, babysitting?" "I have no idea," Brooks said. "It's like they're on drugs." "Maybe not so confused." Patrick approached 2 strippers sitting at a high-top table having a conversation, one of whom was Autumn. "Hello, ladies," Patrick said. "Hey," they said in unison. Patrick's eyes shook rapidly from side to side, an effect of the drug. He shook his head to be rid of the twitch. "How much for a dance?" "Who you asking, baby?" the other stripper asked. The girls laughed. They could see the signs that said, "Rolling." They'd dealt with people on drugs before. "I don't know," Patrick said. He saw a pen lying on the table, left there from a cocktail waitress, he presumed. Patrick grabbed the pen and pulled the cap off with his teeth. He threw the pen back onto the table in between the 2 girls. "Fight for me," he said. "What?" Autumn laughed. She thought he was funny. He noticed. "I'm asking you," he said, pointing at Autumn. He turned to the other one. "No offense, you're very beautiful, but this one reminds me of the girl I love." "Or," they both said again in unison. "Yes, you have that very girl-next-door quality." He looked at the other girl. And you look like you'd be on the naughty list. Thank you, sweetie. She laughed. It's 15. Deal, Patrick said. Autumn led him into the side room. He didn't even notice Rusty as they passed. Rusty didn't notice either, as he was much more concerned with something else. Autumn waited for the present song to finish, as it only had a few more seconds. You're definitely a cutie, she said. Your girl is a lucky one. Hearing someone call Angie his girl was an added kick to his euphoria. The next song started, and it happened to be the greatest lap dance song ever recorded. She Got It by Two Pistols. Highly recommended. Amid all the grinding, Patrick couldn't help but picture Angie's face over Autumn's. Even tits in his face couldn't make him stop missing her. He wrapped and twisted his cold fingers while he rubbed his knuckles raw, an effect of the drug, and he sat, enjoying himself, imagining his girl. On the other side of the room, Rusty was ignoring the no touching policy. Ginger didn't seem to mind. They were both entranced in the moment. Rusty's drug-fueled affection was making up for the blows to Ginger's self-esteem earlier. Ginger leaned over and kissed Rusty on the mouth. They began making out. Rusty pulled the bag of drugs from his pocket and showed her. "Want a party?" Rusty asked. Ginger pulled Rusty by the arm into the men's room. They burst into the handicap stall and crushed some lines on the tank once again. They took turns vacuuming up the chemical powder. "I think I want to put you in one of my movies, baby," Rusty said. "One of your moves?" "Yeah, I'm an adult film director and star." "Okay." She laughed with heavy sarcasm. "I'm serious. My name's Kurt fucking Glacier. Ever heard of me?" Rusty said very matter-of-factly. "Oh, shit," she said. "I think I have. You don't dress like you have money, though." "That's 'cause I'm fucking humble, bitch. It's called casual." "Oh, sorry," she said, as she snorted another rail. "Listen, I have over 200 grand in a duffel bag in my car. It's the production money for my next flick. I'm thinking that'll prove my identification. We could also do a test run, and if you're good enough, I'll put you in the movie." Ginger smiled, then leaned over and kissed Rusty. As she pulled away, her left eye drifted to the corner. "We'll have to CGI an eye in for you, but I'll make it work." Over in the side room, Patrick had his jaw clenched tight and was grinding his teeth. A funnel-shaped sweat stain ran down his shirt. He had a stupid-looking smile on his face. If only he realized. The song was just about over, and Autumn, with her stripper conscience, thought it would be best for Patrick, who was rolling, as hard as he was, to be back with his friends. Patrick paid her the $15 plus a $25 tip. Over-tipping, an effect of the drug. Autumn walked him back, hand in hand, to the table where Juan and Brooks were still conversing. "I brought your buddy back for you." "Thanks," Brooks said. "He was looking a little too fucked up." She laughed. Brooks laughed and rubbed Patrick's moist back. "You all right, Pat?" "Yeah." Patrick leaned in and whispered into Brooks's ear. "She's really pretty. She reminds me of Angie." Brooks looked over the stripper as she walked away. "I can see that," he said. "Maybe if Angie was addicted to crank." Juan slid Rusty's untouched water over to Patrick. "Here, drink some water. We don't want you passing out," he said. Rusty emerged from the bathroom by himself. He walked over to the table and grabbed Patrick by the shirt. "Let's do some shots," he yelled. He guided Patrick over to the bar and ordered 2 shots of Jaeger. "I need you to do me a favor," he said. Patrick looked back at him with his dilated eyes that were very intrigued. "Wow, you are rolling, my friend," Rusty said enthusiastically. "I feel amazing," Patrick said. "Isn't it great?" They both shared a laugh. Drugs had brought them closer together, as they tend to do. "I need you to get the car keys for me," Rusty said. "Ask Brooks. He's got them." "You know he won't give them to me, man. This stripper wants to fuck in the car." Patrick's jaw dropped. "Hell yes. That's awesome, man. Good for you. I'll go get them." Patrick began to walk away, but was halted by Rusty grabbing his arm and pulling him back. "Wait. Pretend like you need them. Tell him you're gonna go lay down in the car." "Good idea." Patrick crept up behind Brooks and interrupted his sentence. "Hey, Brooks, I need the keys." He held his hand out. Brooks turned around looking suspicious. "Why?" "I don't feel so good. I want to go lay down for a couple minutes." "Do you want me to take you back to the motel?" "No, I just need to lay my head down for a minute." "Okay." Brooks was reluctant, but plopped the keys in his open hand. "Don't go driving off." Patrick brought back the keys to the bar and proudly shook them in Rusty's face. Rusty grabbed them, and before going to retrieve his stripper, he said, "I'm gonna go fuck a bitch with a swivel eye." The cheer in Patrick's face died. "Gross," he said, as Rusty walked towards the back of the bar. Ginger met Rusty by the back door. He walked her out to the parking lot with his arm around her. "I don't think I've ever seen this much cash before," she said. "You're going to spray all over the place," Rusty said, as a group of 5 men that looked like a mix of bikers and wannabe gangster tweakers approached them. "I said to wait till we get to the car, Sage," Ginger yelled. Sage looked like your typical barfly dirtbag. He had a white wife-beater with green camo pants, white knee socks, and a green beanie. "Are you the kid with the money?" Sage asked. Rusty didn't have much time to respond before he was hit with a right cross into the tip of his chin. He hit the ground like cement rain. Slowly realizing the situation, Rusty sat up and swallowed the bit of blood that began to drip from his inner lip. He looked up at Ginger. "You dirty, cockeyed whore." At the bar, Patrick had been proud of himself for helping Rusty cheat on Angie. He knew that one day soon, all of that unfaithfulness and scumbaggery would drive her into Patrick's arms. He got lost in his thoughts about her and envisioned their near future together. He was so enthralled in his romantic hypothetical situations that he forgot he had just asked Brooks for the car keys. He sat down at the table. "I thought you were going out to the car," Brooks said. "Oh yeah, I changed my mind. Give me the keys then." "I'll hold them." Patrick shrugged. "Rusty has them, doesn't he?" Brooks asked. "He does." "Motherfucker!" Brooks yelled. "Where'd he go?" "Calm down. He's just having sex with a stripper," Patrick answered. "Come on, Juan. We're gonna have to chase this fucking shithead." "He's not going anywhere," Patrick said. Brooks hurried out to the front of the bar. Juan, annoyed, finished his drink and took his time following behind him. I'll wait for the check, Patrick yelled. Rusty was lying in the fetal position, covering his face. He was being kicked and punched by the group of guys who were taking turns and having a blast. "Where's your car?" they yelled. "Where's the money?" "It's not mine!" Rusty yelled back. "It's the colored guys!" Brooks came bolting from yonder and grabbed the first punk he could reach. He threw 2 fast jabs into his face, then 1 hard right cross, sending his opponent's consciousness to another dimension. 2 of the dirt bags teamed up against Brooks, who then met the ground himself. "Hey!" Juan yelled as he approached the brawl. "Gun!" One of the dirt bags yelled as he ran away. Juan was aiming his pistol at the crowd. Ginger screamed and hid behind a parked SUV. 2 more guys ran away when they saw Juan's gun, while the remaining 2 froze with their hands to the sky. "Are we done playing?" Juan yelled as he cocked the hammer. Sage and his buddy started to back away quickly. "What's wrong?" Juan screamed. "Oh, I see. Everybody want to act gangster till gangster shit start happening." The thugs hightailed it down the street. Juan helped his friend Brooks to his feet. Aching ribs and a red nose were the extent of his damage. Rusty, however, was bleeding from his mouth and a cut under his swelling eye. He was dazed as they both helped lift him up. He held his hand out for Juan's pistol. "Can I shoot that ugly bitch?" Rusty asked. Juan smiled as he popped the bullet from the chamber into his hand. Brooks held his furious hands against his face. "Rusty, what the fuck was that?" "It wasn't my fault. Goddamn stripper got her boyfriend to beat me up because I made fun of her eye. Why can't you go one day without pissing people off? Your face is beat to shit. Again. Doesn't that tell you anything?" "Yeah, I guess I have a better sense of humor than most people." He answered, "You are a fucking parasite." "And you're my hero, Brooksy. Would it make you feel better if I told you that I'm hard right now?" 2 tattooed, bulky bouncers came swiftly walking to the conversation. Patrick followed behind. "You guys have to leave," a bouncer said. "Enjoy the show, pussies," Rusty yelled to them. Patrick looked half amazed and half disappointed. "What did I miss?" he asked. "I just got jumped by 5 gangbangers, while Mary-Kate and Ashley over there fellated each other in the corner," Rusty said. "Leave now," the one bouncer repeated, while the other stood with his arms folded over his chest. "We're gonna leave. You're better off doing the same." Juan waved them off. "Yeah, gets to stepping before Wheeze gets to stomping," Rusty said. The bouncers began to slowly retreat to their corner. "You've got 2 minutes to get out of here." Rusty showed them his middle finger, switching back and forth between the 2 men, making sure that each of them got a good look. Juan retrieved a cigarette and lit it. "Wild night," Juan said. "Let's get some food," Rusty said as he leaned against a white sedan, holding his stomach. Patrick wiped sweat from his forehead and wiggled his jaw. "I don't think I can eat right now." "We need to fix up your face," Juan said to Rusty. Brooks shook his head. "I'm going to bed." "Oh, come on. The night's still young." Rusty laughed. Brooks responded to Rusty with a death stare. "Don't worry, Brooks. I'll make sure they don't get into any more trouble. Patrick can drop you off and then meet us at—" Juan held his hand out inviting a dinner suggestion. "Waffle House. It's down the road," Rusty said. "Good luck," Brooks said. Juan nodded his head. "All right, there's a pharmacy somewhere around here." Rusty followed Juan to his blue Dodge Neon, while Brooks and Patrick headed to the Vic. Patrick looked at Brooks with his deep black eyes, smiling. He heavily blew the air from his lungs, mocking the tension. Brooks tried to fight the chuckle, but lost. Seeing Patrick in his cheerful, energetic state was a joke in itself. "Are you sure you're okay to drive?" Brooks asked. "Oh, yeah," Patrick excitedly replied while laughing. Brooks wasn't sure whether to take that answer seriously. Before Patrick opened the door, he said, "My cheeks hurt from smiling so much." The Neon travelled down the highway, looking for a pharmacy. Rusty was examining his cut in the passenger mirror. Yuan struggled to figure Rusty out. "Does that happen to you regularly?" Juan asked. "What?"
Ass whoopings.
"Only when I get jumped. I can handle my own toe-to-toe." "I'm not sure I believe that." Rusty didn't reply. "What do you do for work?" Juan asked. "Gas station clerk." He grabbed a cigarette from Juan's pack that was sitting on the center console. "Do you have any plans for your life?" Rusty looked at Yuan and nodded. "I'm an aspiring drug smuggler." "What about a wife and kids? Don't you want some kids one day?" "I don't believe in that American dream bullshit. I don't believe in society, really. It's artificial. It's all just human arrogance." "You don't believe in society?" "No. Society was created to make us feel different from other animals, to make us feel more important. The way I see it is that we were put here to fuck and enjoy ourselves. That's what life is to me. Kids are the worst type of STD you can contract. The only reason people want kids is because we are genetically programmed to keep this infection growing. Picture the world before people. Now, picture it today. Look at all the asphalt covering the grass. It's everywhere. We're bacteria." Juan listened intently. "We're creating new ways to keep people alive longer while fucking more than ever before. Ever heard of exponential growth? This planet can't sustain us. We're killing it from the outside in, and nobody seems to notice or even care." Rusty rolled down his window down and tossed out his quarter-smoked cigarette. "Fucking menthols," he continued. As for marriage, that's just some ancient religious bullshit. You're a Christian man, right?" "Yes," Juan answered, half in shock from the conversation. "Well, the Bible states that God says no sex before marriage. Well then, why didn't he make Adam and Eve get married before they started the human race? And which one of those later, inbred, incestuous couples did he decide to be the guinea pigs of marriage? Why don't we know their names? I'll answer that for you. It's because religion is bullshit. Simple as that. It's just another way for people to think that we're more than just the animals we are, to believe that the answer to our existence and specialness is somewhere out there. But it's not. We're just monkeys. No offense." Juan stayed silent as he tried to pick up the pieces of his blown mind. He decided against arguing any points or asking for further information. It wasn't so much the material that had him mesmerized, but more that the amount of thought that Rusty had generated. You can't judge a book by its cover, but you can decide to stop reading halfway through. Juan helped Rusty apply alcohol, antibacterial ointment, and butterfly stitches to his laceration. When they arrived to the Waffle House, Patrick was waiting by the Vic, smoking a cigarette. He was listening to music on his phone and dancing with the moves of a schizophrenic, meth-addicted homeless man and the confidence of a schizophrenic, meth-addicted homeless man. "Still feeling it?" Rusty asked as they headed for the front doors. "Yes, sir," Patrick said. "You'll need to calm it down," Juan said as he held the doors. They entered the establishment to a nauseating atmosphere of yellow. It was the kind of interior that screamed, "drunken last resort." They were not greeted by the staff in a cheerful manner, but rather with frown-filled glances. They sat down in a brown and gold booth with red seat cushions. A spherical woman with blonde hair, wearing a black visor and a tight red t-shirt with doughy white arms, immediately approached the table. "Hi, y'all. My name's Tina. Can I bring you some drinks?" "I'm all right," said Patrick. "You need a water, boy. You've been sweating too much," Juan said. "Okay, I'll have a water," Patrick said. Rusty thought of a great idea. "Get an orange juice." "I'm cool with water," Patrick said. "No! Get an orange juice." Rusty had a smirk upon his face. "I'm serious. It'll help you feel even better." Patrick looked up at the waitress. "I'll have a water and an orange juice." "I'll have a coffee. Extra cream and sugar, please," Juan ordered. "Do you have lemonade?" Rusty asked. "Yes, we do," Tina answered. "Perfect." "I'll be right back with those," she said with a smile. Juan and Rusty searched through the menu while Patrick rubbed his belly. "I feel so comfortable," he said. "God damn it. I took way more than you and I'm not feeling it anymore," Rusty said. "It was beaten out of you." Patrick laughed. "Adrenaline," Juan added. "What did you all take?" "Molly. Ever tried it?" Patrick asked. Juan shook his head. "I've heard of it." A couple minutes later, the waitress arrived with a tray of drinks. She noticed Rusty's cuts and swollen eye. "Oh my goodness. What happened to you?" Tina asked. "Oh, you know, I wasn't minding my own business," Rusty said. The comment flew over the waitress's head. "Poor baby." She pulled her pad from back pocket. "So, what are we having?" Patrick waved his hands like a missed field goal. She turned to Juan. "I'll have the ham and cheese omelette with a biscuit and grits. I'll have the biscuits and gravy too, sweetie." "Hungry tonight?" the waitress commented. Juan smiled at the other guys. "Yes, ma'am." Rusty's turn. "Can I get blueberry pancakes with a side of bacon?" The waitress smiled. "Pancakes? This is Waffle House, silly. We don't have pancakes. I can get you blueberry waffles." IHOP. The International House of Pancakes has waffles. Why can't the Waffle House serve pancakes? Is there really competition between waffles and pancakes? Maybe if you guys served pancakes, you could get more business and make enough money to bleach the fucking floor, because it's disgusting in here. All of the other restaurants look at you guys like the retards because you're the only ones who participate in the breakfast cake feud. It's irrational thinking and it's bad business. Tina's chubby white face turned cherry red. She wasn't sure how to respond. "I'm sorry!" Rusty tossed the menu to the end of the table. "Waffles. I'll have blueberry fucking waffles, please. Side of bacon." "Sorry about him," Juan said to Tina as she walked away speechless. "Are you really that pissed over pancakes?" Patrick asked. "No, not really," Rusty said with a smile. I've been to Waffle House dozens of times. I know they don't serve pancakes. I figure if I bitch enough, they'll change their pathetic business habits. Don't fuck with that lady no more. That's a hard enough job as it is. She don't need your shithead mind games, Juan said. First off, Juan, that's not a hard job. Tip etiquette is a joke. If you're going to tip someone for good food, tip the cooks, not the arsehole who brings you your drinks. Second, how would you even know? Haven't you been dealing drugs your whole life? Calm down, Rusty. You've only been employed for barely a week now, Patrick said. They get tipped for having to smile while arseholes like you shit all over them. And I'm not just a drug dealer, by the way, Juan said. I'm the store manager of a Phalix in Miami. You manage a grocery store? Rusty laughed. I would have never guessed that. Phalix 13-inch subs are the only subs I eat. They stuff that meat in there, Patrick said. How did you get into the drug game? Rusty asked. I was born into it. I never left. I grew up in Atlanta, Bankhead. I started selling crack with my older brother when I was 13. Me and my friend took a trip to Miami one day and never left. Met the Rapokuipi. Now I'm just trying to make sure I can send them all to college. How noble, Rusty said. Drug money trust fund children. That's a little hypocritical, don't you think? Patrick asked Rusty. Everyone is a hypocrite. And my dad never sent me to college, Rusty replied. Maybe if you completed high school, Patrick said. That's all right. I'm not bothered by the opinions of an arrogant sociopath. He's already been smacked the fuck up once tonight. I'm not sure another would help. After the meal, the three of them walked out to the Vic to collect the money. The parking lot was nearly empty. Juan pulled his car closer to the Vic. He parked alongside the wall of the restaurant, away from the windows. Rusty waited, in the car, while Patrick retrieved the gym bag from the trunk and handed it off to Juan. It's all there, Patrick said. I know it is, Juan said. He shook Patrick's hand. Take care of yourself, son, and drive safe tonight. We'll see you next time. Don't bring him, Juan said, pointing at Rusty. I won't. I promise. Patrick turned for his car. Good night, Juan. Juan nodded his head and walked back to his car. He opened the trunk of his Neon and tossed the bag in there. Patrick entered the Vic and started the car. Are you sure you're okay to drive? Rusty asked. Patrick looked at Rusty, staring at him with one eye. His left eye had almost swollen shut. Not as bad as his last one, but not good. More okay than you, Patrick said. A grey Saturn with three men inside quickly pulled up behind Juan's Neon before he could even shut his door. Patrick and Rusty did not notice it. A man exited the Saturn and strolled up to Juan, who was sitting in the driver's seat. The man was holding a gun. It was Sage. Tell me if you're too fucked up to drive, man. I still have one good eye, Rusty said. Honestly, I feel like I drive better like this. Plus, it's just a couple minutes away. I'm going to be weaving through cars. Sage pointed his gun at Juan's head. Juan held his tough face and tried not to show the fear shining from his eyes. I've got a gun too, bitch, Sage said. Mazel tov, motherfucker, Juan said. Open the trunk. Juan stared at him for a moment. He slowly reached for the handle by his feet. Gripping his fingers under the handle, he paused again. Juan then quickly jerked his arm back to his side and grabbed for his pistol. Sage took a step to the back and fired 3 shots. Patrick and Rusty jumped in their seats and looked out the back window. Juan had been hit in the shoulder, his ribs and his stomach. Sage reached down and pulled the trunk lever. It was silent for a few moments, and then bitchy screams echoing from the neon. "What the fuck?" Rusty yelled excitedly. "Oh no," Patrick said. Still taking in the surprise, they watched Sage walk around to the trunk to retrieve the gym bag. "Son of a bitch!" Patrick yelled. He yanked the car into reverse, and the tires screeched. The car flew back towards the neon. "What?" Rusty screamed as if he were about to fall down the first drop of a roller coaster. As the Vic sped backwards, Sage tried to jump out of the way. The Vic bashed the Saturn into the brick wall. Sage was crushed between the tail of the Vic and the front bumper of the Saturn. The gym bag fell to the ground. Patrick slammed his head on the steering wheel from the collision, while Rusty was like a pinball between the dashboard and his chair. Patrick shook the pain from his head and grabbed his nose. "Fuck!" he yelled. He swung open the door as he flung his pistol from the holster. He cocked the gun and jumped out of the car. He fired 2 shots into the presumably dead Sage, who was bent over lying on the trunk of the Vic. He turned towards the other 2 men in the Saturn and fired several shots at them. Looking through the bullet holes, he could see that he had hit the passenger at least once, but was unsure on the man sitting in the back, who was hidden behind the seats. The volume of the feminine screams increased. "Juan!" Patrick yelled as he ran to the neon. The middle-aged man was lying across the seats, screaming and crying like a 2-year-old. Rusty slowly emerged from the vehicle. He examined the mess. He smiled at Sage, whose back was undoubtedly broken, his spine, most likely, severed. He leaned over on the trunk and looked Sage in his dead eyes. "Isn't Karma beautiful?" he asked. "Rusty, get the fuck over here!" Patrick yelled. Rusty walked up to the neon. Juan was panting with saliva hanging from his lips. "Ow, that looks like it hurts," Rusty said. He counted the wounds and laughed. "Damn! Juan, how many times did you get hit?" Juan started to make this repeating cry that sounded like a dolphin call. Rusty found this hilarious. "Why is he making that noise?" he asked. "Shut up," Patrick said. "Are they hot, Juan? The bullets?" "Stop!" Patrick yelled. "What? I want to know what it feels like." Patrick threw Juan's arm over his neck. "Help me get him in the car," Patrick said. "Why? So he can die in our car instead of his own." "Just do it!" Patrick yelled. "Fine." Together, they picked Juan up and staggered over to the Vic, dropping him in the back seat. Rusty slammed the door on him and got in the passenger seat. "You got blood all over my shirt," Rusty said. As Patrick circled to the other side, he grabbed the gym bag and tossed it in the back, on top of Juan. The Vic peeled off, heading for La Tortuga Motel. Sage's body was released from between the cars and dropped to the ground. Juan continued his crying. "Mama!" he cried. "Save me, Jesus!" Rusty stared, smiling at Patrick, waiting for a returned smile. Patrick ignored him. "You're going to be all right, Juan!" Patrick yelled. Rusty rolled his eye and turned to Juan. "Hey, tough guy. Maybe you should go to sleep now. Try to hold on to some of that dignity." "If you don't stop, I'm going to shoot you in the mouth," Patrick said. "I bet you that 200 grand that I don't cry like a bitch if you do," Patrick exhaled the furious energy that was aching to be released upon Rusty. "I'm just saying, I lost all respect for him," Rusty added. The Vic swerved into the parking lot of La Tortuga Motel. Patrick threw the car in park. "I'll be right back. Try to calm him down. We don't want to attract attention," Patrick said, and then slammed the door behind him. "Sounds like a woman is being raped in here," Rusty yelled. He turned to Juan. "Juan, be quiet." He didn't show any signs of acknowledgement. "Juan," Rusty said, snapping his fingers. Juan began mumbling incoherent sentences. "Can you even hear me?" Rusty asked. He looked around the parking lot to see if anyone was near. The coast was clear. Rusty patted Juan's jeans, feeling around his pockets. He felt a bulge and picked his wallet from his pocket. There was nearly $300 in cash. "This should buy me a new shirt. Thanks, Juan." He tucked the wallet back into Juan's jeans. Patrick walked like an Olympic fast walker to room 11. He made a fist, but halted before knocking. He heard men groaning from inside the door and furniture being pushed around. It sounded like a struggle. Had the other men from Sage's entourage followed Brooks to the motel room? Patrick grabbed his pistol from his holster. He tried to turn the knob, but it was locked. Patrick summoned all the amphetamine power he could muster and kicked the door open in one beautiful stomp. The door swung open to a much more gory scene than Patrick had anticipated. Brooks was bent over the bed on his forearms, with a man in a bondage gimp mask who had jumped back into the wall when he saw Patrick. Patrick aimed the gun at the gimp, and it let out the most feminine shriek, even more so than Juan's. Patrick could tell it wasn't a woman by the erect appendage that looked like a toddler's leg. "Patrick! What the fuck?" Brooks yelled. Patrick covered his eyes with his hand, still pointing the gun with the other. "Oh my God!" Patrick yelled as at "Sorry." The gimp ran into the bathroom and slammed the door. "I thought you were being murdered." Patrick lowered the gun, still blinding himself. "Or raped, you know, non-consensually." "Get the fuck out of here," Brooks yelled. Patrick turned around towards the woods and grabbed his knees. He felt that the smell of the room had been trapped in his mouth. He tried to spit it clean. "We have a problem. Big problem. Juan's been shot." "What?" Brooks yelled, standing up and wrapping the sheets around him. "Yeah, he's dying in the car. We need your help." Brooks took a minute to soak in the information. 2 minutes, he said. "Yeah," Patrick said, as he instantly began quickly walking away, refusing to look back at the room. Patrick ran to room 3. The first thing he did when he entered to the room was look up close into the mirror. He screamed into the mirror. He had to get rid of the jitters. He took a moment to compose himself and then rapidly collected his and Rusty's luggage. He grabbed all the towels from the bathroom and deserted room 3. On his way back out to the car, he and Brooks ran into each other. "Let's go," Brooks said. "Was that a prostitute?" Patrick couldn't help but blurt that out. "Patrick," Brooks warned. Patrick tried to shake the image from his head. "How are you even standing right now?" Brooks jerked around and pushed Patrick up against the motel wall. "If you tell anyone, I will kill you. Understand?" "I honestly don't even want to tell anyone," Patrick said. Brooks released him, and they walked back to the Vic. As they approached the car, they saw Rusty with his seat reclined all the way back on top of Juan. Brooks opened the door. "In the back," Brooks yelled. "I don't want to sit with a dead guy," Rusty said as he exited the vehicle. "Shit, is he dead?" Brooks asked, peeking his head in the car. Patrick dropped the luggage and looked through the window. "Not yet, but I don't want to be back there when he is." "Get in the fucking back," Brooks yelled. Rusty opened the back door. Juan was lying across the seats. "At least help me scoot him over," Rusty said. Patrick tried to open the trunk, but it was jammed shut from the damage. Brooks walked around to the other side of the car and opened the back door where Juan's head laid. "Where's he hit?" Brooks asked. Patrick pointed out the wounds. "His arm, stomach, and here," he said, pointing at his ribs. "Motherfucker," Brooks said angrily. "That's not good. That could have hit his lung or his spleen." Brooks lightly smacked Juan in the face. "Juan, are you awake? Stay awake." Juan made very faint groans. "Give me that towel," Brooks said, snatching it from under Patrick's arm. He wrapped the towel around Juan's arm and then removed his belt. He secured the towel with his belt. He threw the other towel and the hand towel at Rusty. "Hold those over his other wounds. Keep pressure on them," Brooks said. "I don't want to hear one word from you," he said, pointing at Rusty. "You act like this is my fault," Rusty said. Brooks got in the driver's seat and waited for Patrick to enter. He started the car. Patrick threw Rusty's backpack and his own on top of Rusty. "Hold these." "Okay, so what happened?" Brooks asked. "We were leaving the Waffle House, and then some guys pulled up and shot Juan. They tried to steal the money." "It was the guys from the bar," Rusty said. "Oh, so it is your fault, meathead," Brooks said. Rusty didn't reply. "Did you get the guys?" Brooks asked. "We got the guys, isn't the money," Rusty said. Patrick nodded his head. Brooks looked at Patrick, impressed. He pressed his finger to his temple, taking a moment to think.
"I guess we have to find a place to dump him," Brooks said.
"What?" Patrick was confused. "Thank God," Rusty said, very relieved. "What else can we do?" Brooks asked. "Let's take him to a fucking hospital. Think about it, he'll probably be dead already. And then we're just idiots bringing a bullet-ridden corpse to the ER, a few miles away from a crime scene. Let's just drop him off then, at the entrance." "That's not going to do him any fucking good." Patrick was mortified. He was speechless. Brooks pulled out his phone and began dialing. "I've got an idea." Curiosity and a sliver of hope glazed over Patrick's eyes. Brooks held the phone to his ear. "Dixon," he said. The hope died. It was replaced by anxiety. Patrick had a strong feeling that this was going to be blamed on him. He knew he was already in the doghouse. "We have a problem. Juan got shot. He's dying as we speak." There was silence. "No, I'm not." Another silence. "Yeah, sure. Okay," Brooks said and hung up the phone. "What did he say?" Patrick asked. "He wants me to send him a picture. He wants proof, I guess," Brooks said, opening the camera app. Rusty laughed. "That sick bastard." Brooks aimed the camera at Juan. Rusty, who was holding the towels against Juan, using almost no pressure, smiled a childish, goofy smile. Brooks cut Rusty's head out of the frame. The phone made a click. "Oh, wait. I need the flash." Brooks turned on the flash and snapped another picture. He sent the picture while everyone waited quietly. A minute later, Brooks' phone began ringing. "Hey," Brooks answered. Dixon's yelling echoed from the phone. The boys tried to decipher the words. Brooks remained calm. "A group of thugs trying to steal the money." More yelling. "Patrick got them." The volume of his voice lowered. "Yeah, he's here too." Brooks looked back at Rusty. "Kind of. Yeah." There was a long silence from Brooks as Dixon provided instruction. The phone call ended with, "Got it. Bye." Brooks dropped the phone in the cup holder. "Do the tail lights still work?" Brooks asked. "Yeah, they're fine," Patrick said. "What did he say?" "We're driving him to Mill's house. He's going to help us straighten this out. If Juan's still alive when we get home, then Dixon knows a guy we can take him to." "That's a long drive," Patrick said. "Try to keep him awake," Brooks said. Rusty patted Juan's stomach wound. "You awake, Juan?" Soft whimpers emitted from Juan's lips. "He's awake." They aimed the damaged Vic for the highway. It cruised down the road only a few miles per hour over the speed limit. 45 minutes into their drive, Rusty felt a vibration coming from Juan's body. This startled him because he noticed Juan's breathing had ceased a while ago, though he neglected to mention it. He decided not to think much of it. At this point, Patrick was feeling another wave from the drugs he had taken earlier, while Brooks was stuck reviewing the highlights of the night in his head. The car had been completely quiet till this point. Rusty was strangled with a strong odor that smelled like an open septic tank on a scorching, humid afternoon. His initial thought as he pulled his shirt over his nose was that one of the passengers had passed wind. "Did—" Rusty stopped. No one paid attention to his outburst. He realized that the smell was too intense to be a mere cloud of gas. He looked at Juan and saw that the front of his pants were soaked and the butt of his jeans were shaking. He quickly squished himself further into the side of the car. He put his finger on the window control, but paused. "Do I smell popcorn?" he asked. Even though Brooks and Patrick had this trick already pulled on them, they instinctively sniffed the air. Patrick gagged immediately as Brooks rolled the windows down. "That is fucking rank! God damn it, Rusty!" Brooks yelled. Patrick and Juan held their heads out the windows like a couple of hounds. "It was Juan," Rusty said. "He pissed and shit himself." "Shit!" Brooks yelled. "Check his pulse." Rusty cautiously grabbed his wrist and felt for a sign of life. "Yep, he's deader than disco." The car became silent again. No one was surprised. Patrick, however, couldn't even keep his mind on the dramatic situation. The wind felt too damn good on his face, better than it's ever felt before. It was nearly 5 in the morning when they arrived back in town. Tired, beaten, and overwhelmed, they drove down a dirt road laid out with farms and wooded land. Out in the sticks, on the west side of town. They stopped in front of a gate attached to a field fence that surrounded a 7-acre plot of land. Brooks put the car in park and got out to release the chain. They drove in and closed the gate behind them. There was a long driveway that led up to an aged, white, 2-story house with a detached garage. The garage had Mill's cruiser, a large white diesel truck with all-terrain tyres, and Jitterbug's rusty red tow truck parked in front of it. There was an SUV or some type of van with a cover over it parked on the side of the garage. Mills and Jitterbug were having coffee around a black wrought iron table on his raised front porch. The two men carried their mugs out to the driveway to greet the Vic. The three living men exited the vehicle. "Thank God!" Rusty yelled as he stretched his back. Brooks and Mills shook hands. "Thanks for helping us out, Mills." Officer Mills nodded his head. Jitterbug walked towards the rear end of the Vic to inspect the damage. He stopped when noticed Juan lying in the back seat. The stench hit him hard. "Good Lord!" Jitterbug yelled. He looked over to Brooks. "What'd this nigger do?" Brooks sorrowfully shook his head. Jitterbug whistled and scratched his bald head. He took a sip of his coffee. "It smells to high heaven. He got to go in the trunk," he said. "The trunk is jammed," Patrick said. Jitterbug walked around to examine the problem. He shook his head. "I'll jimmy it open, then we can strap it back down," he said. He placed his coffee cup on top of the Vic and dusted off his hands. "Someone help me pull him out the car." Brooks followed Jitterbug to the rear passenger door. Both men grabbed a leg and pulled Juan from the car. He hit the ground with a thud. They left him lying in the dirt as Jitterbug went to find his crowbar. "I need to take a piss," Rusty said to Mills. Mills pointed out the wide open land surrounding. "Pick your spot." Rusty rolled his eye. He walked over to the fence where a black thoroughbred met him in an aggressive manner. "Hey, baby, what's your name?" Rusty said in his puppy dog voice. The horse audibly blew from his muzzle. "Why are you wearing that? You must be an arsehole, huh?" Rusty unzipped his pants. "You want some of this carrot?" He aimed his stream at the horse, not realizing he was behind an electric fence. "Ah!" Rusty screamed and leaped backwards. He turned to see the other three men laughing hysterically. They had stood together, watching him from the start. It played out perfectly. After Jitterbug pried open the trunk and helped Brooks toss Juan's body in there, he pried off the crushed license plate. Safety measure. Jitterbug hooked the Vic up to his truck and drove it back to the scrapyard. And that was the last they'd ever see of their precious Crown Victoria. The boys sat on the porch as they sipped coffee and watched the sunrise, waiting for Duncan and Floyd to come pick them up. Step 7. Patrick had slept a good 2.5 hours before he was awoken by his phone ringing. He was extra exhausted. The come-down was awful. It felt like the drugs had sucked all the vitamins from his body. He despised the caller for being so rude. Glancing at the screen, that familiar tingly bolt of energy pulsed through his veins. It was better than the peak of his high the night before. The capital A looked like a big pink heart at the beginning of the name Angie. He quickly speculated on the nature of the call. The numerous possibilities sent his gut spinning like a waterspout. When he answered the phone, he tried to transfer his schoolgirl energy into a deep masculine tone. "Hello?" "Good morning," she said with sugary enthusiasm. "Good morning, beautiful. Did you just wake up?" "We had a late night last night. And I wasn't invited, of course." She laughed. "Just kidding. It wasn't much fun, I'll tell you that. Business stuff. What are your plans for the day?" I really haven't gotten that far into my day yet. Well, we should go to the beach then. All right. Does Rusty work today? Patrick yawned. I don't think so. Can you wake him up for me? I guess so. She laughed. Thanks. I'm on my way there. Okay. See you soon. Bye. Patrick had to stretch his legs and his back before getting out of bed. His head was cloudy, and he felt 10 pounds lighter than normal. He took a sip of water that was sitting on his nightstand. It tasted different than usual. It was like his tongue was numb or his taste buds had been burned away. He stood up and checked himself out in the mirror. He thought about the time he last went to the beach with Angie, wondering what his younger self would think about him today. Waking up and going to the beach like it was nothing. Like his friend hadn't been murdered the night before. Like he hadn't killed 2 or 3 guys less than 24 hours ago. He wondered if he was a psychopath. He tried to justify it as self-defense. It was surprising to him what little emotion he felt for it. Maybe it was all too fresh to sink in. Maybe his life was just too crazy these days. He slid on his blue bore shorts and headed for Rusty's room, stopping by the bathroom to relive himself. He knocked on Rusty's door and opened it without waiting for an answer. Rusty was lying horizontally on his bed. He picked his head up, but the sheets were stuck to the gash under his eye. The blood on his face had dried and was acting as a scab would, a temporary dam for the swelling ocean of blood. There were bloodstains on his grey sheets as well. Patrick looked him over as he stood in the doorway. Angie's coming over. She wants to go the beach. I'm not going to the fucking beach, Rusty mumbled. Well, you should probably clean that cut some more. Rusty over-exaggerated a sigh and then pushed himself out of bed, headed for the bathroom. Patrick went back into his room. He looked again into the mirror and spastically flailed his arms. He was going to the beach with Angie alone. Winning the jackpot couldn't make him happier. He picked out a white tank top and went into the living room to wait for her. Rusty was in the fridge. He chugged some of the morning good orange juice, made at Reynolds Grove. Dixon's business. Ugh! He obnoxiously yelled. I feel like shit! He put his hands on his hips and looked around the apartment, thinking. Angie's coming? He asked. Yeah. Patrick answered. He scratched his chin. I guess I'll go to the beach. Patrick's excitement flew out the window and landed in the dumpster. Rusty walked into his room to get ready. Patrick kicked himself for even waking him up. He could have easily lied and told Angie he had asked him. 15 minutes later, Angie walked through the door. She was in a white sundress with her pink bikini top tied behind her neck. She was carrying a Steamy Joe box, a box filled with 10 servings of coffee from the coffee store chain, Blumquin Donuts. Hey, she greeted Patrick. Hey. Want some coffee? She presented the box. Oh, yeah. Patrick retrieved a couple coffee mugs as Angie set the box on the counter. Rusty emerged from his chamber. Hey, babe. Hey, she said as she turned around. Oh my God, what the hell happened to your face? She asked. Patrick and Rusty both found her reaction amusing. She grabbed his face to examine it. Well, don't fucking touch it, Rusty said. I'm not. I just want to see it. So look. Did you clean it? I just cleaned it. What did you do? She turned around and looked at Patrick for answers. Patrick surrendered. I didn't do it to him, He laughed. I got jumped by some guys at the bar last night. Why? I don't really remember how it started. I just remember that about 4 of them jumped on me at the same time. Then Patty helped me out. We fucked them up. You should see what they look like. You were probably being a fucking idiot. Whose side are you on? Rusty laughed. Rusty, you just recovered from a black eye. Stop starting shit with people. I don't know. I think it's a good look for me. Rusty smiled like he was having his picture taking. Angie shook her head. Trust me, it's not. Come on, baby, you know it's sexy. Rusty smacked her butt like a supportive team member. Angie cocked her fist back, incorrectly, like most girls do. Do you want another black eye? She asked. Oh, don't tease me. Patrick liked it better when they fought. The playfulness lowered the gauge on his hope meter. It made him feel like he was going to have to try a lot harder to win her over. He remembered what she said the other night when she was drunk. He took solace in that memory, assuring himself that she meant what she said. As Patrick and Angie sipped coffee, Rusty bandaged his face. When everyone was ready to go, they loaded into Patrick's truck and head for the beach. They stopped at a Phallics to grab some lunch to bring to the beach. Patrick couldn't decide if it was wrong or a celebration of Juan's memory to visit a Phallics the morning after his death. Juan hadn't even crossed Rusty's mind. At the entrance of the store were pre-teen girls in soccer jerseys holding white buckets. Their parents sat off to the side in lawn chairs, bullshitting with one another. As the group approached the sliding glass doors, a girl with jet black hair stood in front of Rusty's intended path. Still being somewhat new with the English language, she fumbled over her words. Hi! Would you like to make a donation to help support the Panthers soccer team? She sort of bounced and swung her bucket as she talked. No, Rusty said, frustrated, and quickly maneuvered his way around her and into the store. Angie rolled her eyes. Sorry about him. Let me see what I have. She checked her wallet. Sorry, I don't have any cash on me. Patrick checked his wallet. He had several 20s but no small bills. He dropped a 20 into her bucket. Here, you girls better win now, he said. Thank you, she said. They walked into the store and grabbed a basket. Wow, big baller. Angie laughed. Damn right, girl. Patrick winked at her. They found Rusty standing in line for the sub-sandwiches. He had his arms crossed and was agitated at the old man on the rascal scooter in front of him, who was having trouble hearing the deli employee. As Patrick and Angie joined him in line, he decided to vent. I fucking hate old people, he said. What? Patrick chuckled. Seriously, when you're that old and you can't drive, you can't walk, and you can't hear, shouldn't you take that as a sign that nature wants you dead? Angie's face turned red. She tried looking away to make it seem like she wasn't with Rusty. Especially if you're an asshole like this guy. Angie pulled on Rusty's arm. It's not everyone else's fault that you're slowly dying. You should be grateful we still let you live and don't leave you behind like we should. It's just extra weight to carry for everyone else. Rusty, stop, Angie said. What? He can't hear me. He can't even hear himself being an asshole. You're being an asshole, she said. You were an asshole to that little girl. Oh, fuck them! It's for a recreational sports team. Maybe if those soccer mums would get up off their lazy asses and get some jobs, they wouldn't have to whore their children out for money. Patrick gave her a 20, Angie said. Rusty laughed. What a chump. It's all I had. Patrick laughed. Do you want to split an Italian with me? Angie asked. Fuck you. I'm getting a whole one, Rusty said. I can't eat a whole one myself. I'll split one with you, Patrick said. I don't have much of an appetite this morning. Rusty smiled. Maybe you shouldn't do so many drugs, he said facetiously. After they checked out, they exited the store and were blocked again by the same soccer girl. Would you like to donate? Rusty interrupted her and turned to Patrick. Didn't you just give her money? Are you fucking kidding me? Rusty looked over at the supervising parents who were not paying attention. Hey, he called. Aren't you guys supposed to be watching these kids? Excuse me, one of the mothers asked. We already gave you money and now you're asking us again.
Oh, sorry, she said. They're just kids. They don't know. She nervously laughed.
They don't know because they're not getting any guidance. You either ask people when they walk in or ask when they walk out. It's not that hard. Meanwhile, you two are just sitting there ignoring your children while they annoy the shit out of customers. Rusty, stop, Angie yelled. Okay. Sorry, sir. We won't ask you again, she said, trying to end the conversation. Rusty walked back to his friends. Can you believe that shit? He said, loud enough for the parents to hear him. Sorry about that, Angie yelled to them. She was mortified. They walked back to the truck. As they drove away, Angie was pissed off. You're so embarrassing, she said. Someone has to put an end to their shit, Rusty replied. You make some good points. They're a little extreme, but acting like a whiny asshole isn't going to help change the world, Patrick said. Yeah, it's so easy to point a finger and say asshole. But you're an asshole too, man. You break the fucking cabinet for no reason. You flipped me out of the chair the other morning when I was sleeping, and you're always calling me a pussy. And Angie, you're an asshole to me all the time. You always try to control me. I'm a grown man. You act like my mother. I'm only an asshole to you when you're acting like an asshole, which is all the time. And sorry, but sometimes I forget you're a grown man because you act like a child. Everyone had said their piece. They all sat quietly and reflected on themselves or resented one another. Patrick decided to drown out the awkward silence by turning the music up louder. It just so happened that one of his favourite songs had popped up on the internet radio. He started to sing along to the intro and chorus of What's Your Fantasy? By Ludacris. It was an attempt to ease some of the tension in the truck and mostly to put a smile across Angie's gorgeous face. When he started off with, I wanna lick, 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 lick you from your head to your toes, he peeped at Angie's face through the rearview mirror. She had a furrowed brow, and she was judging him. He decided to keep up with it, and a smile began to crack across her face. Rusty joined in on the ladies' part of the chorus, and Patrick let him do that on his own. They were singing the chorus back and forth to each other. Angie was trying her hardest not to laugh. Once the first verse started, and Patrick kept up perfectly with Ludacris's fast-paced lyrics, she could hold her laughter in no longer. By the time the chorus had come up again, she sung it along with them. I didn't know that anyone actually knew all the words to that song, she said. I wrote that song, Patrick said. Sounds like it. They arrived to the beach. It was the same one that Patrick and Angie had went to together the night of his graduation. "Why did we come here?" Rusty asked. "No one ever comes to this beach." "It's sentimental to me. One of the greatest days of my life happened here." He smiled at Angie. "Let me guess," Rusty said. "Some older boy broke your hymen in the sand." "Something like that," he replied. Everyone grabbed something from the truck. Angie held the towels, Rusty carried the bags of food, and Patrick grabbed the cooler of beer that was too full to put the food in. They walked the trail between all of the tropical foliage. Patrick remembered crossing the path when it was just him and Angie. The memory warmed his blood. He hoped that one day it would be just the two of them walking the same trail again. The beach was empty of life, other than the seagulls. They let Angie pick the spot and set down their towels. The boys both sat down and cracked open a beer, grabbing a slice of lime from a Ziploc bag and plunging it into the bottle. Angie removed her sundress. She was wearing a pink bikini top with black bottoms fitting snug over her perfect arse. Patrick's ape brain wanted to kick in and bury Rusty's head in the sand, while he and Angie procreated in the rising tide. He hoped Angie saw him as the alpha male. How could she not? The alternative was a lanky little fucker who needed more help than a cross-eyed invalid just to survive in society. He wouldn't last a day in the wild. Patrick was a hunter and gatherer. He could provide for his woman. Rusty changed his internet radio to a more beach-friendly channel. They all watched the waves push each other up the shore. They felt the sun heat up their skin. Rusty grabbed his sub from the bag and began tearing into it. It made Patrick think about Juan. He was a good man, a responsible man. He had a family. They probably were wondering where he was right about now. Patrick thought more and more about what emotions Juan's family had to be going through. He blurted out, "It's kind of fucked up that Juan isn't getting a funeral." He had forgot that Angie wasn't privy to the hassle that had taken place the night before. Ha! Rusty chuckled with a mouthful of food. "Who is Juan?" Angie asked. Patrick hesitated for a moment. Rusty smiled at Patrick and waited for his reply. Dude, we both knew from school." "He died?" she asked. "Juan who?" Patrick couldn't think fast enough. "Black," Rusty answered. "Juan Black?" Angie asked. "Yep," Rusty said. Patrick shook his head in agreement. "I don't remember him," she said. "How did he die?" "Overdose or something, Mentis, Patrick said. "That's sad. Why isn't he getting a funeral?" "He's just not," Rusty said, trying to end the barrage of questions. He continued on. "Funerals are overrated anyways. You know how many cemeteries there are in the world? They're all full of nothing but bones in expensive caskets. Bones that no one remembers. They are really ridiculous when you think about it. Think of all the space that takes up. More people are dying every day too. We dedicate acres of land to people who aren't here anymore. You can't remember everyone. Give it 20 or 30 years. Cemeteries will become obsolete. We don't have enough room for everyone to still be taking up space after they're dead. They should come up with a way to use bones as a fuel. That way, those bodies would actually be of some use." Rusty took another bite of his sandwich. "Juan's family is going to remember him regardless of some fancy funeral. Everybody else shouldn't care." "Okay. Can we stop talking about funerals and dead bodies?" Angie asked. She is scared of everything. She's like a 6-year-old, Rusty said. We're talking about death and shit. Everyone is afraid of death. Not me, Rusty said. Bring it on. Yeah. Okay. I'm not really afraid of death itself, more just dying regretting things I've done, or didn't do, Patrick said. I'd rather regret something I've done than something I didn't do, Angie said. Wow, you're so philosophic. Are you sure you didn't get that from a Facebook meme, Ms. Original? Rusty teased. Shut up. It's true. Angie laughed. Oh, it's true. So if you had the chance to kill someone, you would regret not killing them more than actually killing them. Yeah. Sometimes I regret not killing you. They all laughed. It was rare to see Angie pull a quip out of her hat so quickly. What do you think happens when you die? Rusty asked. Where do you think Juan is now? I honestly don't know. Patrick answered. What do you think? I think that once we're dead, we're dead. We're just back to nothing, like before we were born. Our bodies decompose and our gases disperse and are recycled by the living. I think there might be something else. I'm not sure what. Nothing that any religion teaches, but something we'll never know until we're dead. That's kind of what I believe too, Angie said. Like, I don't think it's nothing, but I don't think it's like God. But at the same time, I don't want to go to hell, so I'll say that I believe in God. Just to be safe. I think Juan is in hell. God doesn't like black people. I think God is one of those old men that still calls black people coloreds, Rusty said. You're an idiot, Angie said. Why? God is the racist. Not me. Rusty laughed and his nose whistled. He pried the obstruction drill. It's a blood booger. A dark mass of dried blood was stuck to the tip of his finger. He flicked it into the sand. I believe in karma, Angie said. Why? Rusty asked. I just think if you do good things, then good things will happen to you. Okay, so for the sake of argument. Here we go. Angie opened a beer. All those children in poor African countries who are starving, dying from Ebola, dying from AIDS, being murdered by other tribes. You're saying that they're such pieces of shit that karma is punishing them? No. Well then what? Does karma only exist in America? No, I don't know. Never mind. Karma is a childish belief. God, you're such a prick. It's okay, baby. I have some childish beliefs too. I honestly believe that as long as you stay positive, good things will happen. Really? Patrick asked. It's worked out for me so far. Patrick looked at Rusty's beaten face. Maybe you need to take a good glance in the mirror, buddy. You don't believe in karma, do you? Rusty asked. Well, if karma is real, then I must have done some pretty fucked up shit in my life. I'm not sure about your positive thinking theory either. Maybe I need to give it a try. I'm not very superstitious. I kind of believe in luck, just because nothing ever goes my way. I've had so much bad luck, it just feels like it has to be real. But then, every once in a while, something good happens in my life, and I feel like it's a pinch of good luck. He looked at Angie, who was paying deep attention to what he was saying. Sometimes it just feels like fate, like all the bad luck was just so that the rare good luck moments could fall in place. He and Angie exchanged smiles. Rusty chugged the rest of his beer and belched. "They're called coincidences," he said. As they sat in the sand, drinking and discussing life, a storm cloud had inched its way to the beach. They heard the thunder rumbling before the cold droplets could reach them. They gathered their belongings and hustled back to the truck. When they jumped into the truck, the rain had picked up speed. Angie looked at her phone. "We weren't even there an hour. Florida sucks sometimes." Patrick turned on the car so they could listen to the radio. They sat in the truck, drinking beer, deciding what the rest of their day would entail. "You want to see a move?" Patrick asked. "Yeah, let's go to the movies," she said excitedly. "If I'm sitting through a movie, then we have to stop and get blunts and some more beer," Rusty said. On their way to the theatre, Angie looked up showtimes for the films on her phone. She scrolled through the titles. "I don't know. There are too many choices." Rusty grabbed the phone from her hand. "I'll help narrow them down." He was on his 5th beer. Scrolling down the list, he was not impressed. "Oh look, the new Defenders movie is out. Earth, Defenders, 3, Myth of the Pink Pearl. I'm sure it'll make millions. Everyone goes to see those stupid fucking superhero movies. It's the same bullshit every single time. Let me guess. There is some new villain that is stronger than the last villain and wants to destroy the world. The Defenders try to save the world, but the new villain is too strong. The Defenders almost lose, but come together and devise a plan to fool the villain and beat him. Saving the world. You know, at least 3 characters are going to get rescued at the last second. That always happens. It's like every superhero has the power to hear a bad guy give a pre-murder speech from anywhere in the world. Angie rolled her eyes. Patrick found it amusing. You know, with the amount of money they spend, they have potential to make a really kick-ass movie. But those goddamn comic book companies always play it safe with the PG-13 rating. They blow up fucking buildings in those movies like a towelhead's wet dream, yet all the civilians seem to escape unharmed. Maybe a little cut on their forehead. If they actually went a little dark with those films, they could be really good. But they have to keep them family-friendly. Fuck those movies, fuck those companies, and fuck 13-year-olds. Next, Rusty yelled obnoxiously. Between Her Walls, a romantic comedy, I presume. I feel like I've already seen this one. I'm guessing these 2 quirky individuals meet in some weird way and don't like each other at first. Then they start to fall in love. Then they get into a huge fight and homeboy makes some grand romantic gesture, and they live happily ever after. Why don't they ever make the sequels where we see them get divorced? The bitch takes half of his shit and his kids, and then he blows his head off with a shotgun. That seems a lot more interesting than how they met. What's next? Patrick asked. The bleed hole. Don't even get me started on horror movies. Then we have One Hangs Lower, some Oscar contender bullshit, some overly exaggerated period piece about some true event of minor significance that is made up to seem like it changed the world. Who cares? Then we have some teen dance movie that comes out every 3 months. I wish we had dance battles at our school. I guess that's an urban thing. And of course there's another Fast and Furious movie. Rusty tossed Angie's phone back into her lap. Patrick parked at a convenience store. What kind of blunts should I get? He asked. Vanilla Dutches, Rusty said. Patrick entered the store while Rusty and Angie sat silently in the truck. Angie was glued to her phone, trying to ignore Rusty. He could tell she was still upset with him. What movie do you want to see, baby? I kind of want to see The Dance 1. Of course you do, retard. Angie typed even faster. What was meant to be a joke was more like a shovel, digging him deeper into his hole. He could see the signs. No eye contact. The sulky pout. I don't care what we see, she said, with very low energy, still typing away at her phone. Rusty lowered his seat all the way back, so he was lying right next to her. Still no eye contact. Don't be mad, baby. I love that you're retarded. You're the other half of my oversized tarred heart. Her only reply was the shaking of her head. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Rusty quickly tickled her ribs, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Stop. She laughed, trying to stay mad. Don't be mad at me, fucker. I love you. Stop, she yelled. You stop. Stop being mad. She grabbed his wrists and pulled them away. I'm not mad. Promise? He grabbed at her sides again. She pulled away. Yes, I promise I'm not mad. Good. Rusty put his chair back in its upright position. I want another cerveza, he said, as Patrick was walking back to the truck. When they entered the theatres, posters covered the walls. The names were mostly idioms, some of them the main character's name, some were thematic one-word titles, and some were near sentences that seemed to give away the entire plot of the film. Rusty began squeezing his stomach in pain. He groaned. Are you all right? Angie asked. What? Did you crack a rib last night? No, I have to shit. He headed for the restroom. I'll meet you guys in there. Angie grabbed her wallet from her bag. Here. She pulled out a $20 bill. For your ticket and popcorn. Rusty grabbed the bill and examined it. Is this even enough? Yeah. Movies are like $5 now. Ticket prices went down. He clenched his butt tight and waddled to the bathroom. Patrick looked at Angie and smiled. What? She laughed. I thought you didn't have any cash. Nothing small. I was not about to give that little girl $20. I'm not a baller like you. The poor Girl Scout was just trying to feed her family. Angie laughed. Shut up. She wasn't even a Girl Scout. As they arrived to the counter, Patrick grabbed a 20 from his wallet and gave it to Angie. Here, I'll pay for the movie. No, that's okay. I'm used to it. Seriously, save your money for a car so you don't have to ride around in that beater your entire life. He dropped the bill in her beach bag. Hey, she laughed. I can afford a new car. I just haven't gotten one yet. I'm too lazy. More like you spend too much money on the man-child. Yeah, that too. And my dad. He is always borrowing money from me. Well, not so much borrowing as taking. But that's family, I guess. I'm not so sure about that, Patrick said. Yeah, well, it's whatever. Patrick ordered 2 tickets and paid for them. He could tell that she was not used to someone else paying for her. Patrick felt accomplished. He hoped that it made her feel special, a feeling that she should have been much more familiar with. They approached the concession stand. Do you want anything from there? No, I'm still full from the sub. What about you? You didn't even eat. I don't really have an appetite this morning. Are you sure? You've had a few beers. Are you sure? No hot dogs, no candy, no nachos, no soda, no slushy. Angie laughed and locked her arm around his, pulling him towards the theatre. "Come on." Patrick's heart was about to explode. His body began vibrating. It was like he was getting a second wave from the drugs he took the night before. After a few steps, Angie realized what she was doing and let go of his arm. She began walking in front of him. The tingling faded away. Patrick understood that she felt like she had gone a little too far. She tried to play it cool by turning around and saying, "You're going too slow." It didn't make much sense. It was obvious that she was embarrassed. There were only a few heads in the large theatre. He followed Angie towards the top. Halfway up the stairs, she slowed down so Patrick could catch up and they could walk together. They sat one row under the highest row, several seats over from the couple sitting above them. Patrick started a conversation, trying to make Angie feel more comfortable. He tried to make as much eye contact as possible, hoping that he might be able to steal a kiss. He noticed that Angie barely made eye contact, only a glance over every few seconds to make him feel like she wasn't ignoring him. She was focused on the screen. Patrick knew that was only because she was afraid of what might happen if she were to look over at him, being that the screen was just a slideshow of local advertisements accompanied by acoustic coffee shop music. He could also tell that she wasn't really engaged in the conversation, mostly just giving yes or no answers. Outside the theatre, Rusty was leaving the bathroom. He bought his ticket and headed for the concession stand. He ordered the large popcorn and 2 large soda combo without looking at the price. "Is that everything?" the extremely under-enthusiastic employee asked. "You can give me your number if you want." She didn't even reply. "Your total is $18.95. "Is that some fucking joke?" Rusty asked, a reaction she must have been used to, as she just shook her head. $20 for soda and popcorn. $18.95, actually. If you buy that combo anywhere else, it's no more than $5 or $6. That's like a 300% markup. That should be illegal. It's the only way the theatre makes money, sir. You really think you make more money charging that much? Think of how many people don't buy anything because of your ridiculous prices. If you charged normal prices, then you'd get more business, which means more profit. Well, aren't you a business aficionado? How do you even sell 1 box of popcorn? You'd have to be retarded to give in to these prices. This is America, sir. Fat people need to stuff popcorn in their mouth while they watch movies, no matter what the cost. This is absolute bullshit. You know motherfuckers revolt for shit like this. Read a history book. He read her name tag, Jenna Lee. He began to walk away. "Thank you, sir. Have a nice day." "Just wait," he yelled. "One day this place is going to be shut down with your head displayed out front on a stake. Think about that, Jenna Lee." Rusty entered the theatre and looked around for Angie and Patrick. He found their aisle and made his way across. He noticed the couple 1 aisle above them. The man had his feet up on the headrest of the chair in front of him. Rusty thought it was common courtesy to put your feet down as people passed, in case they wanted that seat. The man must have not shared the same belief, as he didn't lower his feet. Rusty plopped down in the seat and pushed his back against chair, knocking the man's feet down. "Are you kidding me?" the man said. "No. Are you fucking kidding me?" Rusty replied. "Hey, buddy, how about any other seat in this enormous theatre?" "So I'm supposed to forfeit a seat I want Because you need a goddamn footrest? Guess what, guy? That $5 only pays for one seat. Go buy another ticket if you want a footrest. Otherwise, fuck off. The man put his feet back on the headrest. Why are you trying to start shit, man? You literally could have any other seat in here. I like this one. It's perfect. It's just high enough and dead center.
Get out of the seat, he said.
Nick, stop! His girlfriend yelled. Patrick heard the woman and walked over to the argument. Do we have a problem over here? Patrick asked the man. Yeah, this asshole has his feet on my seat, Rusty said. The man dropped his feet to the ground. He was outnumbered and decided to surrender. Your douchebag friend just sat down here to piss me off. Let's lose the hostility. I'll bring the retard over here, Patrick said. He started it, the man said. Rusty stood up. Ha, I won, pussy. They joined Angie on the end of the row. Her hand was covering half of her face in embarrassment. What's up? Rusty laughed. You're unbelievable, she said, not even turning her face towards him. We're seeing this piece of crap dance movie. I need some real entertainment. Halfway through the movie, Rusty was in a coma. He was asleep on the armrest with his feet propped up on the seat in front of him. Patrick noticed drool dripping from the side of his mouth. He looked over at Angie. She looked back this time. They both smiled. They both knew that each other were thinking about her, grabbing his arm earlier. She laughed and shook her head in embarrassment. Patrick reached his hand under the vest and grabbed hers. She looked at him. Her face was much more serious now, as was his. The stare from her big, beautiful brown eyes tasted like the sweetest candy, the only thing that Patrick could manage to swallow this morning. There were mixed emotions of happiness and sadness from both parties. She squeezed his hand tighter. He could feel her racing through her soft palm. The air felt colder. Goosebumps ran up her arm. The ambience fit the mood. The theatre was dark, and the terrible tween candy movies had one tasteful song in the middle of the unbearable dance mixes. It played Lullaby by The Cure during a romantic scene between the leads. It felt like one of those fate moments to Patrick. He felt like the luckiest guy in the room. It was like he went in blind and won the pot. Those rare good luck moments. Her hand fit perfectly in his. Soft. He pushed her knuckles with his thumb. They sat quietly for the rest of the movie, not unlocking their grips until the credits rolled. When they left the theatre, both Angie and Patrick were quiet. The ground was soaked, and black and blue clouds hung over their heads. The rain was on break. They could hear the thunder brewing up the shower. Well, that movie sucked, Rusty said. No one responded to him. The ride home was quiet as well. No one spoke. Angie couldn't decide whether to feel excited or guilty. Patrick was racking his brain, nervous as to what was to come next. He was hopeful, but realistic. Patrick received a text message. Brooks says we have to go see your dad later, he said. Both of us? Rusty asked. Yep. God damn it. When they arrived home, Rusty went into his room and crashed out on his bed. Patrick and Angie sat in the living room. She laid across the couch. Patrick took this as a sign that he had to take the recliner. That chair is hideous, she laughed. Trying to hurt my feelings now? Patrick asked. No, I'm sorry. It's cute. that you're in love with your ugly chair. Patrick laughed. It's the only furniture I had. I'm gonna get something new. I'm just too lazy. Angie smiled. They kept the conversation light, not mentioning the movie theatre. The TV played reruns of a show about an overweight guy going around the country beating food challenges. They watched it until they fell asleep. Patrick awoke to his cell phone buzzing on the coffee table. Brooks was reminding him that he and Rusty needed to see Dixon. Angie was still asleep on the couch. Her mouth was open. Her deep breathing was near snoring. He debated on whether waking her or not, as much as he wished to speak to her. Again, before leaving, he decided against it. Instead, he just appreciated how adorable she was as she slept. She was so cute that he almost expected her to start squeaking or kicking her legs like a dreaming puppy. After spending a handful of minutes waking Rusty, Patrick got dressed. He was everything but optimistic about going to see his boss. He knew himself and Rusty were going to be chewed out like the rubbery gum that Dixon constantly grinded between his teeth. When Patrick entered the living room, Angie was woken by the sound. Her face briefly showed confusion of her surroundings. She turned her head so Patrick wouldn't see her wake-up face. She sat up and leaned against the armrest. She yawned very wide, trying to cover her mouth. Patrick was leaning against the wall watching her. Her yawn ended with a giggle. "What?" she asked. "Nothing." Patrick smiled. "Good morning, sweet sunshine." She rolled her eyes at the forced flattery. As any female would, the first thing she did was check her phone. "Are you guys leaving?" "Yeah, in a minute." Rusty exited his bedroom, still wearing his board shorts with a ribbed cotton black tank top that read "Domestic Abuse" in bold red letters. Patrick read the shirt and grinned. "Isn't that a little hipsterish?" Patrick asked. Rusty grabbed the blunt from behind his ear and lit it. "Fuck you." "No, I get it. You were a douchebag. Before it was cool." "Are you really going to wear that shirt with your face like that?" Angie asked. "That's what makes it hilarious, baby." Rusty inhaled his hit and tried to pass the pot to Patrick. "No thanks. I'm paranoid enough about this visit." "Suit yourself," Rusty said, taking another hit. He turned to Angie. "Are you staying here?" She shook her head. "I told my dad that I'd make dinner for him tonight." "All right," Rusty said, headed for the door. "Lock up sugar tits." "See you later, Angie," Patrick said, following Rusty. "Bye," she said, smiling at Patrick. The closer they got to Dixon's property, the more Patrick's gut tickled. Rusty already seemed annoyed. As they drove through the gates, they noticed Brooks having a cigarette on the front steps. As they approached him, he held open his pack of cigarettes. They each took one. "He's in the office playing video games. He's waiting," Brooks said. "He's upset, I presume," Rusty said. "I got it from him earlier," Brooks said. "He hasn't said much since." Rusty looked at Patrick and laughed, knowing he was nervous. What's the worst that could happen? He patted his back. "You want to snort a Xanax before we go in there?" Brooks asked. Patrick laughed, believing it to be a joke. "Yes," Rusty answered. Brooks pulled a prescription bottle from his pocket that read Alprazolam 1 mg tab. He dropped a blue pill into Rusty's hand. He offered one to Patrick, but he declined. They followed Rusty inside. When did you start taking Xanax? Patrick asked. Recently. They're lovely. Brooks answered. Rusty strolled into the kitchen. Suze was sitting on the couch eating ice cream and watching Judge Judy. Boy, you really pissed him off this time. Hey, Suze, Rusty said as he crushed the pill and pressed his nose to the counter. He regrouped with the others. Good luck, she called from the couch. They headed upstairs and knocked on the door to his office. Yeah, Dixon yelled. Brooks opened the door. Rusty grinned as he walked in. Patrick nodded to Dixon. Boss? Patrick said. Find a seat, he said. Dixon's video game was paused. The other TV that was mounted to the wall in the corner played Fox News on mute. Patrick sat in one of the armchairs in front of his desk. Rusty retreated to the corner and read through the book titles on his shelf. Brooks grabbed the back of the other chair and hunched over it, nervously playing with his watch and tonguing his cheek. It was silent. Dixon looked at each one of them, imaging delightfully heinous acts. Patrick cleared his throat. Still, no one talked. Dixon just rotated his angry gaze. You're upset? Rusty asked. Dixon slowly leaned back in his chair and cocked his head. He glared at Rusty, a look Rusty was familiar with. No, he answered. There was a green book on his desk that was missing a dust cover. He grabbed it and chucked it at Rusty's head. Rusty ducked. I'm over the fucking moon. He glared at Rusty for a few more seconds that felt like forever to everyone. He then gave the other two the mean mug. Morons! They both lightly nodded their heads. You! He yelled, pointing at Patrick. Patrick tilted his head back and raised his eyebrows to hear clearer. Why is retardees face fucked up? I pay you to be his fucking protector. No. Patrick cleared his throat again. I wasn't around at the time, he said very softly. What? Dixon yelled. He pointed at Patrick. If you mumble again, I'm going to stab you in the tongue. I wasn't around at the time, Patrick repeated very loudly. I pay you to be around at the time, motherfucker. Is there any job you can handle, Princess Peach? You're right. I'm sorry, boss. Won't happen again. Now, as for Blue Lip Jim, lucky for you worthless turds, someone is taking his place. And the money is safe. But I'm out of product for another week at the least. You are fucking with my business. I will tell you this. That does not happen twice. Understand? Yes, sir. Brooks and Patrick answered. Rusty just grinned. How's AA Pops? Which step are you on? You and I need to have a little chat soon, son. Not today, 'cause I can't promise I won't poke your fucking eyes out. Now get the fuck out of my office. All of you. The three of them returned to the stoop out front for another cigarette break. Well, that didn't go as bad as I thought, Patrick said. He's all bark and no bite, Rusty said. You and I both know that's not true, Brooks said. No, he's soft on his employees. Always has been. I guess, Brooks replied. You alone again tonight, Brooks? Patrick asked. No, the new guy is working. Grunt, stupid nickname, Dixon's idea. Duncan lost some cards the other day, so I sent him out to get another pack. We got the chips out if you guys want to play a game. Suze'll play for sure. $20 buy-in. Patrick and Rusty nodded at each other, agreeing to stay for poker. They tossed their cigarettes and headed back inside. "Should I go ask my dad for $20? Rusty asked. Step 8. Patrick pulled into the parking lot of Phallic Supermarket. It was a pretty blue Monday afternoon. There was a pep in his step and an excitement in the air as he grabbed a couple cases of beer, chips and salsa from the shelves. Angie was planning on coming over to watch the Dolphins play the Giants in Monday Night Football. He hadn't seen her since they had seen the movie together a few days earlier. After Patrick had checked out, walking out to the parking lot, he noticed a familiar face. "Kalieg?" The girl's face lit up. "Patrick, how are you? I haven't seen you in forever." "Yeah, I just moved back about 4 months ago." Patrick's phone began vibrating in his pocket. He figured he'd tend to it later. "I know, I heard," she said. "Really? Me and Angie are still best friends. We talk a lot." "Oh, yeah?" Patrick was flattered that Angie had been talking about him. "So you're living with Rusty? I'm so sorry for you." "You don't know the half of it. She really likes you, you know." "Is that a fact?" The statement had caught Patrick off guard. It felt like getting punched in the stomach with happiness. "Yes, that is a fact. She talks about you all the time. She always has. Even when you were away, you need to get on that shit. She's been in love with you since high school. And everyone knows you've been in love with her forever. You need to do us all a favor and get her away from that asshole." So much for small talk. Damn. "I'm sorry," she laughed. "I'm just so happy you're back in her life. You're so good for her." The catching up continued after Patrick asked what she had been up to for the past 5 years. It was all the usual garbage boring people brag about. Marriage, having a kid, and job advancements, blah blah bullshit. After they parted ways, Patrick remembered that someone had called him. He checked his phone and found a voicemail from his cousin, Violet. She lived in town, but Patrick had only seen her once since he had moved back. He wondered what she could possibly want from him. After throwing his groceries in the back of his truck, he listened to the message. "Hey, Pat, it's Viol. Listen, Grandma is really sick. She went to the hospital the other night. She is back home now. But it's not good. I'm staying here right now, so come see us and we'll talk about it. Okay? Bye." Patrick immediately punched the dashboard. He raced out of the parking lot and headed straight for his grandmother's house. He called Rusty on the way and told him that he needed to find another ride home. When he arrived to her house, the driveway was taken by Violet's and his grandmother's vehicles. He parked in front of her house and rushed inside. The front door was partly painted light blue over the eggshell color. Patrick opened the door and noticed that the dog had not come to greet him. Violet was on the couch watching TV. "Hey, Pat. Where is that fucking foo-foo thing?" "She's in the room with Grandma." "What? Is she taking a nap?" "Pat, she can't even get out of bed. She's on a bunch of pills right now." "What happened?" "She had been getting severe migraines, so she had me drive her to the hospital. They did a scan on her and found that she had an inoperable brain tumor." A burning rage was stirring throughout Patrick's body. Inoperable? Just because some quack doctor says it's inoperable doesn't necessarily make it so. We can take her to another doctor. "Patrick, it's the size of a fucking golf ball." "Motherfucker. Why didn't she call me? Why am I just finding out about this?" "I don't know. You were always the favorite grandchild." "You're really gonna pull that shit right now?" Calm down. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just saying. He sat down on the couch and took a series of deep breaths. After taking a few minutes to relax, he continued the conversation. So now what? Where do we go from here? Violet explained to Patrick all the things she had learned from the doctors and the hospice company. He took a while to mentally prepare himself before visiting with his grandmother. After he mustered the confidence, Patrick quietly entered his grandmother's bedroom. She was awake and watching her favourite daytime talk show. It was a much less graphic scene than Patrick had anticipated. No shaved head, no heart monitor, no morphine drip, just an elderly lady lying in bed with her dog snuggled beside her. Grandma. Patty, come in. There was a stool next to her bed. Patrick slowly lowered himself to it. How are you feeling? She shrugged and wrinkled her nose. No, I feel pretty good. They gave me some pills. She laughed. I've just been thinking a lot. About your grandfather and your father. Patrick bit his lip, attempting to keep his eyes from leaking. I'm kind of excited to see what they've been up to, she said jokingly. Patrick had to wipe his eyes as he chuckled. He had to give in. There was too much pressure behind his eyes. Why didn't you call me? I would have taken you to the hospital. Well, Violet had come to visit the other morning. I was painting the door and my head was hurting so bad I had to come in and lie on the couch. She offered to take me to the hospital, and I told her no, 'cause I had just taken a few hours leave, but a few hours later, I had to call her, because they were getting a lot worse. I didn't call you 'cause I figured you were working. I didn't think it was gonna be such a big issue. Patrick stared at the wall with his red eyes, feeling regretful. You know, Grandma, I'm sorry about moving out so suddenly. I should have given you more notice. It was something I had to do for work. Oh, stop it, Patrick, it's all right. I can see how you'd get bored here. I get bored myself. You know you're always welcome to come live with Grandma whenever. No questions asked. She looked down at her dog. I just feel bad for this goddamn foo-foo. She erupted into laughter. No one is gonna want to take her. She's a loon. Patrick could tell she was on strong pills. She certainly looked upbeat. How is the new apartment? Did you throw away that chair? She asked. Patrick laughed. Not yet. It definitely catches the eye when you walk in. Yep. That's why I gave it to you. I thought you were just going to throw it away. I don't know what I was thinking when I bought it. I must have been more doped up than I am now. I've used it as a dog chair for years. How's your roommate? Patrick shook his head. He's a pain in the arse. You'll never guess who I met up with, though. Who? You remember that girl I used to talk about all of the time in high school? She looked at her forehead and touched her chin. The blonde friend, right? Hold on a minute. Her name started with an A, right? Yeah. Angie. Oh, how is that going? We've been talking a lot. She has a boyfriend, though. Grandma nodded her head. He's not a good guy, though. He's a scumbag. She says she still has feelings for me. But I don't know. We'll see. Well, Pat, that's something you're going to have to let her figure out on her own. I remember how much you really care about this girl. You're a strong person, though. You haven't had the easiest first run, with your dad and everything. You've been around the block. You're very mature and a very smart Young man, it'll only get better from here. I think your luck is going to change. You deserve it. And if you love this girl as much, you say you do, then I think she'll see that. She'll make the right decision. You'll end up with her. On the drive home, Patrick couldn't stop the echo of his grandmother's words in his mind. He wiped his tears with his sleeve and his wrist. Every time something seemed to go right in his life, a black cloud would move in and sour everything. Part of him wanted to reflect on what Angie's friend had told him earlier, but the fact that he only had 3 weeks at best left with his grandmother was haunting him. Brooks' car was in the parking lot as Patrick pulled in. "What the hell is he doing here?" Patrick mumbled to himself. He grabbed his groceries and warm beer and lugged them up the stairs. When he reached his floor, Brooks was making his way to the stairs. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I had to have a talk with Rusty." "About what?" "Just some stuff about his dad." Brooks patted him on the back. "I've got to go, though. Your girl is in there. Go get her." He shuffled down the stairs, leaving Patrick with his hands full and feeling confused. He opened the door, and Tampon ran to greet him. "Get back," he said. Patrick walked toward the kitchen. The game was on the flat screen. It was the beginning of the third quarter. Rusty was in the ugly chair. There was an unfamiliar bald head sitting on the couch. The coffee table was full of empty beer bottles and snacks. Angie was sitting on the floor. She was the only one to turn around. Her face lit up. "Hey, where have you been?" she asked. "Hey, I just had something I had to deal with." He walked into the kitchen and put the beer in the fridge. He threw the salsa away. Angie stood up and followed him into the kitchen. She was standing in the archway, and Patrick couldn't help but notice how sexy she looked. She was wearing a long, white Tannehill jersey that hid her short black spandex shorts. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I've just had a really bad day," Patrick said, looking defeated. "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's okay." "Angie, can you go get some more beer, please?" Angie didn't respond. It didn't seem like it was the first time he had asked. She was still trying to figure out the sadness in Patrick's eyes. Patrick walked to the archway. The unfamiliar slowly turned back to the television as Patrick came into view. He was wearing a dirty red shirt, and his shoes were kicked off, and he had black unwashed feet. He had unkempt patches of facial hair. Rusty looked strung out. "Hey," Patrick said. "Hey, man," the guy said without looking at Patrick. Rusty turned to Patrick and pointed at the guy. "This is my buddy, Smegma," he said in a very low tone. He looked to be on stronger pills than Patrick's grandmother. Patrick looked at Angie, furrowing his brow at the peculiar nickname. Angie rolled her eyes. "There's some beer in the fridge. You can have it," Patrick said. "I don't drink that craft shit. Too fancy. I want something light, Angie." He emphasized her name. Patrick slumped into his bedroom. Angie followed him and closed the door over, leaving just a crack. Patrick sat down on the bed and played his music on his phone. Radiohead played Fake Plastic Trees. "I heard you ran into Caliec today. She's retarded. I swear." Patrick just chuckled. "Rusty's dad got me a job at the Rock." "The strip club?" Patrick asked. He looked angry. Angie laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not a stripper. I'm a cocktail waitress." "What happened to your other job?" "I felt like I needed another one. I can't help teach the dance class anymore, which kind of sucks." "Well, I'm glad you got another job. If it makes you happy. Why was your day so bad? Angie! Smegma yelled from the other room. They both ignored him. I found out my grandma has a brain tumor. She's in hospice. She only has a few weeks to live. Oh my God, Angie said, rushing to his bed and hugging him. I'm so sorry. Her eyes began to soak. She held the embrace for near a minute. She grabbed his hand, and they looked into each other's eyes for a moment. Patrick looked away. You know, when I was a kid, I watched my grandfather go through the same thing. Then, seeing how my dad went, it has me thinking a lot about my life and death. I've never been in a real relationship. He looked back into Angie's eyes. I don't want to die alone. Angie wiped her eyes. Angie, God damn it! Smegma called again. Patrick's head cocked towards the door. Chris, stop. I'm in the middle of a conversation. God. In a lower tone, yet perfectly audible, he said, You don't have to be so cunty. Patrick sprung from the bed and swung open the door. Smegma's eyes shot open. Before he could figure out what was happening, Patrick grabbed an empty beer bottle and smashed it over his head. He threw his arm up, trying to block it. Blood poured down from the top of his bald crown. Patrick pulled him up by his shirt and forced 3 right crosses into his jaw and nose. With each punch, Smegma fell to his knees and Patrick pulled him back up, not loosening the grip on his shirt. Tampon was scared in the back corner, barking his lungs sore. Angie was pleading for Patrick to stop. Patrick threw him into the front door and opened it. Patrick began to manhandle him again. Smegma wrapped his arms around Patrick, trying to take him down. Patrick got into his stance and stood tall. He grabbed Smegma's arm and kneed him in the ribs a couple times. He grabbed his shirt once again and slammed him into the balcony railing. Grabbing the back of his neck and forcing him to lean over the railing, Patrick yelled, If we ever meet again, you better be wearing dog tags, 'cause I'll fuck you up beyond recognition. Patrick dropped him back to the floor. Smegma held his ribs in agony and spit blood from his mouth, trying to breathe. Patrick looked at his watch. I'm going to check back in a couple minutes. If you're still here, you get 2 slugs in that ugly mug. Patrick went back inside and slammed the door behind him. Angie and Rusty were standing behind the couch. Angie was holding Tampon. She looked sympathetic for Patrick. Rusty was scratching his arm. He had a dumb grin on his face. He couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. Patrick's right hand was slowly dripping blood down his fingers. Some of it may have been from his torn knuckles. It was safe to say most of it was from Smegma's spewing cranium. He invited himself over, Rusty said. He's annoying like that. Patrick proceeded to wash the blood from his hands in the kitchen sink. Angie stared at him while he did it. He headed for his bedroom. Are you okay? She asked. Yes, good night. Patrick slammed his bedroom door. He grabbed a towel from his dirty clothes hamper and wrapped it around his hand. He collapsed to his bed, face down into his pillow. He felt the heat rise from his head. Angie and Rusty were arguing in the living room. I can't believe you didn't stick up for me. I didn't have a chance. He came flying out of the room like a zombie chimp. Plus, Smegs is my boy. I can't hit him. You could have at least said something. I'm your girlfriend. I'm sorry. I didn't even hear him. Him! That's bullshit. You're just overreacting. It wasn't even that bad. He was just kidding. It wasn't funny. Whatever. I don't give a shit either way. Patrick took care of him. It's over now. I have to go to bed. I have work in the morning. Well, you can go by yourself. That's fine with me, bitch. I don't need you snoring like a man in my fucking ear all night. Feel free to clean all that shit up since you're sleeping out here, Rusty said before slamming the door. Patrick felt like he was too in touch with his primal instincts. He felt like his life had been nothing but violence recently. It was getting easier and easier too. Destroy a person and feel nothing. He had always been a believer of sticking up for your girl, even though his girl wasn't his girl. This situation felt like maybe he had taken it a little too far. Sure, the guy was an asshole, but in all fairness, he was extremely intoxicated. Maybe a stern conversation was the safer route. He wasn't sure if it was his heartache or his love for Angie that made him snap, but he was sure it relieved some of the pressure expanding his head. A long, hard day makes you sleep like a baby. He was yanked from the deepest pit of sleep he had ever journeyed to by his hair being pulled. Rusty was standing next to his bed, wearing in work clothes. Morning, Mayweather. Good fight last night, buddy. How's your hand? What do you want? Patrick asked, pulling his pillow over his face. Well, I'm a kind of pissed at little Miss C word out there. I didn't want to ask her, so can you drive me to work? I guess. Patrick sighed. Give me a minute. I'm already a half-hour late. Patrick threw his pillow at Rusty and yelled, Give me a minute. Patrick stared at the torn skin on his knuckles as they gripped the steering wheel. He peeled a couple hanging slivers of dead skin off. It seemed that all his grief had disappeared in his slumber. He felt great, accepting the way his life was playing out. He laughed. I think you have an anger problem, Rusty said. I apologize for scaring your friend. He probably won't want to come over to play anymore. Not much of a friend. He was only good for drugs. I'll just have to find a new connect. What did Brooks say about your dad last night? What do you mean? He said he had to talk to you about your dad. Oh, really? Sounds like he's keeping you out of the loop. Why? He came over last night to buy some drugs. That's why Smegs was there. Drugs? Pain pills. He's like a fiend now, I guess. That's what working for my dad for years will do to you. Just wait. You're next cherry pop. Patrick was confused. He's addicted to pills. I've always thought of him as a stronger person than that. Hey, maybe they're just for the whole gay sex thing, in which case you might want to buy a couple yourself. Patrick dropped Rusty off and drove home, still bewildered by the inside scoop he was given about his friend. His desire for sleep vanished as he entered the apartment. Angie was watching a comedy mockumentary-style sitcom about a low-level government official and her office staff. She was simultaneously texting on her phone. She turned her head as she heard the door. Hey, she said carefully, not knowing how Patrick was feeling. Hey, Patrick replied as he sat on the opposite side of the couch. He looked over to her and smiled. Sorry about last night. She had a smile for miles. Yeah. I mean, no, it's okay, but damn. You went insane. Nobody talks to my little Angie that way, Patrick said jokingly. She laughed. But seriously, thanks for sticking up for me, she said. Any time. Patrick stood up and headed into the kitchen. He checked the cabinets for something appetizing. "Do you want me to make you some breakfast?" he called to her. "Sure," she replied enthusiastically. "Have you ever had spam and eggs?" "Spow? You. Who eats spow?" "I lived in Hawaii for 5 years. Everybody eats spam." "Really? My grandma made it for me when I was a kid. I don't remember liking it." "It's really good. I promise you'll like it." Patrick scooped out half of the spam can and cracked 4 eggs. Angie sat at the counter and watched him. "Why did you move back?" she asked. Patrick thought about the question for a minute. He whipped the eggs into a yellow wash. "I'm not sure, really. I just felt like I had to." "I'm glad you did," she smiled. "Me too." He smiled back. "I thought I'd never see you again. I used to hope that I would run into you at like a high school reunion or something." "Really?" Patrick laughed. Even though Patrick played it cool, he felt a bubbly feeling of excitement come over him. Her confession was near unbelievable to Patrick. It was like growing up with a poster of your celebrity crush on your wall, and then one day finding out that she is in love with you. In short, a dream come true. He felt unworthy of having that effect on Angie. No girl had ever felt that way about him before. The most beautiful girl he had ever met, inside and out, couldn't possibly harbor these feelings about him. "I'm really glad you came back," Angie reiterated. Patrick poured the eggs over the spam and stirred it until they became fluffy. He cracked some pepper over them and dispersed them between 2 plates. He placed 1 plate in front of Angie. She gave him a hesitant look. Patrick stabbed a bite with his fork. He shook his head, signaling that she was clear for takeoff. She took a bite, making sure to get a good mix of both spam and eggs. She chewed it for a couple seconds before she leaned forward and covered her mouth with her hand. She shook her head as she managed to swallow it down. "You don't like it." Angie erupted into laughter. "I'm sorry, but spam is disgusting."
Patrick clenched his jaw and tightened his lips in disappointment, slowly shaking his head.
"I'm sorry," she laughed. "That's the last time I ever make you breakfast." "No. I really appreciate you making breakfast for me. Just next time, make me good breakfast." Patrick laughed. "You little shit." "No, but seriously, thank you for trying. Nobody ever makes me breakfast. Rusty sure as hell never made it. I used to make it for him when I lived here." "You two used to live together?" "Yeah. I just moved out like 6 months ago." "Why'd you move out?" "We got into a huge fight. We were always fighting. We always fight now, but at least we can get away from each other." "Why don't you just get away from him for good?" "I don't know." Angie pondered into the distance. "If you make each other that miserable, then you shouldn't be together anymore." "It's not that simple," she replied. "If you say so." Patrick grabbed both plates and scraped the food into the trash can. He had lost his appetite, hearing Angie's nonsensical argument. Angie snapped out of her deep thinking and blurted out, "Do you want to go to the beach?" Patrick laughed. "All you do is go to the beach." "I know. You're going to be one of those middle-aged women with the dried-out lizard skin that look about 20 years older." "Ew, No way. Okay, sure. Let's go. Angie grabbed her bag and went into Rusty's room to change. Patrick changed into his board shorts and washed his face in the sink. He was still a little steamed from not being able to convince Angie that she should break up with Rusty. He gave himself some inspiring words in the mirror. You'll change her mind. Waiting for Angie, he grabbed a cigarette and went out to the balcony for a smoke. There were a couple of large dark clouds in the sky. To the east was a dark purple-coated sky that was moving towards him. Ah, shit, he said as he lit his cigarette. Angie appeared from the apartment in her blue sundress. It's gonna rain, Patrick said. Ah, shit, Angie said. Every time we try to go to the beach together, it rains. Patrick shook his head. Can I have a cigarette? She asked. Patrick gave her a cigarette and lit it for her. I didn't know you smoke. Sometimes, she replied. Not that much. After they finished smoking, they sat on the couch and turned on the TV. The show cut out, and a blue box popped up that said, Searching for a signal. I hate Florida, she said. Patrick grabbed a couple beers from the kitchen. You want a beer? He asked. No, thanks, she said. I have to work later. I'll just drink two then. Patrick twisted off the cap and sat down on the couch with Angie. You know, I have that little box thing in my room. We can watch Netflix on it. I can set it up out here. Let's just watch it in your room, Angie said. Patrick didn't expect that. It hit him like a drunken delivery truck driving arsehole side swiping him in his Kia. Yeah, sure, he said. In his mind, all that was present was that it was time to make his move. She initiated it, so he had to finish it. What better way to seal a deal than with a genital handshake? They went into his bedroom and Angie immediately lied down on his bed. Tampon ran in and jumped on the bed with her. Patrick grabbed the dog and placed him on the floor. Oh no, not on the bed. Sorry, buddy. Tampon looked confused and then immediately jumped back onto the bed. Patrick picked him up again and put him in the living room, shutting the door. Oh, why can't he stay? Angie laughed. No dogs on the bed. He always sleeps in the bed with me. Not in this one, Patrick said. Patrick lied next to her. There was a tension filling the room. They were both nervous. He was debating in his mind whether to make his move immediately or to put on the TV. What do you want to watch? Parks and Recreation is my favorite show. Do you watch it? I've seen it a couple times. He played her show. He really didn't mind what was on the television. He hoped they would be too busy to watch it. The show played for all of 1 minute before he turned to her, hoping to ignite the fire. She kept her eyes glued to the TV. It was obvious she could see him staring at her. He realized that it was growing awkward with the amount of time he was staring, waiting for her to look back. He placed his hand on her belly. Hey, he said, as he slid even closer to her. The feeling of her fast-beating heart could be felt from her stomach. The way Patrick had imagined and planned for this was much more romantic than this borderline creepy showcase. Look at me, he said. What? She asked nervously, still looking at the TV. She was backpedaling. Come on, he laughed. Patrick, we can't. Just look at me. She hesitated. I can't. I'll feel like shit. Part of him wanted to throw a fit. She asked to go in his room. She lied down on his bed. How was he made out to look like the arsehole? The feeling passed, and he brought his face a mere inch away from hers. Patrick, she sighed. I'm not moving until you look at me. They both laughed. She had a couple moments of hesitation. Finally turning her head, Patrick stared deep into her spectacularly beautiful, big, bright brown eyes. In that moment, he felt the strongest déjà vu. It felt like he knew those eyes better than anything, and loved them more than life itself. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort that they injected him with. Those eyes were his. He felt it in his soul. They drew him in like a tractor beam. He kissed her pink lips, gently holding her face. Her skin was incredibly soft, and she felt so fragile. He pulled away, looking back into her eyes and rubbing his thumb on her cheek. She grabbed his neck and pulled him back. He lied slightly on top of her. After a couple minutes, she lightly pushed him away by his shoulder, placing her hand on her face and laughing. Oh my God, now I'm going to feel like shit. This is cheating. Patrick grew insecure. What was supposed to be an act of fiery passion was being ruined by her thinking about Rusty. She grabbed his neck again and continued kissing. He tried to lock tongues with her, but she would only give him a small taste of the tip. She must have been one of those girls who dislike sharing taste buds. He rubbed his hands along her skinny body. He started from her arms, down to her sides, then to the thighs and back to her hips. Throwing all his cards on the table, he kissed her neck, blew in her ear, and nibbled her earlobe. He wasn't sure if they were kissing long enough yet, but he was aching for a handful. He placed one hand on her squishy little boobie. She reacted by letting out a sigh and slowly wiggling her body, almost as if she was trying to sink deeper into the soft sheets. Access granted. After a few squeezes, Patrick pulled her dress down, exposing her beautiful small round titties with her light brown nipples. There are very few things better in life than finally getting a close-up visual of the boobs you have only been able to imagine before. When they are better than you could have ever expected, that is the height of satisfaction. The taste alone made Patrick wish they could be sewn to his lips for the rest of his life. Every time he removed his mouth, her bathing suit would push its way back up and cover her breathtaking puppies. "You can take off my dress," she said. What a beautiful sentence, delivered by her sweet, soft voice. He lifted her blue sundress over her head. His memory snapped a photo of the sheer beauty for later use. She was lying under him with her pretty blonde hair, tan skin, and her black, strapless bikini top pushing her tits up. Her beautiful smile shining like only hers could. She removed her bikini top, and Patrick feasted upon her chest. After a couple minutes, he rubbed his hand down her belly and made his way to the Holy Land. He rubbed it as she wiggled with appreciation. The thick padding of the bikini bottoms made it tough to get a real feel for the outline of her beautiful flower. As he tried to slip a finger under the polyester, she grabbed his arm and closed her legs, blocking entry. "Patrick," she said. "What?" "We can't have sex." "Why?" She was giggly. "You'd be the third person I've had sex with." "It would be an honor." As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. First his awkward approach, and now this fruity medieval cliché. The last time someone used that phrase during sex, people were still dumping buckets of human shit out of their windows and into the crowded streets. Angie's smile never left her face. He must have been doing something right. "We don't have to have sex," Patrick said. "Here, let me just—" She watched him move his way down her body. She looked flattered. He kissed her lower stomach and planted his lips on her bikini bottoms. After a couple pecks, he began to pull her bathing suit to the side. Before he could kiss flesh, she locked her thighs against his head. He was immobilized. He couldn't help but laugh. "We can't, Patrick." Patrick sighed and flipped over to his back. It felt like defeat. A girl can only say, "No," so many times before she actually means it. She quickly clamped onto him. "I'm sorry. I just don't think I'd be able to look at myself afterwards." Patrick wrapped his arms around her, like his sexy little teddy bear. He was frustrated that he couldn't get any further. Although, the fact that Angie's morals kept her from rushing into sex without a second thought just made her that much more special. Patrick was a perfect balance of happy and sad. On one hand, he had the girl of his dreams, lying naked in his arms. On the other hand, he wished that her respectable loyalty were to him. "I was lying earlier when I said that I didn't know why I moved back." Angie laid her head on his chest. "I've tried to come up with other reasons to justify it to myself, but the real reason is because of you. I moved back in hope to see you again." She rubbed her hand up and down his torso. "Ever since I met you," he continued, "I've had this need to protect you. And while I was away, I felt sick for not being here for you. I had this fear that the people here would corrupt you. But you're still as sweet as ever, just like I remember. You are my motivation for everything I do. Honestly, I love you. I've been in love with you for years." "I know," she said. "I've talked about you way too much over the years. All my friends know I love you." Although unexplainably gratifying to hear, Patrick wasn't sure if she actually meant she was in love with him, or just loved him as a person. If she was really in love with him, could she resist him like she was doing? He pulled her on top of him. She straddled him and laughed. He made sure to position her right so that his presence was made known, to let her know that he was ready to go if she changed her mind. She knew what he was doing. She looked down at his hybrid board shorts. Grabbing his pants, she fixed her fingers like she was going to unbutton his pants. She stopped herself before actually opening them. It showed in her face what she wanted, but was forcing herself not to. The sudden rise and fall of excitement in those moments made Patrick grab his face. "Oh my God!" he laughed. "You're a little tease." "No, honestly, the reason we can't have sex is because I'm still on my period." "And?" "Ew, that's gross. I'm not having sex on my period." She laughed. "Next time." Patrick hoped that was her being honest, but he was skeptical. He looked at her gorgeous body sitting on top of him. She had a white face, with a tan body and a sexy belly button ring that complemented her tan skin. He remembered her telling him in high school that her face doesn't really tan much. She was perfect in every way, or at least 95%. There was that small percentage that was still covered. It was killing him to know that his puzzle was so close to being complete. He grabbed her bikini bottoms. "I'm not going to touch. I just want to see." She smiled. "No, I didn't shave today." "That's all right, I like prickly pears," he said as he proceeded to catch his glimpse. He only got about halfway down before she pulled them back up, laughing. A very pretty pussy as far as he could tell. Perfection resting on his lap. He was standing at the gates of heaven, watching the beauty that took place inside, envisioning the absolute happiness he would achieve by being invited in. At the finish line, unable to break the ribbon. While there was still mild disappointment, Patrick had been catapulted much further than he had anticipated in the short amount of time he had been reunited with Angie. He hoped that he could be this happy in his final moments of life. They lied in bed and discussed their feelings, the past, and mostly Angie's relationship with Rusty. While Patrick spewed most of his opinions on the matter, Angie would just reply with, "It's not that simple." They took a long nap. Angie used Patrick's chest as a pillow. Patrick had a stationary feeling that he had never felt before. Even while he slept, he was at an overwhelming happiness. He felt like he was in an incubator that was helping him grow into the man he was supposed to be. There had to be a force beyond his existential understanding that had manipulated this experience. It felt like his life had been planned out, like this was meant to be. They were woken by Angie's phone alarm. She wiped his chest. "I think I drooled on you." She laughed. Patrick smiled. She sat up and put her bikini top back on. "I have to go get ready for work," she said. "Is the club even open this early? I'm not working at Sirens tonight." "You're not stripping tonight?" "Damn. I was going to stop by and make it rain." She pinched his nipple. "I'm not a stripper, asshole. Just call out sick." "I can't call out this late. It's just me and Nicole tonight. She'd kill me if I left her with all those tables." "Don't leave." She looked at her phone. "I can probably stay 15 more minutes. I'll have to skip a shower." She laid back down. Patrick played music on his phone. She criticized his music taste. Patrick decided to teach her a lesson about music for the next 15 minutes. She dressed herself, and Patrick walked her to the door. She scooped up tampon. Before she left, Patrick grabbed her by the arm and kissed her one more time. She left. Patrick felt like Indiana Jones. She was a precious artifact, one of a kind. He had to steal her from Rusty's evil clutches. She belonged in a museum. Perhaps she was more like a caged bald eagle, only much more beautiful. She needed to be able to fly free so everyone could see her majestic sweetness. She didn't even realize how special she was. Imagine being the most rare diamond in the world and not even knowing it. That was Angie. She had a beautiful soul. Step 9. The following morning, Patrick had brought his grandmother some of her favorite cookies. She was heavily medicated. "Your mother said something about the doctor diagnosing her with ADHD." "She doesn't have ADHD. She's a kid. 4-year-olds are not supposed to be mild-mannered," Patrick responded. "That medicine helps them, those kids. Violet took it all the way from 2nd grade till she graduated." "Right. Which would explain her eating and emotional disorders." The old woman scoffed. "What disorders?" "Grandma, you can't just give a child a narcotic every morning. It messes with their brains." "It's medicine." "They're just legal drugs. It's essentially legal cocaine." "Oh, stop it. You what they did when I was a kid? They didn't have medicine to help you concentrate. What they did back then was, they have you lobotomized and sterilized." "What?" Patrick laughed. "I'm not kidding. They'd cut out part of your brain and remove your uterus so you couldn't reproduce. Be thankful they have these kind of drugs today." Patrick's phone buzzed around in his pocket like a dragonfly trapped indoors. Dixon was calling him. "Grandma, work is calling me. I'll have to come back later." "Okay, Patty. Be safe. Thank you for my cookies. That was very sweet. You didn't have to do that." He said goodbye, walked out to the front yard, and returned the call. Dixon answered the phone before the first ring was through. "I need your help," he said. "Okay. Come by the house. I'll be waiting." When Patrick arrived, Grunt was leaned up against the limo. He was wearing a white dress shirt with black pants and a chauffeur's hat. He was amused by Patrick's reaction. "I see you two have been playing dress-up," Patrick said. "Boss insisted I wear it while I drive." "It's 1,000 degrees out here," Patrick said. Dixon hobbled down his front steps. There was a piece of yellow notebook paper crushed in his fist. He handed it to Grunt. "Perfect timing," Dixon said. "Let's go." Patrick followed Dixon into the back of the car while Grunt turned the engine. "Riding like royalty today, sir?" Patrick asked. "You know, I figure I bought the fucking thing, why not use it?" "Very true. Where's Brooks?" "He called out sick, can you believe that?" "If you ask me, I'd bet that the HIV has caught up with him. You can't go dumper diving that much and not expect to catch a couple parasites." Patrick shook his head. "How's the boy?" Dixon asked. Good. Working." For the first time in his life. Let's hope it lasts. See to it he stays out of trouble. I'll do my damnedest. I don't understand what the hell is wrong with him. He turns everything into shit. I'm sure you heard about the incident. Which one is that again? The one that involved Seth. I'm still not sure on the details of that. Well, long story short, he was starting problems at the biker bar. Talking too much. His usual. You know, a couple excitable niggers reciprocated. A scene was caused. The owner called me and let me know, and we took care of it. Patrick shook his head. Doesn't sound too far-fetched for Rusty. No. Well, how about this? Apparently, they were going to try to sell him back to me. But we luckily traced his phone and found them first. Unlucky for Seth. Dixon laughed. Patrick wasn't sure how to respond. Seth was a good guy. I'm just saying, know who you're dealing with here. The kid is great at fucking up the most casual of situations. He is God's way of punishing me. Living with him, I can say he causes his fair share of irritation. However, it's not as bad as I was anticipating. I think he may have relaxed a little. Dixon shook his head. He knew that Patrick had no idea what he was in for. He might be on hiatus for now, but people don't change. The limo played 70s hits as it crossed a bridge over the river that lead to the beach. Patrick played with his fingers as Dixon watched viral videos on his cell phone, giggling every couple minutes. As much as Patrick hated talking to Dixon, sitting together in silence was much more uncomfortable. Where are we heading to? Planning on sunbathing? Patrick asked. Dixon waited until his video was over before answering. I have to meet with this fucking guy. He's been interfering with my business. Patrick tensed up. His heart began to race. He was sure he was going to watch someone lose their life or be forced to take one. He couldn't help but imagine himself as an angel of death, guiding folks into the next life. Being as he was more of a mercenary, he wondered if St. Peter tallied these deaths under his name or Dixon's. The thought left him as they pulled into the parking lot of a rusty beachside apartment complex. It was a pale blue building that looked like it had lost the Great Salt Battle. Before exiting the car, Dixon took the magazine out of his back pocket and loaded it into his pistol. He was setting the tone for the visit. Patrick mimicked this action. "We shouldn't be too long there, Grunt. Keep the AAC running." There was a lot of commotion after they knocked on the door for the third time. A sickly, skinny, harsh-faced man with a red ponytail answered the door. He smelled like beer and piss. "Yes?" he asked, without taking his eyes off the floor. Dixon had a big smile painted on his face. "Sorry, we're late." The man stumbled back and hiccuped. "What?" Dixon entered the apartment and Patrick followed. Patting the skinny man on his face, Dixon guided him to the couch. "Have a seat, dollface. Let's talk." "Okay?" It was obvious the man was confused. He was very passive for a man who had two strangers making their way into his home uninvited. The interior of his house looked like he had furnished the inside of a public dumpster. Although they couldn't see any rats at the moment, they could hear them, and they could smell them. The man groaned as he sat down on the couch. He grabbed a used paper towel from the coffee table to soak up blood seeping from a fresh cut on his arm. Dixon slowly paced the living room, taking in the scenery and pushing trash to the corners of the room with his shoes. "Let's make this quick," the man said. Dixon smiled. Patrick stood by the front door, nervous for the brittle alcoholic. "Do you know who I am?" Dixon asked. "I ain't fucking know you." He hiccuped. "I think." Dixon shook his head. "You don't know me by face, but it appears you know me by name. You've been dropping it an awful lot at the biker bar, I hear." The man dropped his head back and emitted a grumbling protest. Dixon examined a 3-wood from the man's golf bag. "Okay, Scotty, I'm going to ask you again. This time, when you answer, I need you to open your mouth and speak to me like a man." Before Dixon could ask his question for the second time, Scotty spit out another grumble. Dixon laid the 3-wood on the coffee table. He lifted Scotty's chin with his 2 fingers, forcing eye contact. "I don't know if it's those shit, glazed back, wood's teeth that are stopping up your tongue. But if so, let me know, and I will remove them." He grabbed Scotty's face with both hands, speaking with a high-pitched puppy voice. "Now, did you or did you not have a conversation about Dixon Reynolds last night at the shithole bar?" Scotty was hesitant. "Yes." Another smile rose upon Dixon's face. He pinched Scotty's cheek so hard that his face was shaking. "Fan-fucking-tastic." Scotty had a late reaction after Dixon released him. He groaned a very non-threatening, "Stop." Dixon gripped the 3-wood again. He was very cheery. "Scotty, you're drunk? Yes or no?" "No." Scotty shook his head. "Let's test your reflexes." Dixon aimed the club up against Scotty's left knee. He tapped it once. Nothing. Dixon seemed disappointed. "Let's try that again." Dixon pulled back and swung at his knee 3 or 4 times. A loud crack echoed after the second swing. Patrick turned his head as Scotty began screaming and crying. The club fell from Dixon's grasp. He clutched his right shoulder in pain. "Boss, you all right?" Patrick tried to speak over Scotty's painful screeching. "My fucking shoulder." He walked closer to Patrick, so they could hear each other better. "What happened?" "I think I pulled a muscle." Dixon pulled his pistol from his concealed holster. He walked back towards Scotty, trying to shake the pain from his shoulder. "Man, hurts like a bitch." Scotty was leaning over his knee, sobbing loudly in between uncontrolled deep breaths. There was a red oval spreading through the denim against his leg. Dixon lifted Scotty's head with the barrel of his gun. Scotty looked at him with his wet face. "Come on, man. Stop." Dixon smiled. Keeping the barrel between Scotty's eyes, Dixon cocked his 9mm. Scotty jumped and began sobbing again. Sobering, isn't it?" Patrick sealed his hands over his ears and looked towards the floor. Dixon noticed a book stuck between the couch cushions. The spine read, "As Bill Sees It." Dixon lowered his pistol. He released the magazine and ejected the bullet from the chamber. After holstering his weapon, he sat down next to Scotty. He freed the book from the couch, placing it on the coffee table. "Are you a friend of Bill's?" Dixon asked. Scotty hesitated. "Yes." "What meetings do you go to?" "I've gone to the library a couple times." He sniffled. "And the Baptist church on Cedar." Dixon sat and thought for a moment. He looked back at Scotty and smiled. "Scotty, shake my hand." He offered his palm. Scotty shook it. "You're going to start going to the Sunrisers meeting at the yacht club. As your sponsor, I'll make sure you attend every morning." Scotty shook his head in agreement. His tear-dripping eyes stayed fixed on the wall. Dixon patted Scotty on his healthy knee. "I'll give you a couple days to get your leg fixed. Make sure you're on the road to recovery by Saturday morning." Patrick opened the front door for Dixon. He was incredibly confused. His heart was still racing. Before Dixon exited the apartment, he turned one last time to Scotty. "Don't let me hear you were at that bar again. I can't help anyone who doesn't want to help themselves." He pointed his fingers like a gun. "Got me?" The drive back was silent. Patrick's head was a cluster of thoughts. The boss was engaged in his cell phone videos as usual. Showing somebody mercy seemed uncharacteristic of Dixon. What kind of sociopath is shattering someone's kneecap one minute and offering them guidance the next? "Boss?" Patrick stuttered. "Yeah?" Dixon asked, focused on his phone. "What just happened? Weren't you there? Why so kind?" "I had a change of heart." "Just like that?" Patrick snapped his fingers. Dixon placed his phone in his lap. He removed his reading glasses. "Patrick, are you an alcoholic?" Patrick shook his head. "Has anyone ever told you that you're an alcoholic?" "No." "Do your friends or family ever express concern about your drinking?" "Is this an intervention?" Patrick asked. "Okay, just shut the fuck up and let me prove my point, asshole." Patrick's phone vibrated in his pocket. He quietly checked it as Dixon began his lecture. "Our little friend Scotty is an alcoholic. I know because I've been in his dirty puke-stained shoes. Alcoholism is a disease. It turns you into another person. It takes over your life. I'm still an alcoholic. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic." The text was from Angie. Patrick was stunned after reading it. It said, "Hey, I don't think we should talk anymore unless Rusty is around." Patrick had to read it a few times before his mind would allow him to believe it. "I used to be at the liquor store at 7 a.m., waiting for them to open. If I have even one sip, I'll be back there tomorrow morning. I can thankfully say I will never touch the stuff again." Patrick was less than half listening. He was calm on the outside, but in his head there was chaos. He texted back, "What are you talking about?" This was his worst nightmare coming to life. "It's not Scotty's fault that he's out spewing rumours about me. It's the alcohol. I saw the look in his eyes. He needs to be shown the way. You see, everyone has this void, this black hole in their heart." Patrick watched a little pop-up. Conversation. He tried to guess what Angie was typing. She responded with, "It's not right what happened. I feel terrible about it. I'm sorry, but I'm with Rusty. That's not going to change. I think it's best if we have as little communication as possible. Please don't text me back." Dixon continued, "People try to fill that hole with drugs, alcohol, love, hobbies. The truth is, no matter what you put in there, you will eventually grow tired of it. There is only one thing that will eternally fill that hole: the Lord." Patrick dropped his phone on the long black bench seat. A bullet to the heart. Why would she say that to him? Don't text me back? Was she done with him just like that? How could she not pick him over Rusty? Patrick's face was cherry red. Veins flexed from his neck and his forehead. A sharp migraine followed. Dixon continued his speech. His head was too far up his arse to notice that Patrick had drowned him out completely. When the limo returned to the Reynolds' estate, Patrick's head was buzzing like a beehive that had been punted into the goalpost. There wasn't enough oxygen in the car. He hurried out of the back door. "I have to go take care of a couple things, boss." Dixon grabbed him by his arm. "Hold on 1 second. Do me a favor. Let Rusty know I need him to call me tonight. It's urgent. Got it?" "Gotcha, boss." Patrick kicked dirt all the way back to his truck. He drove extra recklessly through the streets. If he died in an accident, that would make Angie feel terrible. She would regret those messages for the rest of her life. It was almost worth colliding head-on with another truck. There was no way she really meant what she said. She had to feel something for Patrick. Did he do something wrong? Patrick slammed the apartment door behind him. He knocked everything from his computer desk onto the floor. Collapsing into his sheets, he thought about the disaster that was his life. He was born to lose. His pulsing headache rocked him to sleep rather quickly. "Shit!" Patrick yelled. He took his time travelling to the gas station. There was no hurry to be in contact with Rusty. He was amused by the fact that Rusty had been waiting almost an hour for him. A scenario where he would beat the consciousness out of Rusty, then soak him in a couple gallons of premium gasoline, getting rid of his problem, became a serious debate he had with himself. Why not? Who but Angie would miss him? Then there's the chance of Angie hating him for murdering her boyfriend. Rusty burst out of the doors with his blue vest in hand. He threw his arms in the air as Patrick parked in front of him. What the fuck? Patrick stared at him as he jumped into the Ford. Rusty waited for an explanation. Patrick held the gaze a couple seconds longer. "I thought Angie was picking you up today." There was zero sympathy in his tone. "No, she's at her new hooking job. At least, she's not dancing. You got her the job there." "Yeah, well, it's still whorish. I told Nathan to have his guys pay extra attention to her. It would be a shame if she fell in love with another dirtbag, right?" Rusty could tell Patrick was agitated. "What's the matter, precious? Fire ant crawl in your pee hole?" "It's been a rough day." "Well, go see a psychiatrist. There's a reason they charge $200 an hour. No one wants to listen to your shit for free, especially me. To think, there was once a time when you could get rid of somebody just by calling them a witch. Simpler times. I spoke with Daddy today. He said you need to call him tomorrow," Patrick said. "Oh, great. I'm sure he just wants to meet for tea." Sounded important. Maybe he's dying. Tell you what, that'll be the day. I'll be set. That was the first time Patrick had ever understood Rusty. The puzzle was solved. Why would you have ambitions, work hard, or act like a respectable citizen when Plan B is coasting by in life and waiting to inherit millions upon millions? If karma existed, then Rusty was in for a rude awakening. Hopefully soon. Patrick dropped Rusty off at the apartment. He told him that he had business to take care of. Rusty didn't seem all that concerned. The business began with Patrick sitting inside his truck in a Burger King parking lot, working up the courage to stop by Siren's Rock. His nerves were swinging like jump ropes. This was one of those moments in life where you just have to go for it. You're never going to be ready. Upon entry, he was stopped by the girl at the podium. She was a step above the strippers in attractiveness and a few steps above in self-respect. Still, the glitter on her tits kept her out of the realm of classy. "It's 15 for entry tonight. I work for Mr. Reynolds. I just need to talk to one of the waitresses. I'm sorry I can't let you in without the wristband. Can you just tell Angie that I need to talk to her for a minute?" "Sorry, sir, I can't do that." The fat cue ball to the woman's side folded his arms and blocked the entryway, sizing up Patrick. "Look, Sparkles, how about you go get Nathan for me?" "Nathan's not here tonight, it's Mario." "Get Mario then." The bouncer shuffled forward. She called for Mario over her headset. The bloated security was irritating Patrick. I would suggest taking a couple steps back. "Huh? You're not doing yourself any favors, Hoss." Patrick got close enough to smell the Krispy Kreme on his breath. Keeping his tough face intact, the giant marshmallow backed up a couple feet. A skinny Italian guy with a ponytail entered the room. "Mario?" Patrick asked. "Yes." "Do you recognize me?" He analyzed Patrick's profile. "Yes, I think. You've been here with Mr. Reynolds, right? And Brooks." Patrick shook his head. "How can I help you?" Mario asked. "I need to talk to one of the waitresses for a minute. Just right out front here." "Okay, He looked around the bar, then to his watch. "Who is it?" "Angie." "The new girl?" "Yes. Rusty's girlfriend." "1 second." He disappeared into the smoke and laser light-packed room. Patrick looked back at the bouncer, who was clearly upset that he didn't get to bounce like the dense rubber ball he was. Mario emerged back into the room. "She'll be out in just a second." "Thank you." Patrick pulled a $20 bill from his pocket and handed it to Mario. Mario was appreciative. Patrick stepped outside and lit a cigarette. Right before Patrick had reached the filter, the door opened slowly. Up went his blood pressure. A pretty little head popped out. She was wearing a low-cut white t-shirt with short black shorts, a push-up bra, and fishnet stockings. Fishnet stockings, the necktie of slutty attire. "Hey!" she said, as she let the door close behind her. She lit up her own cigarette. He could tell she was nervous. Letting out the rest of the smoke in his lungs, Patrick tossed his butt onto the hood of an SUV. "Hey," he replied. He was hoping she would be the first to pour out the feelings. "I only have like 4 minutes, she said. "What are you doing?" "I'm working." "You're working at a fucking titty bar. A shitty titty bar, by the way." "As a waitress. I need extra money." "For what? For Rusty's groceries? Are you starting him a college fund? He's a grown man, and you're a cock-tease waitress. There's a difference." "I don't want to talk about this right now." "Don't you see that you're better than him? That you're better than a waitress at Siren's Rock? I mean, the walls are painted with vaginal discharge." She threw her cigarette. "I need to go back inside." "So we can't talk anymore?" "No, Patrick." There was a short silence. "I'm sorry." Patrick looked at the ground and scuffed his shoe along the cement. "Can I at least get a hug?" Her eye started to glisten. "Patrick." "No." She opened the door. "No?" Patrick was shocked into paralysis. "Pat, go," she said before closing the door. Then she was gone. The only thing that Patrick had ever wanted in his life, the only goal worth achieving, the only person that he had ever poured his heart out to, had just shooed him away like a beaten stray dog following a family home, in hopes of a better life. All that was left was a grim, cold world. He was on his own. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Insubordination, Rusty had received several texts from his father. It wasn't until the second phone call that Rusty decided to answer. "Who this?" "Get the fuck out here before I come in and get you." "What?" "I'm in the parking lot. Get out here." Rusty ended the call. He rolled off his bed and stretched for the ceiling, then shook out his frustration. When he reached the parking lot, it was obvious which vehicle his dad had been waiting in. Grunt waited outside of the driver door, smoking a cigarette. "I'm supposed to open the door for you," Grunt said as he walked Rusty to the back door. "Jesus Christ," Rusty said under his breath as he rolled his eyes. When the door opened, it spilled out, "Lady," by Styx. Dixon was gripping his chin with his finger over his lips. His eyes were closed. Rusty crawled in and sat down, checking out the new ride. "A limo? I guess you're finally demented, huh, Pops? Why did it take you so long to answer me? Hold on, we haven't finished addressing this limo thing." "She's one sexy bitch." Dixon rubbed the leather seat. "It sure lets strangers know what a dick you are, without having to meet you first. So, saving time there, I guess." "A car like this shows power. A car like this, son, is exactly what I deserve. It reminds the peasants they must love me and fear me. Lets them know I'm untouchable. I'm a shark. This is my fin." I feel like we had the same point there. "I didn't come here to show you the limo. There are some things I want to discuss with you." Rusty grabbed a cigarette from his pocket and wrapped his lips around it. "This sounds like it's going to take a while." Dixon knew he was being taunted. "If you light that cigarette in here, I'll put it out on your eyeball." Rusty tucked it behind his ear. "Where are the refreshments? It's kind of tacky to have a bar with no liquor present." "No?" "Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Dixon asked. "I don't, Padre. I have this feeling that there is a shiny little bullet with my name on it, and we're going to meet real soon." "You joke, Rusty, but given the circumstances of recent events, I have a similar feeling for you. Your mind wanders through the wrong woods. You make bad decisions, but you're not necessarily stupid. Rusty responded with a burp. One day I'm gonna need someone to handle my affairs. Rusty stopped him. Since the Groves pretty much run themselves, I'm gonna guess you're talking about your shady affairs. Someone's got to do it. There is a lot of money to be made. But I can't just put control of a business like that in the hands of someone who isn't in control of their own life. So, I have an offer for you. If and only if you can go to the yacht club with me for at least 1 week straight, then I will give you a job. You'll start as a member of my team, work with your butt buddy Patrick, and gradually work your way up. But I need you to be clean. So, if I catch you fucking up, you're done. No second chance. I kind of enjoy selling beer and snacks. Being a hard-working member of the middle class. The middle class? You're doing the job of Talibans and cracked-out spooks. What kind of salary are we talking here? You'll be taken care of, I promise. It's easy fucking work. I'm not going to beg you. I'm trying to help you out. If you don't want it, that's fine. But you're on your own then. Paying your own rent, no more allowance, and no more bailouts. Rusty smiled a devious smile. Of course, I'll work for you, Daddy. Dream come true. They shook hands. For the first time in Rusty's life, he felt that his father might have been even the smallest bit proud of him. This could be the turning point of their relationship. Only your girlfriend calls me Daddy. Now get the fuck out of my car. I'll see you at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Be ready. Step 10. Dixon was the prom king of the 7 a.m. yacht club sunrisers meeting. He would always arrive 30 minutes early with the rest of the elite. They would take turns bringing donuts and making coffee. They would set up 50 folding chairs along the perimeter of the room, surrounding the 6 tables in the middle. The chairperson's seat was set up at the right corner of the room, between a potted fern and the plastic folding table that held all the pamphlets and literature about meetings and similar subject matter. Behind the table, nailed to the wall, were 2 posters. The one on the left was the 12 traditions, and to the right was the wide 12 steps. Just about every seat had a laminated copy of the preamble, as well as whichever book they were reading from that morning. Usually either As Bill Sees It or The Big Book. Much like any other group, people would socialize and gossip as much as they could before the meeting started. At 7 a.m., the party would begin. It would kick off with introductions from everyone. It was a lot like the first day of school, where you say your name and a couple things about yourself, except all they wanted to hear is that you're an alcoholic. Many people would describe themselves as a grateful alcoholic. They would then read How It Works, which is basically their pledge of allegiance to AA. From there, usually a passage from one of the books is read. People take turns reading, much like a first-grade classroom. Then there was the main course, everybody's favourite, discussion. Discussion was mainly anecdotes about how people would destroy themselves and their families and all that hilarious things alcoholics do. In short, it was a storytelling contest. Whoever got the most laughs or the most tears won. After that, everyone gathered in a big circle, hand in hand, and recited the Serenity Prayer. Everybody would shake their arms after, yelling, "Keep coming back. It works if you work it." If you're a frequent flyer, it can get pretty repetitive. That would explain the shakiness of Rusty's hand Saturday morning. He was hung over from the night before. This was his third morning of AA, and his animosity for it could grow no larger. Dixon had just been dropped off, and Rusty was waiting in the limo. Dixon thought it was best if Rusty waited for the meeting to start to come in. If the other members knew that Rusty was his son, then they would treat him differently, and therefore he wouldn't get the true AA experience. Rusty considered running. Sitting through another hour of that seemed like cruel and unusual punishment. Luckily, he brought a joint for himself to prepare for the torture. His patience was being tested. Dixon, however, was inside, yucking it up with his brethren. He was a different man in this environment. These people were the only real friends that he had. This was his happy place. Everybody treated Dixon with the utmost respect. He was an aristocrat. Any member you ask would have nothing but wonderful things to say about him. Martha, a born-again vegan with that wrinkly, malnourished body type that screams for some pork chops, approached Dixon. "Mr. Reynolds." "Hi, Martha." He gave her a hug. "I'd like you to meet someone." She brought him over to a group of people that seemed to be huddled around something. She broke through the barrier. Scotty was sitting in the middle in a shiny new wheelchair with his leg propped up in a cast. "This is Scott," she said. "He travelled all the way here by wheelchair." What a trooper. That must have been some workout, rolling that thing up the bridge. Another man chimed in. Dixon crossed his arms and couldn't help but to lightly smirk at the cast. "What happened to your leg?" he asked. "Shattered patella," Scotty answered. He was shaking. "That's a shame. That's a really nice wheelchair you got there. Looks expensive." "It was a donation," he replied, "from a good friend." Dixon smiled. When Rusty arrived, the meeting had already started. They were in the middle of their reading. Dixon was glaring from across the room. He pointed to his watch. When Rusty sat down, the man to his left tried to hand him a book. "No, thanks," he whispered. He pointed to his ear. Just listening. The prior, 2 days he had attended, he declined to say his name during the introductions and had not shared anything during the discussions. He felt it was better not to share anything with these people. Those religious folk get pretty touchy when you disagree with them. Rusty was sufficiently stoned enough to find some enjoyment people watching. His favourite person was the bobblehead. Rusty noticed him on day one. He was a pudgy man in his 30s, with a bowl cut and a goatee. His whole demeanour just screamed insecurity. The nickname came from the fact that he would nod his head non-stop during other members' stories. Non-stop, just letting everyone know that he understood. Bobblehead had shared every day that Rusty had attended. His stories were too pathetic to repeat. A middle-aged man had just finished telling about how he used to climb coconut palms at the local biker bar to impress ladies. Rusty had some feeling of disdain towards him. He was one of those cocky alcoholics that could recite the 12 steps exactly without reading them. Rusty was pretty sure he had been a football coach at his high school as well. A few people had raised their hands to speak next. Instead of picking one of them, the chairman called out something unexpected. "Rusty?" Rusty turned his head. He wasn't sure if he had imagined that or not. Dixon was looking at him from across the room. He nodded his head. Everybody else looked around the room to see who had been called. Rusty was enraged. Why would he do that to him? He wasn't one of these people. He didn't have a problem. He had to be here. "Rusty," the chairman repeated. All the members were confused. Rusty took a deep breath. These alkis had no idea of the mistake they just made. My name is Rusty. He took another breath. And you're all a bunch of alcoholics. Some of the people laughed. Hi, Rusty, they all chanted. I can tell by some of your faces that this is a little unorthodox, just calling out somebody's name, but that's all right if you really want to hear from me. At this point, everyone had realized that this might be one of those AA moments that will be talked about for weeks to come. He looked Bobblehead in the eyes as he began. I'm not like you. I don't have a problem. I do drink alcohol. I do partake in my share of substances. But I don't have a problem. I have self-discipline. I'm only assuming you don't, since you're all here willingly. I myself have been forced to come. People already started to grow concerned for him. They were all sure he was an alcoholic. He just wasn't ready to admit it. If you've ever had a sip of alcohol in your life, you're an alcoholic. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no possible way you could control yourself. That is without the all-powerful combination of God and AA. I choose to enjoy my life. You only get one, right? Why would anyone want to spend it in a place like this? I pity you all, resorting to joining a cult. If you want a drink, have a drink. After a few drinks, stop. That simple. Alcohol and drugs are a good thing. They help take the sting out of real life. My dad tells me that he thinks I should join AA. He thinks I have a problem. Wants me to get in touch with my higher power. My dad is the reason why I do drugs and drink alcohol. He was the craziest alcoholic I've ever even heard about, let alone seen, for my entire childhood. My mother left before I turned 2. My dad laid around in his underwear with a bottle tucked between his legs for the next 18 or so years. It was fun as a kid, because I got to do anything I wanted. Our caretaker, Susie, would make sure I ate, and she would tell my father when I was misbehaving, so he could beat the living shit out of me. That's really the only time we spent together. Suze also took care of all his business. That includes the orange groves, strip club, and the drug trafficking. You can probably figure out who my father is now. I would invite the neighbor kids over and we got into some drugs. I sold some a few times, out of the house, unbeknownst to the drunk on the couch, of course. My favorite times were when he would invite girls from the club over. After they were done with him, I could get them in my room with a gram of coke, like a dog with a milk bone. Yep. I lost my virginity when I was 14 to a stripper. My whole life, my dad barely noticed my existence. Why start now? It was going good for both of us. Now he wants to pretend he loves me and help me out. For what? I've never really understood the concept of loving another person. It's all bullshit. I honestly don't believe it exists. I think every move a person makes is to help themselves. My dad doesn't want to help me because he cares about me. He wants to help me because it will make him feel good about himself. But people are dumb. They want to believe love exists. They tell themselves they have to love someone because they share the same DNA. They make stupid decisions based on their idea of love. That's what makes it so easy to get what you want in life. If you know how, find the people who will do anything for you. Use them to your advantage. There was a long silence, an entire crowd of speechless individuals. Rusty turned his attention to his father. The chairman tried to break the awkwardness. Thank you for sharing, Rusty. Okay. That's it, Rusty yelled. That's what you wanted to hear, El Chapo? You ain't gonna change me. I don't need to come here and be judged by all of these weak people, least of all you. Don't pretend like you're better than me. It's about time for some mutual goddamn respect. That's about as honest as we're ever gonna get, Pops." Dixon was nervously itching his head. He stood up. His crimson-red face showed his disappointment. He looked at his son, his only son, the son he had neglected. So many emotions twirled around his head. Rusty had just spilled his father's guts all over the stone tile. He inched his way across the room. There was nothing left to hide. Standing in front of his son, he saw him in a way that he never had before. He placed his palm on Rusty's shoulder. "I'm sorry, son." He slowly added pressure, pushing Rusty back. A quick right cross snapped Rusty across the mouth. "I'm sorry your mother survived your birth." Gasps flew out from the class. Men jumped from their chairs to help. Then came a left hook to his eye. "I'm sorry you weren't stillborn." Dixon Karate kicked Rusty out of his chair before anybody could stop him. It took 3 men to hold him back. "I should fucking kill you!" Dixon yelled as Rusty slowly got up. Blood ran from his mouth. His cheek was beginning to swell. Rusty laughed when he wiped the blood from his lips. "Surprised me, Pops. For a second there, I thought you were going for some kind of homoerotic embrace." A couple ladies started to guide Rusty towards the front door, while the men took Dixon out back by the dock to cool him off. "You should get going," Martha said. "Do you need a ride home?" she asked. Rusty tossed his arm around her and kissed her on the cheek. "That's all right. You stay sweet baby cakes." He removed his arm and headed his way out of the parking lot. He turned back towards her, backing up into a fishing boat in line for the boat ramp. "Word of advice. Invest in some lotion. You look like you're about to shed your skin for the year. I would be taking you home right now if you didn't remind me of a reptile." Martha was naturally horrified. Rusty waltzed his way back to the car. He whistled, "Don't stop till you get enough." As the wind became more present, adrenaline abundant, Grunt was leaning up against the limo, smoking a cigarette, enjoying the enticing breeze. With his cigarette hanging from his mouth, Grunt pointed to his lip when he saw Rusty. Rusty wiped the dripping blood from his mouth. "Ketchup," Rusty said. "My dad says he's going to help out here for a little while. He said you could just drop me on home and come back for him after." Grunt exhaled the smoke. "Need me to call you a cab?" Rusty took a deep breath of the salty air. "Nah, I'll walk. I know people around here." He began heading down the street. "I need to run some errands anyways." Grunt placed the cigarette back in his mouth. During this whole occurrence, Patrick was dealing with his woes in a different way, refusing to get out of bed. There seemed to be no hope for anything in his life. He had been cheated. Just days ago, he was in the right place. He was fulfilling his destiny. Life was becoming a romance story for the ages. He had held heaven in his hands, but somehow let it slip through his fingers. Although it didn't seem logical, his heart told him it was his forte. He debated in his head if she actually loved him, firing back and forth from both sides. His self-image had become very blurry. Based on her decision, Rusty was a better fit for her, a better man than him. Rusty? If he was at the bottom, how could he work his way up? He pondered on predestination. It seemed that he was meant to have everything he wanted dangled in front of his face and then quickly snatched away. Could it have been a lesson? Maybe he was just a born loser. By mid-afternoon, he had rustled up the energy to stop by his grandmother's house. Next to Angie, she was the only other person in the world to understand him. She always had a way to make him feel better, even from her insanely misguided comments. The pop-in didn't turn out very fruitful. She had been getting worse. Much worse. Patrick only seemed to lean towards a belief in God in times of distress. Why did God hate him? Why would he take away his only two emotional connections at the same time? It began to feel like a story from the Old Testament. He tried to talk to her. She wasn't responding, but he hoped that she could hear him. He decided to let her know about his recent misfortune. She was the only one he could ever talk to about that. I know she's not intentionally hurting me. I know she cares about me. She has to know who cares about her the most. She's just confused right now. It won't take long for her to realize that she's killing me inside. Honestly, Grandma, I know her better than anyone. She won't leave me suffering like this. Patrick sat with his grandmother for a couple hours before he started to doze off. He thought it would be better to get some sleep in his bed. Not that he was physically tired. His mental exhaustion couldn't handle being awake anymore. He left a kiss on his grandma's forehead, hoping this wasn't the last time. The pain moved like waves. He would grab on to tiny strands of hope, only to be burned away by his next thought. After entering his apartment, he slammed the door and trudged towards his bedroom. His clothes felt heavy. He spilled his pockets onto the kitchen counter, disrobing down to his whitey tighties, leaving the rest on the living room floor. As soon as his eyes closed, he was asleep. About an hour later, Patrick was awoken by some disturbances from the living room. He heard Rusty laughing like a prepubescent girl. The music was too loud, just by a little bit. He must have had some friends over. Angie might have been there. He figured if she really wanted to, she would stop in to see how he was doing. Patrick fell back asleep, only to be woken a few hours later. Rusty was banging on his door. "Patrick!" "Go away!" Patrick yelled from his bed. "Come on, open the door." Patrick angrily tossed his covers. The door opened with hostility. Rusty looked extremely irritated. "Let me borrow your truck real quick," Rusty said. "Absolutely not." He couldn't believe the audacity. "What happened to your face?" "Nothing. Come on, man. I need it. It'll be real quick." Rusty's jaw was tense and pushing off to the side. His eyes were wide. "Get the fuck out of here. Who was here earlier?" "What? Nobody, man. Just me. Let me borrow your fucking truck, Pat." He had never seen Rusty so serious. It gave him great pleasure to deny him of his request. "Never." Patrick slammed the door in his face. Rusty continued to bang on the door. Patrick grabbed the covers from the floor and curled back up in his bed. "Patrick! You have 2 seconds to go away before I break all your limbs." Rusty punched the door. "Fuck!" Patrick didn't understand where Rusty needed to go so bad at 3 a.m. It must have not been very important if he didn't even bother asking for a ride. Not that Patrick would have driven him anyway. Rusty was upset to say the least. He knocked over all the bar stools with his Hulk rage. "I'm serious, motherfucker!" Patrick yelled from his room. Rusty was panting with ferocity until a little twinkle caught his eye. Patrick was lost in one of his favorite pastimes. He imagined the endless possible ways to end Rusty's life. Those thoughts were like warm milk to him. As he began to drift off, he heard a familiar sound. It was an engine. He tried to picture which of his neighbors' trucks it might have been. His eyes burst open. He grabbed his pistol from his nightstand and hurried out the door. Rusty saw a grown man in his undies holding a gun running down the stairs. He dropped his phone and put the truck into reverse. "Stop!" Patrick yelled. The truck screeched backwards, slamming into a parked car behind it. Patrick pointed his gun. He couldn't bear plugging holes into his precious ride. Rusty gunned it out of the parking lot. Patrick chased behind him at impressive speed for as long as he could. The single working taillight faded into the distance. He walked back with his head hung to the ground. He tucked his pistol under his armpit so it wasn't as noticeable to the neighbors who were peering out of their windows. Taking comfort in his ugly yellow chair, he tried to decide his next move. The cops around there wouldn't do anything. They would just tell him to wait for Rusty to return it. He pretty much had immunity around those parts. There was no way he could tell Dixon that he failed at doing his job again. Patrick decided to give up, go to bed, and wait for Rusty to bring back his truck. Step 11. Duncan had called Patrick a couple times before he was woken by the vibrations on his nightstand. He contemplated not answering, quitting this terrible job and moving away. He grabbed it before it went to voicemail. "Hello?" Patrick barely uttered. "Patrick, there is some serious shit going down. Do you know where Brooks is? We can't get a hold of him." "No, what's the problem?" "We need you to find him. I have some bad news." "Oh?" "Suze is dead." Patrick sat up. "What?" "She had a heart attack last night. I had to rush her to the hospital. She died early this morning." "Holy shit. Oh my God." "Where's Boss?" Patrick asked. "Well, he killed almost an entire bottle of rum, broke a bunch of shit, but it seems he tired himself out." "Jesus." "Yeah, it's a mess. Do me a favor, get a hold of Brooks, then call me back." "Okay," Patrick said. He ended the call. Patrick didn't know Suze as well as the other guys did. She was a funny lady and had always been kind to him. However, he had bigger problems to solve. He galloped out of the room and kicked open Rusty's bedroom door. Stress relief, or flair, for the dramatic. It was probably unlocked. The room was empty. Extremely worried about the safety of his truck, he ran out to the parking lot, checking every slot twice. No truck. The panic was in full effect. Rusty was officially a dead man. After he calmed himself down a little, Patrick called his cousin, Violet. She picked him up and brought him to their grandmother's house. Neither one of them saw a problem with Patrick borrowing his grandma's car. For the rest of the afternoon, Patrick made it his mission to find Brooks. Patrick didn't see his car at his house. He still decided to knock anyways. Nothing. He called at least 8 times before he gave up on his phone. Mac at the boxing gym said that he hadn't seen him in almost 2 weeks. Patrick considered filing a missing person report. He was sure that Dixon already had his guys with the badges keeping an eye out for him. After a long afternoon of no luck, Patrick decided to call of the search. He didn't dare stop by the Reynolds estate. There was nothing short of a riot happening there. Patrick made his way back home. Still no truck. Still no Rusty. His grandmother was sinking deeper into death's clutches. His love had dismissed him entirely, and some arsehole stole his goddamn truck. He could think of nothing better to do than watch TV. After nearly 2 hours of vegging out, there was a knock at the door. Had Brooks found him first? Was Rusty stupid enough to come get himself killed? Patrick answered the door. What a beautiful surprise. They always come when you least expect them. Angie was standing there with her tail between her legs. "Oh, hey," Patrick said. "He's not here. He's out somewhere with my fucking truck." "Can I come in?" she asked. Patrick opened the door wider, stepping aside to let her enter. There was something on her mind. Patrick could see it. He could feel it. She sat down on the couch while Patrick grabbed himself a fresh beer. Before grabbing another, he remembered Angie wasn't a big fan. He quickly whipped her up a rum and coke. This long, awkward silence made him nervous. He returned to the living room and placed her drink in front of her. Her gloom formed to a smile. "Thanks." Patrick nodded his head and sat down on the piss chair. The silence continued. They both wanted the other to begin the conversation. Patrick wasn't sure what to say. Angie looked as though she was afraid to spill the beans. Patrick was the man after all. "So, what's up?" he asked. Angie took a deep, hard breath. "I wanted to apologize for what I said the other night. I was just scared. I wasn't thinking straight." "Oh, wow." Patrick knew she had really loved him. This all happened so fast. Of course they were going to hit a bump or two. "Well, it's okay." Patrick smiled. He remembered that he had blurted out some unflattering language. "I'm sorry about all the stuff I said about you working at Sirens. You're a good girl. I know it's just a job." "I quit," she replied. "You quit?" "Yeah. You were right. That place wasn't for me." A smile grew across Patrick's face. It took all his might to not throw up all his feelings. It wasn't the time for that yet. There was another silence. A comfortable one. Patrick's mind was begging him to ask the question. He couldn't refrain. "Do you happen to know where Rusty is?" "No." There was a short pause. "We're no longer together." "What?" A sharp tingle shot from his testes to his heart. Could this just be a dream deceiving him? "Yeah." Angie hesitated. "I woke up this morning to find that he stole over $800 from my bank account." Patrick felt ill. How could that swamp rat hurt this girl constantly? Patrick decided right then and there that Rusty's death would now be much slower and more painful than he had originally planned. "How?" Steam rose from Patrick's head. "Joint account," she said. "A joint account? Why?" "Because I'm obviously stupid." Her head fell to her hands. Patrick moved over to the couch. He threw his arm around her and rubbed her lower back. "Don't worry. We'll get it back." She sniffled. "Then I find out through some friends that he went and spent it all on crack." How did Patrick not figure this out earlier? That was without a doubt a fiending crack addict knocking at his door the night before. Homeboy went on a crack bender. Went on a crack bender with Patrick's baby. His stomach churned as he imagined the damage Rusty had added in the past 18 hours. The resale value had surely plummeted. He took his mind off it by reminding himself that he was, in fact, comforting the love of his life right now. The recently single love of his life. Maybe life wasn't the heinous bitch that Patrick had previously thought it to be. "This won't solve your problem, but it might make you feel better." Patrick took a swig of his beer. Angie looked over to him. He stole my truck last night. What? Angie looked horrified. Yep. Patrick took another sip. Slammed it into a parked car before he sped off. I was chasing him on foot. Angie's expression held stagnant. They stared into each other for a couple moments. A smirk slowly ripped across Patrick's face. Angie's dropped jaw started to make an oval as her cute little cheeks began to inflate. At the same time, they erupted into an uncontrollable amount of laughter. Between out-of-breath chuckles, Angie tried to spit out, "It's not funny." After the hilarity gradually came to an end, Angie stared off into space. Her face became serious. She was in her own head. She grabbed his hand and leaned her head on his shoulder. Patrick switched hands, throwing his arm back around her. That sweet little body was back in his arms. The smell of her hair was indescribable. A dead man would dig himself out of his grave to catch a whiff. You know, I would do anything to keep you happy, to protect you. He stared into her dazzling supernova eyes. I would die for you, Angie. I love you. He kissed her soft pink lips. She moved over him into a straddle. He firmly wrapped his arms around her. I've always loved you, Patrick. I will always love you. The words ended there, as their lips were far too busy. After a couple minutes, her slow grinding began. This felt much different than the time before. She was placing herself in his hands. This angel had decided to give herself to him. Patrick could feel it. He had reached the apex of his maturity. He was a man, goddammit. He was going to take what was his. They removed each other's clothes. Forget the foreplay. Patrick didn't have the patience for that. He had somewhere to be. He had to grab the crown. With one gentle thrust, he had entered the Holy Land. The kingdom was his. All hail the king. They kept at it until their genitals were too sore to continue. Neither knew exactly how much time had passed. Quite a bit. They had moved from the living room to the bedroom. It started off real slow, and throughout the duration, they'd pick it up every once in a while. It wasn't as romantic as Patrick had hoped for. It was, without a doubt, romantic, but there were a few awkward and/or embarrassing moments. At one point, Patrick attempted to pick Angie up and work it from that angle. He somewhat overestimated his strength and stamina. It ended up with him slamming her into the wall a little too hard, and of course, having to lay her back down. They both got a kick out of it. Another highlight of the night came from Angie. Patrick had been between her legs, working his neck and fingers in harmony like he was teaching a class. He found out that he was better than he thought when she had ejected herself all over his sheets and on his chin. Patrick found that incredibly sexy. She swore. She had never done that with Rusty. Patrick was a little bummed that he didn't get any notice, since he would have loved to try the sprinkler move. At this point, they were in cuddle mode, both exhausted. They were gently rubbing their fingertips along each other's skin, keeping those tingles working. A thought occurred to Patrick. He won. He had achieved his life purpose. There was a strong feeling of pride woven with immense satisfaction. He had won the title fight. The belt was his. Now his duty was to protect that belt with everything. He had. Broken limbs couldn't stop him. You would have to kill him before anyone could touch her. He realized that it was time to take charge of his life. Why was he dealing with the atrocities that surrounded him? This was his life. He quickly sat up as an idea exploded in his cranium. "What?" Angie asked. Patrick held her hand. "Angie, do you really love me? Look me dead in the eyes and tell the truth. Not just what I want to hear." Angie seemed a little confused. She gently held Patrick's face, looked him dead in the eyes and said, "Patrick, I am in love with you. Then let's get out of here." "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, let's get out of this shithole town." "And go where?" "We could go to the island, where you'll blend in perfectly with all the beautiful flowers." "Hawaii? Seriously?" She seemed excited. "Yeah, we could stay with my mum and sister for a few days until we find a place. Then we could live in paradise. Except this time, it'll actually feel like paradise. This time, I'll have you with me." "What about your job?" Patrick's face turned red for a minute. He'd just remembered that he had been lying to Angie since he moved back. He took both of her hands. "Angie, you know I'm not a truck driver, right?" Angie started laughing. "Patrick, you're always here. I've known you're not a truck driver. I'm not an idiot." "Really?" He was embarrassed. How could she not let him know that she knew he was lying? "Rusty told me, before you moved in, that one of his dad's bodyguards was moving in with him. I just let it go when you would lie to my face." "You little asshole," he teased. "You're the liar." She laughed. "Well, that's the thing, Angie. I work security for him. There's 5 of us. Why would a normal guy need round-the-clock security? He's a despicable human being, and I have done some despicable things for him. This isn't who I am. I can't live like this. I can build us a better life. You just have to trust me." Angie thought about it for a few minutes. Patrick started to worry that she might say no. After racking her brain, she rolled over on top of him. "Can Tampon come?" "Of course. Where else would he go? We couldn't leave him here with Rusty." "I guess I'll have to get used to spam then," she said. "That's right, baby. Fresh from the can." The next morning they got up early and went out to breakfast to discuss the logistics. They decided that after Patrick's grandmother passes, they would quit their jobs and pack their shit. In the meantime, Patrick would have to find Rusty and get his truck back. Patrick drove Angie to her car. She had to be at work in a couple hours. He had planned on dropping by the Reynolds estate to see if his pal Rusty had shacked up there. Just before he could head down that way, Brooks had texted him. He told him that he was at the biker bar and asked if he wanted to have a drink with him. It was 9 a.m. Why not start the day off right? The inside of a biker bar at 9 a.m. is a place that looks so full but feels so empty. There is a bunch of people, yet everyone is sitting alone. Chances are if they're talking, then they're talking to themselves. Patrick was almost certain that this was the place that Paul McCartney got the inspiration for Eleanor Rigby. At the end of the bar, Patrick saw a familiar face. It wasn't Brooks. It was a frail young man who had the skin of a much older man. He had long red hair under his hat and was drinking a beer as he relaxed in his wheelchair. He noticed Patrick after he had walked in. Scotty, who was obviously in the double digits on his tab for the morning, ditched the beer and rolled towards Patrick. The patrons barely noticed as the bottle smashed across the floor. One man, who was holding onto the jukebox for his life, yelled, "Hell yeah!" Scotty immediately started babbling incoherent apologies and coming up with stories. "I was just picking up a friend." That's all Patrick could make out from his speech.
Patrick smiled at the panicking alcoholic. He put his hand on Scotty's shoulder.
I think it's time you find a new sponsor. Scotty's head rotated like it was on a swivel. You're not mad? Patrick didn't answer. He sat down next to Brooks. You know that guy? Brooks asked. I've met him once. Scotty rolled back over to Patrick with his swivel head. He tapped Patrick on the arm. You're not mad? Brooks kicked his chair, sending him back a couple feet. Dude, if you don't get the fuck out of here, I'm going to roll you into the river. Scotty steered himself away. He began loudly sobbing. In a jumbled mash of words, it sounded like, I don't want to die. He's not a quadriplegic, Patrick said. What do you mean? If you roll him into the river, he can just swim out. Then I'd just break the rest of his limbs. It wouldn't be hard. The muscle on that kid is thinner than his skin. Do you think he would drown or float? Patrick asked. He ain't gonna float, especially with that anchor on his stiff fucking leg. He's gonna sink down to the sand. Some people are pretty buoyant. Brooks lit a cigarette. How do you know that kid anyway? Dixon went all whack-a-mole on his knee last week. And I'm not so sure he's a kid. Patrick waved at the bartender. Can I get Bud, please? Bottle. Brooks looked surprised. Dixon did that to him. Oh, I heard about that fucker. Yeah, you called out sick that day. Brooks took another inhale. He's a young guy, I'm telling you. The bartender brought Patrick's beer. Brooks invited the bartender into the conversation. Excuse me, sweetheart. Roller boy? He mimed pushing the wheels. How old is he? Scotty? She asked. He just turned 30 like a year or two ago. 30? Patrick repeated with astonishment. He's got the skin of a sickly 70-year-old. What? Is he one of those progeria kids? Crack. He used to smoke a lot of crack. I'm not sure if he does anymore. She walked away. Of course, Patrick whispered to himself. That felt like a win for him. That reminded him that he and Brooks had a lot to discuss. He was very curious as to what Brooks had been up to, so he decided to lead with that. Where have you been the past couple weeks? I just haven't really been feeling it, you know? He offered Patrick a cigarette. Right. But you did hear about Suze, right? I mean, I don't have to break that news to you? I know I've received all of the messages. I'm in the loop. Recap? Suze is dead. Boss is back on the sauce, and he's taking that ridiculous fucking limo everywhere. Did I cover everything? Patrick massaged his neck. Apparently, Brooks didn't know where Rusty was either. There are some other things that have been a bit of a problem. Nothing that really concerns you, but I'm sure you'll get a chuckle out of it. Something with the next of kin, I presume. How's he doing? Brooks asked. Well, that's part of the problem. See, I don't exactly know where he is. Brooks laughed. What, did he run away? Well, not exactly. He stole my keys, and then he drove away as I chased him in my underwear at 3 o'clock in the morning. Tears began streaming down Brooks' face. Oh, and of course he managed to wreck into another car in the parking lot before he sped off. Brooks tried to catch his breath. And the best part is that he used it to go purchase hundreds of dollars worth of crack cocaine. Patrick's misfortune was always a fun topic. Brooks had regained his composure. Did you check the compound? he asked. I don't really want Dixon to find out what happened. Plus, I feel like one of the guys would let me know if they saw my truck there. Well, first of all, you don't need to worry about Dixon anymore. He's not going to be paying much attention from now on. Second, if Rusty has your truck there, how would the guys know he stole it if you don't let them know it's been stolen? Roommates borrow shit all the time. Who in their right mind would give Rusty the keys to their vehicle? Those idiots don't know the difference. Go to the compound. He's got to be there. He doesn't have any friends, unless he's at his girlfriend's house. Patrick flinched. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Brooks raised his eyebrows. He was impressed. Did you tap that? He asked. Don't talk about my girl like that, Patrick said sarcastically. Really? No shit. Look at you, I'm proud of you. You finally got what you wanted. We were talking about moving to Hawaii. Already that serious? I guess you really outdicked Rusty then? Let's just say my sheets need a good bleaching. So, I guess that means you're quitting, huh? He asked. After I sort everything out here. How envious I am. I'm about to be pulled deeper into this clusterfuck than I've ever imagined. How so? Patrick asked. Brooks cocked his head. He was confused by Patrick's confusion. Why do you think they're trying so hard to get a hold of me? Suze is dead, Patrick. Boss is no good to anybody now. He could barely run that business sober. Suze was in charge of mostly everything. So you're going to be in charge now? Or second in command? Well, that's why I'm here. He presented his beer bottle to Patrick. I'm thinking. Proceeding to chug the beer, he simultaneously waved for another. Brooks was drunker than Patrick had realized. So you're thinking about quitting too? Patrick smiled. It gave him great pleasure to think about Dixon losing two of his guys in a time when he needed them most. I've been thinking about quitting since day one. It's good money, though. So there's my quandary. Money or my soul? Brooks balanced his choices on his hands. He laughed. Who am I kidding? This shit took my soul a long time ago. I can definitely see where you're coming from. Yep, that's why I've been thinking of ending it altogether. The comment has rubbed Patrick the wrong way. What could Brooks have meant by that? Altogether. That could only mean one thing, right? His past experiences had made the topic very sore for him. Are you fucking serious right now? No. No fucking way. Do you know what that would do to your family? Family? My mother? She would encourage it, Brooks said. Patrick was furious and incredibly sorrowful. Brooks, my father committed suicide. My mother and sister still live together because they're afraid to be apart. My sister has a 5-year-old daughter. She was pregnant at the time. My niece would have a fucking grandfather right now if he hadn't been a selfish asshole a couple months before she was born. You have no idea how that tears a family to pieces. I'm sorry, Patrick. I don't have a family, though. I never will. I don't have a love of my life, like you do. I'm a grumpy old queen. You, on the other hand, Patrick, you're a good man. You're a genuinely good person. You deserve to go have kids with your woman and be the family man your father couldn't be. Patrick thought about Brooks's words for a second. He was right. Patrick had never thought it out completely. That was exactly what he wanted. He could feel it in his soul. It was like Brooks could see right through him. In that moment, Patrick realized that aside from Angie, Brooks was the only real friend Patrick had ever had. He couldn't let his friend come to this. Don't kill yourself for this shit, just quit. Get away from it. And do what? Bartend again? Brooks asked. You can come out to Hawaii with us. We could put our money together and start a business or something. It could work. We'd be done with this shit. Brooks had a good laugh. That's cute, Patrick. I appreciate the offer. He took a sip of his beer and his face lost colour. But leaving will never change the things that I've done. You were just following orders, Patrick pleaded. You're a good guy too. You have to see that. Dixon is to blame here. Just following orders? Good guy, Brooks repeated. Patrick, I'm not a good guy. I strangled an old woman, a grieving mother to death, for spitting on Dixon, which was well in her rights. Patrick, I made you kill an innocent woman. Brooks slammed his fist on the bar. He could barely speak. For Christ's sake, the fucking kid, Patrick. Patrick lowered his head. Brooks was more emotional than Patrick had ever witnessed. He was determined to talk his friend down from the ledge. Brooks, I know it sounds terrible, but you have to put it in perspective. The woman, that was a miscommunication. It was my fault. The little girl, that was a freak accident. There was no way we could have ever predicted that. We didn't know she was even there. Perspective? Brooks yelled. Let me give you a little perspective, Patrick. I lied to you. What? Patrick was confused. I fucking lied to you. We were supposed to kill that woman. I told you it was your fault, so you would feel responsible. To cover up the truth. Patrick was beyond stunned. The blood in his face felt like gasoline, and Brooks just threw the match. A headache was rapping on his skull. He dropped his head into his folded arms, taking a few deep breaths. In an instant, their friendship was over. He picked his head up, a little dazed. What truth? Brooks grabbed a tear from his eye and flicked it as if it had landed there by accident. He wiped the sniffles from his nose. The whole thing was a setup, he said. Patrick clasped his hands together to refrain from getting physical. We were supposed to get rid of the parents, so they could grab the girl. Chills ran up Patrick's spine to the tip of his head. Nausea set in, and his stomach growled. He had to remind himself to breathe. Brooks lit a cigarette at an attempt to calm his nerves. Who are they? Patrick's voice was very low and serious. Mills and Floyd? What? Patrick yelled. None of this was making sense. In this business, it's not always enough to pay people off. You have to do favors for your friends. That's what Dixon would say. Richard wasn't that deep in the water with Dixon, but he was expendable. Mills, the sick fuck, took a liking to his daughter. Since Bill, the neighbour, was a registered sex offender, he devised a scheme. Dixon told Floyd that if he helped Mills out, then he would get to join the team. The plan was to break into Bill's, while we broke into Richard's. They had to wait, since Bill had been outside. When we left, they went in and grabbed the girl, grabbed Bill, and left before the police could respond. No one even called the police. Mills had enough time to run home, get rid of the evidence, and drive back to the scene. He called it in, saying that he was nearby and heard a gunshot. It was hard to breathe. Patrick couldn't believe him. He realized that he himself was an accessory to the kidnapping of a toddler. You knew the whole time. Dixon told me that we had to kill Richard and Cindy. He said that the others were going to take care of the neighbour. I told him I didn't want to know why. When Mills mentioned the neighbour, I realized something terrible had happened. I asked, and Dixon spilled out the whole story. I tried to brush it off at first, but it kept eating at me. He finished off his beer. Patrick was speechless. He felt dirty, like there was grime forever melted to his skin. It was as if he lost a piece of himself. You see why I have... Patrick, kicking his stool out from under himself, interrupted Brooks. He stormed out of the bar. The bartender grabbed their empty bottles. "I'm going to need something stronger, honey," Brooks said. Step 12. Patrick got out of his grandmother's car, unlocked Mill's gate, and let himself in. He had drove straight there from the bar. The picture of the little girl from the news flashed through his mind. Between flashes he would see his niece. There was a grim atmosphere as Patrick pulled his car around the back of the house. Mill's cruiser was gone. Patrick would never forgive himself if he had left without bringing justice to this atrocity. It sickened him that he had been involved in this scheme. This time, he didn't blame himself. He knew he could make this right. He just prayed she was in the house. His gut told him to check the detached garage first. The side door was locked and it had a deadbolt. Patrick tried kicking it, but there was no use. He circled the garage, finding a rolling steel door in the back. It was secured with a padlock. There was a shovel leaning up against a scrapped red tractor. Patrick beat the lock open. He rolled open the door, afraid of what he might see. It was a normal-looking garage, lots of tools, nothing unordinary. There was a staircase to the attic. The attic held old boxes. Nothing suspicious as far as Patrick could tell. He exited the garage, rolling the door back down and retrieving his shovel. Patrick had lost his patience. He didn't even try to find a safe way into the house. The first window he saw, he smashed with the shovel. Crawling into what appeared to be Mills's bedroom, he heard no alarm. First mistake. As soon as he was through the window, the sickness set in. On his nightstand, there was a Polaroid of the kidnapped toddler in her underwear, playing with a toy school bus. She had to be here. Patrick crumbled the photograph as he tried to keep his composure. He searched through every inch of the first floor, including the attached garage. All that was left was upstairs. The stairs led to a small square hallway with 3 doors. He opened the door to the right, a bathroom. Noting was behind the shower curtain or in the cabinets. Patrick proceeded to the room to the left. An office, with a couch, a TV, and a desk scattered with papers. He opened the walk-in closet. Nothing. There was one more door left. It felt like the one. He cringed as he slowly twisted the handle. There it was. The toy school bus from the Polaroid, on the bedroom floor. There was a princess toy house and a woven basket of stuffed animals. No girl. Patrick jerked the closet doors open. He fell to the ground and checked under the bed. There was no luck. "Motherfucker!" Patrick screamed as he stomped the toy house to hundreds of pieces. He snatched the small tube television from the stand and threw it at the wall. There was a giant hole left in the drywall. He had no idea where to go from there. His frustration forced tears. Just about to fall to his knees, Patrick saw his opportunity. Out of the corner of his eye, through the white cloth shade, he saw Mill's unmarked cruiser at the front gate. The short, fat man was closing the gate behind him. Now was the time. Patrick left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He then closed the office door. The bathroom door was left open as he was hiding behind it. He pulled the slide of his pistol, cocking the striker. Mills entered the front door and closed it behind him. He was whistling a tune that Patrick couldn't make out. Patrick listened to his footsteps on the hardwood floor. The whistling ceased when Mills walked into his bedroom. "The hell?" Patrick heard faintly. A couple moments later, Patrick could hear his footsteps again. They were lighter this time, slower. A couple minutes passed before Patrick heard the creak of the stairs getting closer and closer. Mills was now inches away. Patrick could feel him through the door. He was in the bathroom. His footsteps changed direction after he cleared the bathroom. Second mistake. Patrick slowly crept from behind the door. It was perfect timing as Mills opened the office door. The squeaking hinges had drowned out the squeaking from the bathroom door. He tiptoed up to Mills. Mills had heard his step at the last second and swung around. Patrick quickly pistol-whipped him to the ground. He kicked the gun from his hand. "You piece of shit!" Patrick's teeth were clenched and spit spewed as he spoke. "What are you doing?" Mills yelled. "Where is she?" Patrick screamed. "What?" Patrick swung the full force of his leg into Mills's stomach. "Where the fuck is she?" "You're insane!" Mills yelled out of breath as he held his belly. Patrick kneeled down and shoved the barrel into his mouth. "Listen to me, you scum kid fucking soon-to-be corpse. Tell me where she is." He removed the gun from his mouth. "I never fucked her. I swear." Patrick pressed the pistol into his temple, debating whether or not to let him continue. If he didn't, he would never find her. "You can't fuck a toddler. I maybe touched her a little." Patrick threw another punch to his mouth. His teeth had sliced his upper lip open. "Sick fucking bastard," he yelled. Patrick tried hard not to cry, but the tears, mucus and drool slipped through his orifices. "I was grooming her," Mills yelled. "What?" Patrick asked. "I was taking care of her, making her love me, making her depend on me, so that one day when she was old enough, we could be lovers. I never meant her harm." Patrick dry-heaved. It snuck up on him. He kept his knee on Mills. He dry-heaved another time before vomiting into the carpet. Mills rolled over and slowly began to stand up. Patrick made it up first. He grabbed Mills by the collar. "Things got out of hand. I was in over my head. I swear I didn't hurt her. I was careful." The fact that Mills was looking for sympathy made Patrick gag again. Spitting out the remnants of vomit in his mouth, Patrick felt the sting of failure. Deep in his gut, he knew the answer. Holding on to the smallest grain of doubt, he asked again, "Where is she?" His voice was soft and weakened. Mills lowered his head. He knew he had been defeated. "In the woods!" A flashbang exploded in Patrick's head. He thrust Mills against the wall. Mills ricocheted and ran for the stairs. In a quick second, Patrick pointed his gun and shot. 2 bullets snapped through his right leg, and he fell harshly down the stairs. Patrick ran over to the top of the stairs to see what had happened. Mills was moaning. He tried to crawl away, using only his left upper and lower limbs. Patrick slowly walked down the stairs. He was all actions. He had no inner monologue. All his humanity felt as though it had been stripped from him. It was a brutal world. He had to play along. Mills had dislocated his right shoulder. Patrick took the time to think as Mills slowly crawled into the kitchen. The sparkling blue water from his pool had caught Patrick's eye. He was reminded of a conversation he had with Brooks earlier that morning. What better time for an experiment? Patrick walked over to the injured beast and grabbed his left arm. Mills quickly retracted it. "No, please, please," Mills cried. "Cut it out," Patrick said calmly as he lightly kicked Mills on the face, reminding him who was in charge. Patrick locked hands with Mills this time. He outstretched his arm. Mills began to sob louder. "Hold still," Patrick said, as he leaned back against the island counter and placed the arch of his boot on Mills's elbow. In full body cooperation, Patrick used all his muscles to quickly snap Mills's arm. The screams of the rough-and-tough police officer were interrupted by his projectile vomiting. Patrick grabbed a kitchen knife from the collection. He knelt down on Mills's calf, holding it in place. Mills was too weak to fight back. Patrick grabbed the man's thigh for leverage and then plunged the blade into the back of Mills's knee. The screams were not as loud this time. Patrick grabbed a glass of water from the sink. He stood for a moment examining the pool. The water was crystal blue. He refilled the glass after he quenched his thirst. Returning to Mills, Patrick held a glass of water and a hand towel. He tossed the towel over the puke pile and smeared it away with his shoe. He took a squat and clenched Mill's curly hair, lifting his head up. Patrick poured the glass of water. Over his face, removing the vomit, some blood and keeping Mills conscious. He turned around and opened a door to the back porch. Patrick hooked his arms under Mills's armpits and proceeded to pull him out to the porch. It was difficult to keep a tight grip on his right side because Mills's shoulder was bending back too far. His moans were growing quieter. "Stay with me, Mills," Patrick said as he dragged the 260-pound man to the edge of the pool. He dropped him on the cement bricks and went to empty his pockets. Gun? Check. Phone? Check. Wallet? Check. He left his possessions on the patio chair and returned to Mills. This time around, Patrick tried to get a better grip. He raised him up and crossed his arms around the gelatinous belly, tucking his fingers under the cop's belt for extra grip. Avoiding a headbutt, Patrick ducked his head behind the shield of his fat back. He shuffled backwards to the edge of the pool and dropped into the deep end, Mills tagging along. It was about 8 deep. Patrick swam to the edge and pulled himself out. He stood up and watched the fat man bob up and down like a buoy in choppy condition and choke on the high chlorine water. Patrick wasn't sure if he was dying, since every few bobs he would catch a breath of air. He waited another 2 minutes, but it was moving too slow for him. "Fuck this," Patrick said as he grabbed his pistol. After 2 shots to the torso, Mills's head hung down. He was still bobbing, though his face stayed submerged. The blood began to visibly cloud around him. His back was now floating above the water. On the quiet trip back home, Patrick looked at his cell phone. His cousin Violet had called him several times and left 2 voicemails. The nature of the call was well known. He didn't need to call her back. It was hard for him to feel the full impact. His emotions had been drained. He couldn't think about his grandmother. He couldn't think about the Burton girl. And he couldn't think about his friend's betrayal. There was only one person he needed. He texted Angie, "Please come over. I need you." She had to be just getting off work. By the time he had made it back home and got in the shower, she was knocking at the door. The door was left unlocked, so she let herself in. When Patrick exited the bathroom, she was sitting on the couch. She had made herself a drink. "Hey, what's wrong?" she asked. Patrick didn't know what to say. He walked into bedroom to put on some clothes. He didn't make it. Angie followed him in. Patrick was sitting on the end of his bed holding his head. Angie sat down next to him and rubbed his back. She was sniffling and starting to tear up. She had an idea of what was going on. She kissed the side of his face. "What happened?" she whispered. "She died," Patrick said as some tears escaped him. "My grandma." Angie laid him back and curled up into his arms. They slept in that position throughout the night. Her presence comforted him. It made him forget about all the bad things that were happening outside of the bed. By the morning, they were just memories. He had made peace with all of these wrongs. They were in the past. Patrick sneaked over to his computer. Without much contemplation, he bought 2 one-way tickets for a late flight to Kailua Kona with 3 stops along the way. They needed to get out of town for a couple of days before his grandmother's funeral. There was only one thing left to do before they left. Find his fucking truck. Patrick grabbed Angie's phone from the living room. He turned it on silent and left it on his nightstand. Instead of a note on the door, he decided to send her a text. Went to Suze's funeral. I should be home around 3 p.m. after the reception. Please pack your bags. We're going to the island tonight. We'll be back in a few days for my grandma's funeral, so you don't have to pack everything. See you later, beautiful girl. Patrick changed into his suit in the living room so he didn't wake her. He called Brooks. Hello, Brooks answered. Hey, can you pick me up for the funeral? I guess so. Something wrong with your car? No, I just have a feeling I'll be driving my truck home today. Brooks laughed. I'll be over in a few. There was an awkward silence on the way over to the compound. The music wasn't helping. Someone had to say something. We're all taking the limo over to the graveyard, Brooks said. I figured as much. Patrick had decided to forget what Brooks has done. He knew he would never forgive him for it. Patrick, I'm sorry about yesterday and everything else. It was hard for him to say. He knew that sorry didn't mean much in their situation. He couldn't understand why Patrick was even speaking to him. It's fine, Patrick said. That's all in the past. Let's just keep it there. Brooks was suspicious of Patrick's attitude. He didn't seem mad, just empty. Are you sure you're okay? Brooks asked. My grandmother just died last night. Forgive me if I don't seem like a cheery fucking chatterbox of chuckles today. Jesus Christ. Brooks felt terrible. Bad luck seemed to shadow Patrick. What more could go wrong in this kid's life? I'm really sorry, kid. That's horrible. It's fine. Just do me a favor. Don't call me kid. When they arrived to the Reynolds estate, everyone was standing out by the limo. Everyone but Dixon. There was no sign of Patrick's truck. He guessed he would have to run into Rusty at the funeral. Floyd and Duncan were engaged in conversation, while Grunt stood off to the side smoking a cigarette. When they approached the crew, Brooks did all the talking. Have you guys seen Patrick's truck around? Or Rusty? Duncan laughed. What do you mean? They were both here this morning. Brooks and Patrick looked at each other and smirked. Patrick's was more of an embarrassed smile. There you go, Brooks said. Wait a minute, Duncan said. Fill me in here. He stole it, Patrick said. Floyd and Duncan erupted into a laughing fit. Brooks struggled to keep a straight face. Patrick even smiled a bit. We figured you were loaning it to him. He's had it for like 3 days. Where have you been? Floyd asked. Patrick's smile disappeared. I don't want to get into it. What's wrong? Did you get overpowered by the Duchess herself? Brooks gave Floyd a light push. Take it easy. He just lost his grandmother last night. Both of their faces showed humility. Sorry, Patrick, Floyd said. Yeah, sorry, buddy. We'll all have a talk with him at the funeral, Duncan added. Thanks, guys. Patrick said under his breath. Assuming he shows up, Brooks said. Duncan shook his head. That lady was basically his fucking mother. If he doesn't show up, he's going to rue the day that is today. Dixon yelled as he stumbled down the front steps. All right, you band of fart-huffing faggots. Let's get in and let's get going. Floyd shot back. Damn, boss. I thought we were going to have to squeeze the couch in the here. Don't get yourself killed, asshole. I ain't going to your funeral. Patrick was surprised. He had never seen his boss stumbling around and slurring his speech like a 2-year-old. Although he still deeply despised him and wished him a painful death, Patrick found him entertaining. On the way to the funeral, everyone kept pretty quiet. It was mostly because the music was too loud to talk. Dixon played Guns N' Roses' November Rain, followed by their cover of Knockin' on Heaven's Door, followed by Aerosmith's I Don't Want to Miss a Thing at full volume. He passionately sang every word to each song with dramatic flailing gestures. It was the equivalent to watching a shit-housed middle-aged man perform an interpretive dance live. All the guys were impressed. That was the highlight of the morning. Rusty hadn't shown up to the funeral like Patrick had feared. The ceremony was mostly sad and uneventful, with only a couple outbursts from Dixon. As one of Susie's family members spoke in the mausoleum, Dixon yelled, "Good luck fitting her in there!" and "Where the fuck is my son?" The guys took turns helping him stand, while he snuck swigs from his flask. On the way back, Brooks and Patrick sat next to each other in the seat behind the drivers, where the divider was raised. Floyd and Duncan sat on the side, while Dixon sat in the back facing everyone. November Rain was playing again, this time at a much more reasonable volume. Patrick was irritated that Rusty was a no-show. Brooks noticed that he was upset. "Don't worry, we're going to get your truck today, after the reception. You can bet your life on that." Dixon belched a lion roar of a burp. Where are we going, motherfuckers?" "We're going to the reception," Duncan said. "Reception at my house?" Dixon was surprised. "I don't think so." "It's at the yacht club," Brooks said. "What? Fuck that dog shit. I'm not showing my face there." "Boss, that's where you had me to plan it. They said it would be fine." "No. No way. I'm never showing my face there again. Take me home." Duncan placed his hand on Dixon's knee. "Boss, this is for Susie. You gotta go." Dixon slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me, cocksucker. I'm not going. That place was my home for 9 years. I've been embarrassed and I've been exiled." He lowered the divider. "Grunt, cunt, bitch!" He laughed. "Take me home, bitch." "Drive to the house," Brooks said, turning his head to the driver. Dixon raised the divider again. "So we're not going?" Floyd asked. "No," Dixon hissed. "We're dropping him off. We have to go," Brooks said. Patrick saw this as a perfect opportunity. If Rusty wasn't already there, then he would need to wait for him. "I'll stay with him," Patrick volunteered. "Keep an eye on him." Brooks instantly realized what the game plan was. He shook his head. "Good idea. The rest of us will go to the reception." Patrick finally felt his plan coming together. He was getting his truck back. He imagined how the confrontation with Rusty would go. Deciding it's better to go with the flow, he didn't bother planning anything. It would be sweeter to watch where it escalates. A few minutes later, Dixon's phone rang. The numbers were too blurry for him to see. He handed the phone to Duncan. Hello. This is Duncan. Duncan answered. Oh, okay. 1 second. Duncan handed the phone to Dixon. It's Officer Winters. He said it's urgent. Patrick's heart began racing. It was the wrong time for this. He prayed that it was unrelated business. Hello? Dixon answered. Shut the fuck up. What? How? He listened for about a minute. Find out who and bring that information straight to me. He ended the call. Fuck! He yelled, and then clamped his teeth down on the phone before throwing it to the other side of the limo. Brooks had to dodge the projectile. What the fuck happened? Duncan yelled. Mills is dead, fucking murdered. He was butchered and left floating in his fucking pool. Brooks turned his head to Patrick. Patrick's eyes were glued to Dixon. He was fuming. Brooks placed his hand on Patrick's forearm to try to remind him to calm down. It wasn't hard for him to infer what had happened. His respect for Patrick grew immensely. Dixon was distraught. Once we find whoever did that, I want them tortured. Medieval-level shit. I want the heads of their family members shipped to their doorstep. I want their women raped and beaten till they scream for mercy. Are they trying to send me a fucking message? Well, it's on motherfuckers. Patrick had to close his eyes and practice breathing. It took every other muscle in his body to hold back his tongue. Brooks was worried for his friend. He could see that Patrick was not handling the situation well. Stay cool. He's just drunk, Brooks whispered before trying to defuse the situation. Boss, it'll be all right. You're just overreacting right now. Over-fucking-reacting? Do you understand who that man was? He kept all the heat miles away from me. With him gone, my boat's as good as sunk. Brooks raised his hands. Just calm down. We have other badges on the payroll. We'll be okay. None of them have the balls that man had. Not even close. Just like you. Mills was more man than all of you put together. He was a better man. He was a deranged pedophile. Patrick interrupted. The car went silent. He screamed like a bitch, and he floated just like the turd he was. Seconds of silence passed. They felt like minutes. Dixon's eyes were fixed to Patrick's like glue. Brooks dropped his head for failing to control the situation. It was now already light years out of hand. Say that again, Dixon said. Duncan and Floyd were both speechless and confused. You heard me, Patrick sassed. Dixon grabbed his pistol from holster and pointed it at Patrick. I'm not sure I did. Please, repeat that one more time. Duncan tried to intervene. He threw his hand out, signaling Dixon to calm down. Just hold on 1 minute, boss. Dixon looked over at Duncan. Let's just talk this out. Patrick quickly unholstered his weapon, cocked it and aimed it at Dixon. Jesus Christ. Duncan was being ignored. Everybody calmed down. You little cunt, Dixon yelled as he noticed he was 1 step behind Patrick. He cocked his hammer as well. Guys, Duncan yelled. Brooks removed his pistol, cocked it and aimed it at Dixon. Dixon's glare showed his feeling of deception. Are you fucking kidding me? He asked. Drop the gun, Dixon. You're drunk. Floyd cocked his pistol and aimed it at Brooks. Brooks changed his crosshairs over to Floyd. Can't say I'm surprised, Brooks said. I'm not picking sides, I'm just making it fair. I'll drop mine if you drop yours, Floyd said. Unfucking believable. Duncan dropped his head in his hands. Can we please just talk this out? No! Dixon screamed. "Grab your gun and point it at this asshole." "God damn it." Duncan reluctantly removed his pistol, cocked it, and pointed it at Patrick. "It doesn't have to happen this way." "Mills kidnapped, molested and murdered a 3-year-old girl. You helped him," Patrick said. "Hold it right fucking there." Dixon had sobered up a few points on account of the adrenaline. "I didn't help him molest or kill anyone. He wanted a daughter, so I did him a favor. I'm not proud of it. It's not something I particularly wanted to participate in. But this is the animal kingdom, kid. There is no room for morals. You have to do whatever it takes to get ahead. And sure, Mills wasn't the most well-balanced individual, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater." Dixon had calmed himself down a great deal. It seemed like the tension had decreased. Everyone waited for Patrick's response. "He may very well have been an asset to you, but he was a disease to the rest of the world. He was an infestation. He needed to be exterminated." Dixon seemed impressed. "Maybe you're right. Maybe he did deserve his fate." He laughed. "You know, I underestimated you, kid. You've got balls. You may be a little naive, but you fight for what you believe in. That's admirable." He lowered his gun and placed it on his lap. Patrick wasn't sure how to act. "You can lower your weapon. I'm not going to shoot you. I'll let you have that one. Consider it a sign of respect. We can both relax, and when we back, then we can go our separate ways. Nobody gets hurt." The other guys all held their positions, waiting for Patrick to lower his gun. "Come on, Patrick. We can all forget about this," Brooks said. Duncan lowered his pistol. "It's over, buddy. Relax." Brooks and Floyd remained in a standoff. Patrick looked around the car and thought about all the casualties that would be left if he didn't submit. What makes more of a man? Knowing when to quit or fighting for something you believe in. Dixon was starting to get angry with Patrick's hesitation. "It's not worth it, Patrick," Brooks said. "Grow up, kid. This is how the world works." The car came to a stop. They were parked in the driveway. Outside the limo, the weather was perfect. There was a breeze, and the sun reflected off the river. It was peaceful. A shot was fired. Many shots followed. Bullets shattered windows on all sides of the stretched Jaguar. The horn shouted a quick honk. There was blood splatter on the windshield. Grunt was lying across the bench seat with a bullet wound in his head. Patrick was finding it incredibly difficult to breathe. He spit up blood. He had been shot 4 times in his chest and around his upper abdomen. A high-pitched sound was squealing from his lungs like a rubber chicken. Brooks was lying against the car window with a bullet hole through his cheek. Floyd was 2 feet across from him with bullet hole above his left eyebrow. He had fallen onto the floor. Duncan was moaning, clenching his chest, lying down on the seat. He had 1 slug in the chest and 1 in his abdomen. Blood soaked his clothes, some of it his own, and some of it from Floyd. Dixon sat in the same position he was in before. His shoulder and his neck both had a bullet lodged in them. He had the same dead-eyed stare. Patrick pushed himself off of the seat. He had to finish what he started. His body weighed a ton. It was the most difficult thing he'd ever had to do. He slowly crawled his way over Floyd and across the car to Dixon. Dixon was staring into his eyes, choking on his own blood. Patrick grabbed the pistol from his lap. It was so heavy he could barely lift it. Dixon watched him struggle. Patrick grabbed Dixon's necktie and pulled his head closer. The barrel of a gun swung side to side in Dixon's face. He managed to pull the trigger and the gun jumped from his hand and fell back into Dixon's lap. Patrick opened the door and fell out of the limo, onto the sand. He pushed himself over to his back. The breeze brought the smell of the river with it. Patrick looked back on his life. Against all odds, he won over the love of his life, and he showed everyone that he was a man. He knew he only had a few minutes left. He wished he could see Angie on more time. To stare into those big eyes as he crossed over would be more than a dream come true. Patrick had a hard day. He thought that perhaps he deserved a nap. Before he could close his eyes, a figure had entered his view. Could that be who he thought it was? "What the fuck happened?" Rusty yelled. They must have woke him. He was wearing only basketball shorts. This was exciting to him. He looked inside the limo. "Did you all kill each other?" Patrick held the bullet hole over his lung to try to speak clearly. "Where's my truck, asshole?" His voice sounded like a dead whistle. Rusty understood him, though. "Oh, yeah. Sorry about that." He pointed to the opposite side of the driveway. "It's over there." Patrick began hacking up blood again. He watched Rusty walk back to the front door. He stuck his head in. "Hey, baby, you gotta come see this." A few seconds later, a little blonde head poked itself out from behind the door. Patrick thought he was hallucinating. "What happened?" she yelled. Patrick knew that voice. "Come see." "I can't right now." "Trust me. No one is going to see you in your underwear." She slowly walked down the steps. She was wearing one of Rusty's tank tops and a pair of pink panties. Her jaw dropped as she glanced into the car. She slowly approached Patrick. There was a look of pure shock over her face. She was speechless. She stared down at Patrick, who was coating the sand with blood. "Angie?" Blood was spilling from Patrick's mouth. She stood frozen as a single tear raced down her face. Rusty was halfway inside the limo when he jumped out. "Holy shit!" he yelled. "I just realized something." He was jumping like a little kid at Disney World for the first time. Angie didn't take her eyes off Patrick. "Babe, do you realize how much money I'm about to inherit? This is the greatest day of my life." Tears were dripping from Patrick's eyes. His heart hurt worse than all of his failing organs. "Shit," Rusty hissed. "We need to get the fuck out of here." He knelt onto the sand and pulled Patrick's cell phone from his pocket. "What are you doing?" Angie let loose more tears. She began sobbing. Rusty spoke softly to not upset her. "Baby, I have to make an anonymous call to the police. They can't know we were here." "He's dying," she replied. "Angie, he's already dead. Listen to that sound he's making. Even if there was a doctor here right now, they wouldn't be able to help him." Rusty dialed the phone as he walked to the other side of the driveway. Angie continued to stare in disbelief. "Angie, Angie." Patrick repeated her name, and each time his voice grew softer. Rusty pulled Patrick's truck up to Angie and rolled down. "Huendo, come on, we have to leave." She continued to stare. "Angie." She looked towards the truck and then back at Patrick. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Angie jumped in the truck and Rusty sped off. Patrick slowly faded into darkness as he watched her go. The end.